Gather round, freaks. We're about to do the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs. Or is it 13? We want to know how the cool guy became friends with the Sasquatch. So let's find out when we go to the Darth Maul. Whether we gather around the Sebek table and whether we gather around the transponder, we're going to do it all once again here on Hey, Did You See This One?
Let's explore the depths of it in the video.
Hello there.
Us, Iceland spaceport.
We are still flying half a ship. Your move.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. I sense a trap.
Next move?
Spring the trap. Your move. Spring the trap. Your move.
I must deal with this Jedi slime myself.
Your move.
Kenobi.
Your move. I have a bad feeling about this. Spring the trap. Your move.
I have a job to do, Anakin. Try not to upset him.
Kenobi. Try not to upset him. Your move.
Go about your business.
Move along.
Go on.
Spring the trap.
What about Padme? She seems to be on top of things.
Your move.
Do you have a plan B?
Kenobi. Plan B.
Kenobi.
Plan B. Plan B.
Another happy landing.
Whoa!
Wait, somebody's immediately at the door?
Immediately, wow.
What the?
Hey, Jason. Hey, Steve. Wow, you guys are coming up on episode 220 of the podcast. That's insane. I hear you're having Joel on. That's exciting. I'm just not so sure about the other guy, you know? I feel like every week that guy's on there. Like, I don't know. I don't know. You know what? I'm sure it's going to be fine. It's something to think about, you know? Like, have a little variety. Anyway, I love you guys. I'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Wait a second.
Amazing.
Wait a second. Hello.
Thank
and welcome
you, Alex. We love you too.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve, for giving me the coolest frame in your music video.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah.
I mean, you were
blocking it, but
yeah,
you
were a bit of a late addition, and I was like, well, this is a very cool frame, so I'll save it for one of our bestest friends of the show, Obi-Wan Kenobi himself.
Yeah,
but he couldn't appear, so we can put Alex there instead.
Your move.
Well, spring the trap. Welcome to Hey, Did You See This One? It's episode 220, as Alex just told us. 220 episodes of this nonsense has been going on and on and on, and we're happy to bring it to you each and every week right here. This is Hey, Did You See This One? The weekly review, reaction, roundtable discussion where we just have to ask the question, hey, did you see this one? On this show, we take a movie and we talk about every single beat of the movie until we've left no stone unturned, and we never have
just
to
like
go
true
back.
Star Wars fans, we go through every single frame to see when people's feet don't connect to faces, and when lightsabers don't hit in time, and when people are waiting their turn in a lightsaber duel. We do that for every movie we watch.
It's true. We are wrapping up Star Wars month. The saga begins. We covered the prequel trilogy, and now we're doing a new origin story, Solo, a Star Wars story. This takes place at around the same time as the prequels, but the movie was made much later. Am I hurting you with that claim?
It doesn't take time. No. Did you see how old Darth Maul is in this movie? It takes place well after the prequels.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, It's the next thing. It's the next thing in the series chronologically in the series of movies. I think.
Listen, I'm gonna wag.
I think
It's 10 years before the Battle of Yavin.
There we go.
Yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi is like around the same time, I think. If I'm not
That's a
mistaken.
TV show, though.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like smack in the middle of between episode 3 and episode 4. It's
Yeah.
like right there in the center. Yeah.
It's decidedly after the prequels.
Yeah. It's sort of like he's the same age as Luke would have been in in A New Hope, I guess. Right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
'Cause
that sounds right.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to get into all of that and more.
Yeah.
First, we have to talk about our guests this week. First and foremost, your co-hosts, Jason R. Phillips, A Solo Story. That's me. Joined as always by Stephen Bubba Blackfly Waters. We are your esteemed hosts.
The only time where my handle actually makes sense.
Yeah, it's Star Wars month.
Yeah.
And returning to the show for the second time, please put your hands together with a clapping sound for Squidpod, aka Joel Jackson. Welcome back.
Thank you.
It's one of the quickest turnarounds, I think, for a brand new guest to come
Well, it's
back.
because last month we had you on and we mentioned we were doing Star Wars, and you're like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah,
I
I
wanna be-
freaked out. I'm like, please.
And also returning to the show for the 800th time at this point. You're getting up there.
I genuinely have no idea.
You have enough videos now that you can make your own channel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alex Gow, aka Alex Gowbacca. Welcome back.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Thank you to be here. Happy to be here on a scheduled episode.
Yes.
Not a by accident
rare.
or
The
an emergency
parachute
situation.
episodes.
Yeah. The escape.
We have a
pod.
couple unofficial third members of this show, and Alex is definitely one of them, and I think Noel is the other. So you're an elite. You're one of our elite employees.
You just know I got nothing going on. All right, let's be honest.
What does that say about us, the hosts?
Listen, I don't think anybody in any podcasting situation has ever been more impressed with the fact that Alex Gow was somehow able to pull out the Mothman prophecies out of his ass, having not watched the movie in like 20 years, but also watched it so much as a kid that he knew every frame of the movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Such an obscure thing that I will never not be impressed by.
Yeah, it was a weird day.
Mhm.
Well, with that, we can probably go to our first segment of the show, which is, of course, the quick synopsis.
Is it going to be quick this time? You tell me.
Zardoz speaks to you. He demands you synopsize this film. Tell him how, why, who, what occurs in this film.
That's right. So, Stephen, if you will, let us know what happens in this movie.
Sure. So this movie is about famous smuggler Han Solo before he became the famous smuggler Han Solo. He was only known as Han, I guess, before that because he didn't have a last name. He didn't have any people, according to the Imperial recruiter. But he grows up on a planet called Corellia, which, if you're familiar with Star Wars, you're aware of Corellia's existence and how many cool things come out of it. Which is it's like a shipbuilding planet where they basically milk labor there and create a lot of the battleships that the Empire uses. But all sorts of other cool ships come from that planet as well. But it also has a lot of street rats, people who have to grow up stealing, thieving, and murdering each other in order to just eat and survive. And Han is no exception to this. But he and his girlfriend, Kira, have a way out. They need to steal coaxium, which is a hyper fuel, which is just as valuable as Kyber, I guess. I don't know. It's pretty valuable, apparently. But they steal just enough of it to bribe their way up through an Imperial blockade to escape the planet. But they're chased by a gangster named, what was her name? Lady Proxima?
Yeah, Lady Proxima?
Yeah. And she's sort of like a Jabba the Hutt style character. Like she's a big worm puppet that lives in water. is really fucking cool. But yeah, she's it's almost like an Oliver Twist style situation where all these orphan children bring her riches, and I guess she feeds them or whatever. But they decide that they are going to steal the hyperfuel they were going to give to her and use it to bribe their way through. And there's a pretty interesting action sequence. They get separated, and we flash forward to a point where Han has now joined the Empire in order to find his way back there to save his girlfriend. But in order to do that, he realizes he can't be a part of the Empire, and he decides to make his way into another group of outlaws, I guess you can call them, or just, bad people, criminals. And he joins this team, this ragtag team of cool cowboys, in order to steal even more hyperfuel, a train load of hyperfuel, actually. But that job goes bad, and they end up being entangled in a deeper plot with even more powerful criminal, like a criminal hierarchy, but they're not the tip top. There's a dangerous criminal named Dryden Vos who is basically going to kill them for failing. But they decide to sweeten the deal by being like, we can get you just as much as we're going to get you, but and more if you give us a chance. And they have to go to Kessel, which, if you're familiar with Star Wars, the Kessel Run is one of Star Wars's most hottest contested topics and debates that has been going on since its inception of the first movie. And this movie finally can put that to rest.
Thank goodness.
People stealing from the Galactic Empire are bad. Yeah, I mean, I meant more like horrible criminals who are.
I didn't want to interrupt you while you were talking, but I did want to say that you implied that they were bad for that.
I meant more they're bad for exploiting orphans. But yeah, they are bad. The Empire rules. We all know that, right? We all read Star Wars the same way, which is the Empire good.
Yep, sure did.
So they agree to this deal. They go to Kessel to get raw coaxium, which they're going to steal, and they end up having to go through a crazy maelstrom nebula cloud style thing, which is interesting, awesome, and cool. And they succeed in their task, but they have to. They basically have a turn of heart, which is because they realize that the coaxium could pay for anything and everything for these underprivileged individuals. So they go against Dryden, and yeah, the movie wraps up in a cool sort of westerny standoff type deal. It's cool. It's a cool movie, but that's sort of the breakdown.
That's accurate. Thank you for telling us what happens in the Star Wars story.
Let's explore the depths of it in the video.
It was weird. I remember after this movie came out, Steve kept texting me, there's good people on both sides, like over and over and over.
There's heroes on both sides, I think is what I said.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Well, thank you for that. I guess with that, we can all crack our drinks, crack our beers, open our wines, and talk about our...
I'm definitely going to whine about something.
Yeah.
Our brief history.
I'm going Blue Monster and Indian whiskey.
Oh, shit.
We call that the Blue Indian Monster.
That's blue milk.
Yeah. That's what you want to drink if you want to fight about Star Wars.
All right, I guess we should go into our brief histories, yeah?
Yes.
A brief history.
That's right. If you're playing at home, it's time to open your drinks. This is something I've been trying to start, but always forget to say it. So cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Squidpod, since you haven't been on Star Wars Month yet, we've been having our guests who aren't on twice, like Alex or our...
Also, Squidpod, I apologize for not adding you to the intro. It slipped my mind to do it, and I didn't. It's
all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
Well, you're here now.
Give us your
brief history with Star Wars as a whole, and then with this film.
I was like most Gen X children raised in amongst Star Wars, so yeah. But this whole Disney era happened kind of when I had like really small kids. So I watched every Star Wars everything.
Right.
And this one in particular, I gotta say, I don't understand why people hated it so much. I loved it.
I agree. Absolutely agree. And yeah, I mean, so your history with Star Wars is basically like similar to ours, steeped in it as a child, and you just always have loved it, kind of thing.
Yeah, and Solo specifically, I was like, I honestly didn't think I was gonna like it as much as I do.
Did you take your kids to see it, or were they too young?
Yes. No,
Yeah.
I took them to see it. Yeah, I think we saw almost every theatrical release altogether.
How did they enjoy it?
They loved it at the time. In fact, they kind of have a fonder memory of Solo. They think it's like one of the best Star Wars movies ever.
I can see that.
That's awesome.
Which is kind of
if they take it all at the same time, right? It's not
Right.
They don't have that separation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're not like currently they're like in their early teens right now, and they basically all hate the sequel trilogy.
Right, which is that's popular right now.
Yeah.
That's a thing people like to do. But
So you're a good parent, yeah.
Cool.
We-
Go ahead.
Oh no, that's the end of my my history with this particular film.
All right, Alex, I know you already gave your Star Wars history when you were here for Attack of the Clones, but what
Yeah,
about
and I
Solo?
didn't keep that brief then.
No.
But yeah, I mean, I love Star Wars. There was a time that is not this time anymore, but there was a time where I knew there wasn't anything about Star Wars that I didn't know. Like
Yeah.
I was like, like could have been a Wikipedia editor level.
Yeah.
But not as much anymore. Like there's stuff I haven't seen and I don't know like every tiny mini detail, but that's my Star Wars. Like I literally have like a Rebel Alliance tattoo. Like I fucking love Star Wars, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the Imperial tattoo.
Yeah.
Actually, when I got this, another friend of mine got the
So do
Imperial
I.
tattoo as well.
No, no.
So that's stolen valor. Solo, to be honest, Solo came out kind of after my. I don't have like it's not like a policy, but it's like I don't rewatch stuff a lot. I with whatever time I have to enjoy media, I like to experience new things. So it's like I don't rewatch especially shows. I don't really rewatch shows because I'd rather sink that time into just learning a new story, even if it's not going to be as good as what I could watch again. So Solo, I saw in theaters, loved it. I probably, if I watched it again, I only watched it again one time, I think. But yeah, I mean, same thing. I was like, okay, it's like. I don't know this guy, but it's like big shoes to fill, man. To be Han Solo. Yeah. Han Solo. Like one of the better fictional characters.
And he
like,
fucking kills it,
like
though,
period.
Too.
He's so good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Harrison Ford is obviously so commanding that it's like I'm sure he was scared shitless. And then people would probably just shit on him anyway, but
I mean that's anything new in Star Wars gets shit on,
sure.
Basically.
But I mean, I think that you know what I mean? It was when I saw it, I liked it. I really liked it.
Me too. I remember when I first saw the trailer for this movie, it was actually Alex, you and I and a bunch of friends of ours used to go to a cottage every year in the depths of February when it was just like a frigid hellscape. We would go to this cottage. And the trailer for Solo released while we were at that cottage, and we all put it on not like a massive TV, but like there was a TV, and we, everybody shut up for a second, and we blasted the volume and watched it. And I remember being excited because there was so much sort of speculative bullshit beforehand, based entirely around the rumors of what was happening in the filming of this movie. Mm-hmm. And so I was expecting this trailer to be trash. I mean, I wasn't like fully expecting it, but there was a fear in the back of my head that I was going to look at it and be like, oh, this looks like shit. And then I saw it and was like, oh, I'm excited. Seeing Donald Glover as Lando. Lando's one of my favorite Star Wars characters, and it's mostly because of the expanded universe stuff, because he's not really in the movies all that much. He's in Empire Strikes Back quite a bit. Return of the Jedi, he does some cool stuff at the end and kind of the beginning, but not really. And then in the sequels, he's completely forgotten about until the last second, which is really unfortunate. but he's a massive part of this movie. He has a really excellent comic book series. If you guys are interested in comics, the Lando series is so good.
I read that. It is good. It's really good.
So good. The early part of it where like he basically steals the Empire's pleasure yacht and doesn't realize it. Like it's an accidental, like, oh my God, we stole the Emperor's fucking pleasure yacht. Whoopsies. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was super excited. And but I felt like I had to hide it almost from like other Star Wars fans because of the amount of like pre-hatred that the movie was getting. I couldn't like fully put my chest into how excited I was because it would just be a battle, and you'd have to like end up having a debate with somebody about something that neither of us was
pre-stigmatized.
Yeah, and it was difficult because you just want to grab the person and be like, you haven't seen the movie. Like you can't say it's shit without having seen it. I'm sorry, that's not something you're allowed to do. And then the movie came out and all of those people kind of shut up. Like everybody who was talking about how bad the movie was going to be, shut up. They didn't say it was good, but they didn't say it was bad either, which is not something that happens with Star Wars very often. Usually when a Star Wars movie comes out, it is so on blast for how bad it is or praised for how good it is. And this one just kind of drifted into the background. And I think it's because all these people were worried about having to double back on what they had said about the movie being bad and couldn't admit that it was good. And
I'm just going to say this live on the internet, but I fucking hate Star Wars fans. Star Wars fans are the worst.
Yeah, they
are. The worst. The fucking worst.
Yeah, I mean, I do a Star Wars YouTube channel, and like there's some really great Star Wars fans that are a part of our community, but there's also like the ones that just pop in there just to be mean and annoying. You know, we did like one episode on the Acolyte, and like our comments section like flooded with maniacs just being like, no, your fucking audience, but they clearly they're like, I haven't watched this video and I never will, and they're just shitting on the video having not seen it. And you're like, okay,
which is crazy because the Acolyte is like one of my favorite Star Wars things.
It's interesting. It's definitely like I have issues, like specific issues with like sort of the flow of the story or whatever, but like the concept, everything in it is like really neat, and it was almost like gonna breathe new life into like what a Star Wars series could be.
It's wild though, because you know, like a bunch of our videos have like, you know, 200,000 100,000 views, and like they're you know, doing well, but that video is still at like 1,000 views out of like all of our hundreds of videos. Like people just refuse to watch it, and it got buried. And like the whole concept of that video was like, let's try and retell the Acolyte in the way that we would do it to see if it changes people's perspective on the Acolyte. But they wouldn't even give it the chance that was, you know, like us going in and tweaking things and changing it. They're like, no, we just don't like it at all. And you're like, okay, whatever, guys. But I mean, that's kind of what Star Wars fandom has always been as well, right? Like all the way back
at least
to
since the prequels.
But even the Return of the Jedi, there was a giant wave of people who loved A New Hope and Empire, and then
my dad didn't like Jedi. My dad
didn't
Ewoks
like
Jedi because of Ewoks. Yeah,
exactly.
And it's funny to think. It's funny to think because, like, I like the original trilogy was just absorbed to me all at once as a child. Like I just watched them.
Yeah,
and so there was no separation for me. But it was like, but to hear it was so funny. To the parallel, like hearing my dad talk about how he's like, I saw Star Wars, the classic story, the Star Wars at the drive-in, and the Star Destroyer goes over, you know, and then everyone saw Empire, and Empire was great. He's like, and then he's like, then there's the one, he's like, then I saw the last one, and it was all these stupid fucking like teddy bears. It was like the fucking Care Bears in Star Wars. He's like, it was all shit. And I was like, whoa. And it was funny that what
your dad's like, Ewoks, more like Ewokes.
Yeah,
right.
It sounded so much like people who hate on the prequels.
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa. I was like, I didn't realize that this subset of people existed because to me, I'm like your kids, Joel. It was like, it's like they don't see Solo as separate from the other stuff. It's just like all one. It's homogenized, right?
Yeah. It is, but at the same point, like this one is the one they like. And and then the other stuff is like, they ruined Star Wars.
For sure,
yeah.
Like,
which is the exact attitude.
They made Han old.
Yes. Why did they make him so old? Why they
dare they?
Yeah. Why they get the guy from the Dial of Destiny to play Han Solo? Yeah, it's wild to think about. And I don't want to like, keep treading on this because we've talked about it almost every episode so far, but it's like to us, our generation, the people like, we're all varying ages here, but within sort of like a 5-10 year age gap. But it's like we had the mysticism of Star Wars. It was a thing that existed before we were, either intelligent enough to think about what we're watching, or we weren't even born when it was made. So the prequels were this very special thing for us because we didn't know that they were going to make more Star Wars, even though it's like George Lucas's plan all along was to do it. And now it's like that mysticism of experience the prequels, loving them, and then the new ones coming out. It does kind of it erodes down, where it's like your excitement doesn't get as peaked as it once did.
For sure.
But like like I remember watching the trailer for The Rise of Skywalker and like getting a lump in my throat, being like, Lando's coming back. Sick, I'm so happy. And
what's really interesting though, with the prequels, there is a generational divide where did the Clone Wars animated series exist? Like if you grew up watching the prequels and that existed, you have a totally different opinion of the prequel.
Yeah, but that also came out after those movies.
No, but that's what he's saying. He's saying if you were born now. And
right.
It already exists. Yeah. No, I never thought about that perspective. That's definitely interesting.
Yeah, like what if an Empire Strikes Back series came out now or when we were kids? I mean, that would be sick, but
it'd be interesting. Maybe they should do a Disney. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I know you love Mandalorian, and we all do too, but let's try something else.
Yeah.
Let's get an what is it? Shadows of the Empire. Remember that video game?
Yeah,
comic book series.
Yeah. They were teasing that for years. I feel like the internet was like, it's coming. Obviously, it never got made.
Dildos on the internet were saying that because they were.
If you don't give me Kyle Katarn in a movie or a show, I will cancel my Disney Plus subscription.
I want Kyle Katarn.
That video game is the reason I love IG-88 so much, because there's this crazy battle with him in
he's in like the second level and you kill him.
Yeah, but it's like a crazy battle in a junkyard. I just remember I loved it when I was
it's cool.
12.
IG-88.
It was super hard.
Yeah, I remember I got a Boba Fett IG-88 double action figure with a comic book in it, and it was one of the things that spurred me into loving comics. And I was an illustrator for a long time. This comic was one of the reasons that I started to understand the intricacies of drawing robots and stuff. I'm like, oh, look at all the little things, because I would sit there and just try and draw IG-88. Yeah, Star Wars. Anyway, Star Wars is special to me.
Yeah.
The first time I watched this movie, I thought it fucking ruled, and I walked out being like, is this the best Star Wars that I've seen since?
Honestly, to be honest, whenever Star Wars is even 6 out of 10, every single time I watch something, I'm like, I don't know, is this better than the best one? Is this the best Star Wars has ever been? Is this better than the original? When I watched the first season of Mandalorian, I'm like, is this better than the original trilogy? I'm like, it's like. Am I giving too much nostalgic credit to the original trilogy? But then I realized I felt like that every time.
Yeah, every single time. One of our friends, Cam, he's been on the show a few times. He's a perfect person to go see a Star Wars movie with, because he's so cynical in a very funny way.
Grounded.
Yeah, that he'll be like, it was fine, but then he'll be like, I don't know, why do they always have to have people, talking about he doesn't like you, bullshit like that. I saw this movie with him, and he's like, what, they can't think of a new Star Wars theme? Why does it always have to be the Force theme? Han Solo's theme is different. Why didn't they use Han Solo's theme? I'm like, okay, Cam, man, you're hitting the buttons, because I'm like, wasn't it cool when the train exploded?
The problem is you can't be mad at anything Cam says, because he's always smiling when he talks.
It's true.
He also has a very funny way of speaking,
and he's very smart and knowledgeable about film. So you're like,
and he's infallibly lovable.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Cam.
But yeah, I've seen, I think, most of this new Star Wars movies in theater. I think I've seen almost every single one of them with Cam, except for I think The Force Awakens. But I think
we'll probably see Mandalorian and Grogu with Cam in May. So.
Yeah, there was one of the reasons that I started to have great affection for him was I'm like, oh, he's a movie person, so am I. But then I realized his movie dumb is it's much higher of a mountain than what I'm on. Yeah. I'm I'm on I'm on the Snow Bunny Hill.
I am in a valley.
Yeah,
he watches 400 movies a year for his literal.
Well, he's a movie reviewer. It's his whole thing. Anyway. So, yeah, I saw it with him the first time. Loved it, but on the way out, obviously, like Cam was doing his cynical thing, and I'm like, yeah, I guess. And it makes you think a little bit more critically. But then you're still like, but also it's good. And he's like, no, yeah, it is. I'm like, okay. Because when we saw Rogue One together, he was like, I don't know. Tarkin looked like a fucking ghoul. Like, that's true. He did look like a ghoul. You're right.
He did look like a ghoul because he was CGI.
Anyway, Jason, you go now.
Mine's quick, honestly. Literally, I wanted to hate this movie, and I think I just got poisoned. This is like it's 2018, so it's pre my movie renaissance, like going into movies and watching as many as I can. And I sat down with it with a friend, and I think he brought it over on DVD, and we put it in, and I think we both wanted to dislike it because we were just like riff tracksing it the whole time, which is like not fair because now
it's not like you're watching
a different time.
You're not watching a horror B movie from the 1980s.
Watching this week, I watched it twice because I did that with all the Star Wars movies this month. Because I don't have to be. Normally, when I watch a movie for the show, I write down all the beats of the movie so I can sort of like tell the story of the movie,
remember it,
but and also remember it. But for Star Wars month, I was like, it's different. I can watch it twice and take way less notes and make little jokes or whatever. And both times I was stoked the whole time. It has about 5 very distinct sections, and each section has like 3 little acts to it. And it's like 5 cool Han Solo stories that are all one big overarching sort of story.
Sure, yeah.
And
this is one of those movies where it's like you can't break this down into a 3-act structure because it's not really a 3-act structure.
No,
it's
it really
just
isn't.
like a bunch of little vignettes.
Yeah. Which is really, this is how you have to do a Han Solo story, I think, to really cover everything about him, his come up. And also, like, this movie almost kind of ends in a bit, not quite a cliffhanger, but leaves room in case they ever wanted to make a sequel to this. And I'm like, weren't they going to make like a Lando movie at one point? Wasn't that discussed?
It's apparently still in development.
Yeah, and Donald Glover is still interested in doing it. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know why they haven't, and I think it 100%. You know what? I do know why they're not doing it. This movie didn't make as much money as they wanted, so that's why they haven't done it yet.
Yeah,
but,
which sucks because it was like the setup for like this would have spawned a completely different trajectory in Star Wars, I think.
And like Star Wars has always had comedic beats and funny moments and stuff that is charming. I think charming is more accurate than funny. Star Wars has never been like it's never been like table pounding, gut pain, laughter.
When Darth Maul stepped on a rake.
Yeah, and he went, he's like, we will have our revenge.
If the rake was correct, I will find them quickly, Master.
Classic Darth Maul.
Yeah. He gets visions.
Double-sided rake.
He's raking. Yeah.
He steps on it, and it's also the claw hits him in the head.
Oh God. Oh fuck! I forgot what I was going to say now. That's funny. Anyway, yeah, we can move on.
The Empire did nothing wrong.
The Empire did nothing wrong. Yeah, let's go into production talk.
All right. Quiet on set. Are we rolling? Okay, let's shoot this piece of shit.
Sound. Speed. Action!
My goodness, those interstitials.
Wow, you made them. Also, shout out to Alex Gow for making our new season 4 interstitials.
I'm going to take credit every time.
Those are good.
Yeah, they're great. Steven made the music and voiceover, and I slapped them on each other. So there's some work that went into it from all of us, but some of us did more work than others. Let's just say
it's you. Obviously,
I mean, Jason received my video.
I received the videos.
He uploaded them to this. Yeah.
No,
you did the graphics.
No.
Or, I mean, you did some of the graphics.
You're great, Jason.
Oh, I did that last graphic. I did a couple.
You helped. You helped.
Yeah. I'm helping. Look what I made.
Jason, you can be goalie.
Okay. My dad was a goalie, so that tracks.
The goalie is a very important position.
Yeah. You're really important.
I can't wait to try to explain this to my dad later. He'll be like, "Yeah, that makes perfect sense." So this movie, no sequel because this movie cost about $300 million to make, and worldwide gross approximately, from my notes, $393 million. So like no sequel. We'll see because it's Star Wars and people.
Well, there's the Darth
I feel
Maul
like
show.
they could capitalize on Donald Glover more than they could on Solo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also the Darth Maul show that's coming out. It is animated, but I think it's going to play into some of the events, or at least lead up to some of the events of this movie. Like I assume Dryden Vos is probably going to be a character in that show in some capacity.
I should hope so.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like his rise to what we see at the end of this, which is like the person who's in charge of the Crimson Dawn. It's like, have you ever seen Rebels? Anybody watched Rebels?
Yeah. I've watched all the Star Wars. So
okay. I'm just going to assume you've seen everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen everything.
And like where we see him there, it's like his downfall comes pretty hard and heavy. And it is one of the most interesting endings to a thing, because I did not expect that at all. To see Darth Maul show up in this movie was kind of mind-blowing. But anyway, we should be talking about the production.
Right. So originally, this movie was supposed to be directed by Phil Lord and Chris Miller.
Yeah, it was directed by them. A great percentage of it, in fact, was directed by them. 80% of the movie was completed before it was taken away from them, but they weren't listening to the studio notes, they weren't listening to the producer notes, and they weren't listening to Lawrence Kasdan.
More importantly, Lawrence Kasdan was mad.
And for those of you who don't know who Lawrence Kasdan is, he is the writer of Empire Strikes Back and The Force Awakens and Return of the Jedi, and he's one of the foremost writers of Star Wars in the Star Wars cinematic universe.
And Raiders of the Lost Ark. So like he's Lucasfilm.
He's a big Star Wars guy. And
the pedigree for these two guys is pretty nuts. I feel like making all the Lego movies and the 21 Jump Streets, which are all great films, and the Across the Spider-Verse movies, like they probably thought that they had carte blanche to do whatever they wanted. So I kind of see it from their point of view, but also
they're also like they're comedic writers, first and showrunners first and foremost, which is strange because the reason that this movie was taken away from them is because it is said or rumored to have been that they were making it too comedic. And this movie does have a lot of goofy, funny like one of the funniest things I've ever seen is Donald Glover being like the Calrissian Chronicles. He's got like a little floating hologram of his head. Like it's very funny. But that kind of stuff is happening throughout, and you can sort of see the echoes of Lord and Miller throughout, where it's like that feels like a holdover, that feels like a holdover. There's even an entire sequence where I'm like, did they have Donald Glover doing like a crazy Billy D. Williams impression, and then Ron Howard came in and was like, we need to pull this back.
The beginning was crazy.
Yeah,
when he's in that junkyard, or not junkyard.
Yeah, the first introduction of him is insane. I was like, whoa! I'm like, I don't remember him.
I think what makes it even more jarring
like
is, I think the way it makes it even it's even more jarring is because the card game that they have when he's first introduced, it's not that intense, but then there's a sequence where they're in like an impound lot. And he is going heavy into the like. I don't like it. I don't agree with it.
When he gets to the planet with the slaves that they free, I swear the whole sequence of that he's doing a Billy D. Williams impression, and the rest of the movie, I'm like, that's just Donald Glover talking. So I can see what you're saying with that. That's interesting.
I think that's absolutely what happened. Is that they're like, we cannot have it be this much, but we spent so much on this set that we've already torn down, so this part of the movie has to stay in. But I kind of like it though. I like when he's doing the Billy D voice, because it makes you realize like how crazy Billy D. Williams talks. Like he is such a character, right? Whereas Donald Glover is also a character, but like, he's doing an impersonation.
But I feel like if there was a Lando series, he'd probably like kind of bring it right in the middle somewhere.
Or just it's almost like a caricature that he puts on, like when he's around people, where be impressive here. So I'm gonna talk like this all of a sudden.
Well,
you're truly like here with us amongst the clouds.
It's like Han's his sort of outlaw his outlaw persona in the original trilogy versus just him talking. You put on an affect when you're in hero mode.
One thing that I do find a little bit disappointing about this is that Lord and Miller did direct so much of this movie that is probably still in this movie, and they're not credited in the credits at the end. I don't know if there is at some point in there.
They got an executive producer credit.
Okay.
And it's like right after Ron Howard, then it's executive producers.
Okay.
William Miller. So yeah. But one thing about the production that I'm on the fence whether I love it or I hate it, and it's the cinematography.
Yeah,
especially
Bradford
when I
Young.
saw it,
yeah. Bradford doesn't seem to believe in lighting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's like unless the characters are in the ambient light of the room, you can't see them, and it's kind of awesome at certain points. Like there's like sequences in Dryden's office where he's almost all the dialogue, they're almost in silhouette, which looks really, really great. Right. But then also part of me is like, I kind of wish I could see them.
I think on Disney Plus, I really do think that they jacked up the lighting stuff, because like I remember in theater being like, what the fuck? Like I can barely see what's happening in this scene. What's happening here? Why are there no like pop lights, or like, there's nothing like, to cut the jawline or something? It's just it's almost like a Christopher Nolan movie. And even like the color grading and stuff is really muted, and it has that sort of like Marvel thing going on where everything is like
the
muddy.
Mud Planet has a lot of that.
But I mean, every planet in this movie has like even when they go to like Lando's cape room, those capes should be popping. They should be like vibrant as hell. Everything that Lando's wearing should be like extremely vibrant, and they should light it that way. But
I was gonna say it because it's like modern Disney Star Wars. It kind of a lot of times remind me of the TV shows, and it kind of has that almost.
I disagree there because it doesn't. I disagree there. This one feels like a movie to me. I haven't. We haven't seen Mando yet, but like that's one of the main complaints. Is like it looks like a TV show, and it's like, well, that's because you've only seen Mando in a TV show. Wait until you watch the movie. I'm sure they're not blowing their load in the trailer for every single thing you're going to see.
I'm watching Andor now, Andor season 2 finally, and it looks great. It looks like a movie, but it still has that quality. That like streaming service quality that a lot of even like really big budget movie styled television shows have. I just thought that this one had a bit of that quality to it, and maybe that is because of what you're positing, that on Disney Plus where I watched it, obviously they jacked up the artificial light to sort of make.
I don't know if I think they did that. I don't know if they did, but I do remember the first time seeing this in theaters versus watching it the other day and not having that issue that I had when I first saw it.
I'm sort of like I've got it on my other screen just on mute, and it's still dark.
Is it? Okay.
So it's still like it's
maybe I just jacked up the gamma on my TV.
Yeah, maybe.
I need to see Han Solo's jawbones. So
it's chiseled.
Yeah. I don't have like, I mean, obviously Ron Howard directed this movie. Ron Howard is an extremely accomplished director, but when it comes to Ron Howard, for me at least, I always think of him as like the most journeyman director that has ever been a journeyman director.
Very much so.
I can think of movies that he's directed that I like, but he's directed so many that I don't even realize he's directed unless I go look up his filmography. And I may have known at one point that it was him and then just forgotten, because he has such a sort of an agreeable style where like none of his movies have a sort of an autoristic visual
defining
identity.
characteristic of them.
Exactly. There's no fingerprint that he places on stuff to be like, oh no, that's a Ron Howard movie. Whereas like Spielberg has it, Lucas has it, but then like tons of other directors that we've done on the show have it. Whereas Ron Howard's movies are just like, it's almost like
Ron Howard's just holding the check and going, oh, that's a Ron Howard movie.
Well, this is what you need. All right, I can do that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Anything you say. He's like, I'm not saying he's a yes man.
I love Ron Howard.
So do I. And I'm not saying that he's a bad director. I'm just saying that he directs things and he directs them well. But you sometimes you could watch it.
Probably
Ron
a
Howard
producer's wet dream.
Yeah, you would never know that he directed a movie unless someone told you this is a Ron Howard movie. Then you would.
Yeah, know. He's like the very definition of competent. Like he'll make a good
he's
movie.
By the book.
Yep. But it's not going to stand out in any particular way.
Yeah, I forgot that he directed this until I saw it in the credits.
Yeah.
But the only other thing I'll mention is Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say there's a couple of things that I did notice where I can tell where there's Lord Miller stuff and there's Ron Howard stuff. It's some of Proxima's henchmen.
Yeah.
Must have had a bigger sort of feature in the Lord Miller cut, because that moment where Kira gets grabbed, I'm like, who the fuck are those guys? They look like ravers, and that's clearly like henchmen from the Lord Miller cut that we didn't really get the focus on them.
Right.
So yeah. Anyway,
there's lots of stuff like that in this movie. There's even Dryden Vos was meant to be, what the fuck is that actor's name? You know, like the actor from The Wire who has like the scar that goes down his face. He's in Community and stuff.
Yeah. He died recently.
He did die recently, but he was meant to be the villain, and he was supposed to be in like full Catman attire. You know, like the Catman hench guys. Like he was gonna be like that, but you would still kind of be able to tell that it was him.
Michael Kenneth Williams. That's his name.
And
Thank you.
he had to be. I think that he filmed a bunch of stuff in it too, and they didn't film enough of it when they started doing the reshoots, and he wasn't available to do the reshoots, so they had to just completely recast him.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, would have been cool. Would have been completely different energy, right? Like
he fucking rips. That guy, he was a wicked actor, man.
Yeah,
he was in like so much good stuff.
And he has like a very menacing presence and voice, and like to have that in Star Wars.
Yeah, because half of his face is a fucking scar, dude.
He's got a giant scar because he was a legitimate gangster in his life.
Yeah,
it would have been
Omar, dude. Comment.
Yeah. Omar is so good.
It would have been a really cool addition to Star Wars because we haven't seen a criminal like that in Star Wars before. And the unfortunate thing is, like, Paul Bettany, also really, really good actor and does a really good job in this movie, but he is just playing angry British man, which is like we've seen so many angry British men in Star Wars so many times. Like almost every villain in Star Wars is an angry British white guy. So it would have been cool, but you know, R.I.P. what could have been, I guess.
Yeah. And R.I.P. Michael Kenneth Williams.
Exactly. Yeah.
Before we move on, though, I just wanted to shout out John Powell, who did a great job with the score. But there is a lot of John Williams stuff sprinkled through. You hear a lot of the motifs. From the original Star Wars.
A few where like the original score stuff in this movie was good. It's not as memorable as something that comes out of John Williams' conducting wand, but like, you know, I didn't mind a lot of it. And like, it was
that
nice.
Duel of Fates sting for the Darth Maul part gave me chills both times. I thought that was pretty excellent.
Well, there's like the do do do. It's like this. It's like a Star Wars, but like it's like a middle ground thing where they take the Star Wars music, but it's like the solo theme sort of.
They take as much as you would have in like a trailer almost.
It's almost like I want to go back in time and have an argument with Cam coming out of the theater to be like, there was a theme, you just didn't notice it because you haven't watched it 10 times yet.
There was also that sort of choral sequence whenever Enfys Nest come on.
Yeah. The like
that was kind of cool too. Yeah,
that's good. Yeah, it's intense. I can't wait to talk about Enfys Nest because they're pretty dope. Like, I assume that's that one person, or is that just the whole thing?
I thought it was. So at one point, I thought it was the group. But
that's what I still.
Yeah, I thought it was like that was like their name. That was the.
I thought. So what I thought was like the main one is Enfys, and then Enfys Nest is like all of them together is like Enfys Nest is the whole group, and then the one person is Enfys.
But then later on, they refer to her specifically as Enfys Nest, and I'm like, I don't know.
Maybe they didn't. Like, is your last name Nest? And she's like, how dare you ask that question? And she goes and gets the hammer at the bar. You never know, even in the movie. Yeah.
Her people were Nest.
I don't.
Sorry, but I think her. Sorry, this is not in production, so I'll save it for later.
Okay, I don't really have any more production notes. Other than like, I wanted to bring up. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, one of the cool things about this movie, I would say, is the mix of practical and digital effects.
This is what I was going to say too. I was like, should we talk about this now or later? But yeah, we can talk about it now.
Yeah. So like all that whole speeder chase sequence is like cars. They're like little dune buggies, where and then they'll seamlessly like blend them with CGI in between.
It's like the perfect way to do a chase like that, because you are aware that there are CG elements, but the tactility and like the versatility of the vehicles they're in feel real enough that your brain is tricked into like being like, I know that giant ocean planet that they're on and they're on these weird docks are not real, but the real cars and like the real sort of like fake road beneath them it's enough to make you
because it has the same movement. It has a natural movement,
and you can see them jerking around
in a real way.
Floaty. It's not like when you're watching Clone Wars and they're in the speeder and they're like doing like the Captain Kirk stuff from like like the 60s. Like it feels more real because they're being jerked around by this thing that's actually being whipped around on set. And also just like the style of all that stuff is really cool. It looks straight out of like a Ralph McQuarrie painting where it's like they're taking that sort of like soft edged boxy look of everything and just injecting it into it. And it also like it reminds me of when you're driving around downtown, like where I live right now. Sometimes like the industrial areas, like, or when you're driving in between like St. Catharines and like the GTA, where there's like that weird sort of like burning industrial town. It feels like that. You're like, oh,
it's that, but a planet.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that one trip over the bridge. You know that there's a Lady Proxima swimming under that bridge, being like, "Bring me go."
Imagine Hamilton was an entire planet.
Oh my god, that's right. That's accurate.
Yeah, I'd rather live on Corellia.
Yeah, Planet Hamilton. Oh my god.
Oh man.
Okay, that was all I had for the
so much fentanyl.
Yeah, I was trying to remember the guys. Lin-Manuel Miranda or whatever. He's the king of Planet Hamilton. Okay. Let's go into the body of the episode.
The body of the episode?
Everybody back up, because here comes the body of the episode.
So typically, this is where I start to talk, but since it's Star Wars month, Steven's going to take the reins and Sherpa us through all of the steps it takes to build a successful Han Solo story.
A successful Han Solo tale. So I'm gonna read the opening. It's not a crawl in this one, but I do like that they still use the blue text. It felt kind of like Blade Runner-y.
I wrote crawl fake out.
Yeah, crawl fake out is good. Yeah,
a long time ago in a galaxy far away, and then it doesn't go bang.
I was watching it with Danny, and Danny went bang, and then like it just nothing, and then I was like, "Are you embarrassed?" And Danny went, "Yes." So in this one, it says, "It is a lawless time. Crime syndicates compete for resources, food, medicine, and hyperfuel."
I wrote
on the shipbuilding planet of Corellia, the foul Lady Proxima forces runaways into a life of crime in exchange for shelter and protection. Still going. On these mean streets, a young man fights for survival, but yearns to fly among the stars. And then we get him like hot wiring a car. It's cool. It's a good opening, man. It's so good.
And then that shot on his face when the car turns around is like so.
But it's also like you see the sparks and you can see that he's all beat up and stuff, and you're like, well, right away, you're there to see a Han Solo movie, and you're like, this is exactly what Han Solo would be like as a young boy.
Mm-hmm. I wrote while that whole thing was happening. I said right away, I like that this movie implies a sense of scarcity, which is not always a big thing in Star Wars. It's like, people just hop in their spaceship and fuck off like you would get in your car. You know what I mean? But it's like right away, I'm like, oh, okay. It's like there are things that are not readily available. It just everything feels available in Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. There's sort of like an interesting theme throughout this movie is the idea of like servitude and indentured servitude.
Yeah,
and like just right off the bat, you're like, okay, Han Solo is just working the streets, like he's hustling.
Yeah,
and he's doing it just to have a place to sleep and eat. It's not even like
he's
not living. He's surviving
aspirations. He's just literally trying not to literally starve and die.
And you can kind of see when he like finds Kieran, pulls her aside to be like, hey, I stole this hyperfuel. You can kind of tell that that's like maybe their room, and it's like it's not great.
Yeah, it's kind of an alcove in a sewer.
You live in it's like a hovel, and it's got like a hole in the wall where it's like you kind of and it's like this one doesn't have any liquid coming out of it. Let's sleep in here tonight.
Yeah,
like,
but I love when Star Wars has something where it's something precious, like fuel or like kind of like Beskar. Like every time in Mandalorian, every time he gets another little bit of Beskar, you're like, you turn into like a loot goblin for him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, and the lower you are on the totem, because like Mando is like an accomplished bounty hunter, but you can tell that like he's doing it for specific purposes. This is their
for sure.
This is their lifeline to a new life, right? They feel trapped here. But we know as Star Wars viewers, like, oh yeah, you're gonna leave this planet and you're gonna land somewhere else that is equally as bad or worse.
You don't know how good you have it. A nice warm sewer.
Yeah. Lady Proxima is not that bad compared to Dryden Vos being like, oh yes, I found her on Corellia. The smell, am I right? Ooh.
Are there other aliens?
Anybody want an egg yolk?
Are there other aliens in the Star Wars universe that are like Lady Proxima? Like, what is?
I mean, Jabba's kind of like it. It reminds me of Jabba a lot because it's like
I've never seen.
The thing is like
vampire
vampire, very much a vampire. But every Star Wars movie, they introduce a new like species of alien. So like Star Trek keeps it all sort of contained, so there's only so many, and you know who they are. Star Wars isn't that. It's just like that.
We can just
invent a new one.
But they don't miss, man. When they add new ones, they're always awesome. Like Proxima was awesome.
True.
The small dudes. What are those small ones from Mandalorian? From the sequel trilogy.
Like the Babu
Frick. Yeah, what was Babu Frick? Like Babu Frick was wicked, dude.
We're getting more Babu in the Grogu movie, so
it's going to be a whole Babu.
But there's like a weird little bat creature in this one too. Remember, he's got like a little suit on. And he's like,
it just comes over to that little bat creature. I made a note about it. I was like, because this movie, I noticed there's a lot more aliens in general, especially this opening sequence when they go into Proxima's lair. The wide shots of like that cantina where the head in a jar alien, which is my new favorite alien.
But my favorite shot is when they first go in and Lando's at the sabacc table and he's like, "Is this seat taken?" And like Lando's like, "Doesn't seem taken to me." And then it like does this wide shot and there's like a million aliens crowded around and they all look fucking wild. There's one that's like the size of like a 2-story house with one giant eye, and I'm like, this looks like they just drew a bunch of bullshit aliens and then they just made them into.
And like, all of those, they're all practical, all of them.
Yeah, and it's so crazy. The guy with like the flower eyeballs, and he's like looking around and he's looking at his cards. And he's like, eyes on your own cards, all of them, asshole. So good.
So it seems like with keeping it back to Lady Proxima. Seems like the bipedal guys with the weird shield.
There's some sort of like they're like her sons or something.
Yeah, I feel like it's like an ant colony. That was the implication.
That's interesting. Yeah.
The one thing that reminded me of, I know that you've probably seen it, Squidpod, is the Geonosian queens. How they like exist underneath the surface of Geonosia, and like. I don't know what light would do to her, but she seems kind of like she's menacing and huge and just gives birth to all the other ones.
They're so freaky.
Yeah,
and put that together on the third viewing that her whole thing is darkness. I didn't notice.
Not on the first one when she gets burned by sunlight.
Burned by sun, I didn't. Like the fat vampire in Blade.
Yeah, the first time I watched it on this of the two, I kind of had it just on. I just was like, I'm going to do a pass. Then I watched it, and you catch so much more when you're looking at it. But
when you're not looking across the room, or when you and your friends are bullshitting about it, or whatever. Being like,
no, there really is no excuse for that. Like, I really feel bad that I wanted to dislike this movie the first time because then it just had this stigma in my head for years. And then when we were going to do it, I almost felt like, oh, is it going to be a slog? But I'm immediately like, I now have it on my screen over here. I put it on 0.5 just because we're going to talk about this for a long time. I don't want it to like move forward ahead too far. But just it is dark. But this version of it, when they're in Proximus little layer, you can see everything that's going on, and that blue lighting that's happening really adds to the direness of this planet. Corellia is a very interesting crime planet to me, and it's even more menacing than.
Well, I think the thing that I like about it though is
Precisely.
it's not a crime planet, right? Like it's not like Tatooine or a planet that's run by the Pikes like Kessel and stuff. It's a planet that's run by the Empire primarily and had a government that was taken over by the Empire, and this is their criminal syndicate, which is a bunch of people living in the sewers stealing necklaces and shit, and like
Lady Proxima's gonna have your hide if you don't bring her some shiny bits.
and
It's
she's
like
just got
Oliver
like,
and Company.
but when she comes out of the water and she's got like a million like jangling bits of glowing
When
metal
she
on her.
came out, when she started coming out of the water, I wrote Baron Harkonnen is hanging out here in Blue Town.
I get it.
No, it's Space Liverpool is what it is.
Yeah.
It's just
It's all over Twitter. Like, please, but even the kids are being like, "Lady Proxima's going to give me one more portion tonight for this for sure." She's like, "Correction, give me a portion." Like, come back here. It's like Oliver, yeah, and it's like, yeah, please, sir, may I have some more? And I guess Han is, he's the one that breaks out. And I mean, this feels like a holdover, right, from the Lord and Miller stuff, where he like fakes out a thermal detonator, and she's like, "You don't have a thermal detonator, that's a rock, and you just made a clicking noise with your mouth." Like, it's all so goofy.
That's so Lord and Miller, like that whole sequence. Yeah. There is one part that now I'm like starting to wonder whether it was in the movie or whether it was a deleted scene, but at some point Han mentions that his father used to work building
he
ships.
built ships.
Yeah,
the Millennium Falcon. He's talking to Lando.
Right. That's what it was. So like this whole town, like,
because the Millennium
that's
Falcon
function,
is like
right?
it's a Corellian freighter or something, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Right.
Like,
Yeah. It's basically like it's like if it's Space Flint, Michigan is what it is.
Yeah, Space
Sure,
Force.
yeah.
Yeah,
Michigan.
you're right.
yeah.
Absolutely.
When the Empire falls, Corellia is like, the 4 plants shut down. What are we gonna do?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's when
We're not going to
Lady
fix the water
Proxima,
plant.
Yeah.
that's
We're
when Lady
gonna-
Proxima really takes over. People are drinking the Lady Proxima water, and they're
All
like,
the people in Corellia are talking shit about the Geonosians.
Right, like taking our jobs.
Yeah.
the Geonosians came in here, living there in their
They
shit.
should have built the Death Star on Corellia.
Wait.
Those Geonosians living in their barf towers. Those tower spires look like barf to me.
Bunch of bugs.
Fucking bugs.
I really think-
bugs.
I really like Kira's characterization in this movie. It's a rare thing when you have a woman character not just be like damsel. And in this, it from the very beginning, she's like stoked about Han. She's stoked about everything he's doing. She's not like, you got to chill out. She's like, I want to go on this crazy adventure. And I really enjoy her characterization in this movie.
I
think
forgot
Emilia
she was
Clarke is
in it.
Me
great.
too, especially because there's like a clear, like the first act with her is she's so like, let's go Han. And the second act is like, I've grown up and
Yeah.
shit is real out here, right? Like,
Yeah, and but she's also haunted as fuck. Like everything that she says is like dripping with somebody that's gone through something that you're scared to ask, and clearly she doesn't want to tell you. And it's like, well, I'm not going to ask if you're not going to tell.
And they never really like explain it either.
I think the
You just-
implication is like that she just had to do a lot of violent shit, and like I mean, you can also it's also coded to be like she also had to do stuff that but Star Wars doesn't really want to touch on that, so it's like no, we'll just make her haunted, which is smart because it's a kids movie, right? And like the way they address that is like when she has the sword to Solo's throat at the end. Dryden is like, she's done things that you can't even imagine, Han. Things that'll make your skin crawl. Things that'll make your scars on your face turn red when you're mad. That's another thing I want to talk about is Dryden's face, because I swear there's something going on there when he gets mad. The stripes turn a different color and his eyes get all bloodshot. It's crazy.
That's true, and this is where the cinematography betrays that whole.
Because you feel like you're crazy. You're like,
Right.
Is this happening, or is the lighting weird here? Is it
My understanding is like he's kind of like a chameleon, like
That's what I was thinking.
Those things. Yeah. But then with the cinematography, it just looks like he has scars on his face.
Yeah, it looks like you got clawed on the face. That's
Exactly.
what I just assumed.
Yeah,
it would that's where I'm like lean in, like if that's the case, then make them mood stripes. When he's mad, they go like they start like flickering or something.
Yeah, I thought it was scars, and then later I was like looking at him and I'm like, is he like half human, half Maul or something?
I looked it up, and he's an alien, like he's a humanoid alien. So like he is a type of alien, but like this is another thing that Star Wars usually benefits itself from is like when you have an alien like that, you put a couple throughout other movies so that we can explore it and understand it a little bit better. But they as far as I know, they haven't added his
like half Maul.
Yeah,
I kind of wish they were just scars like that. Like that's such. That like tells more of a story without telling a story. It's like this guy survived some sort of like Wampa attack or whatever,
right,
to get where he is now. He had to like fight in various
he fist fought a Wampa and got a claw to the face.
Yeah. The other lieutenant of the Crimson Dawn was a Wampa. Like,
put a little hat on him.
So yeah, we get our Oliver Twist stuff at the beginning, which I'm already like so after the opening, I'm like, oh man, this is exciting. And then having people like Lady Proxima's gonna fucking bash your brains in. I'm like, this is also really cool. And then Lady Proxima shows up. I'm like, Lady Proxima's cool. And then all of those fears that I had of this movie kind of like, oh, this is going to be a bad movie because of all of the turmoil that it's apparently gone through in terms of filming melted away, and I was just like fully invested and I didn't care anymore. And then the thing that really broke that even further is this amazing chase sequence where it's like it's doing everything that you like about Star Wars and is maybe one of the best chase sequences in Star Wars that we've ever had. Like there aren't too many throughout the movies. There's the one in Clone Wars, there's the one the speeder chase at the beginning in Clone Wars where they're chasing the changeling, and then there's the speeder bike chase in Return of the Jedi where the forest troopers are on their speeder bikes chasing them through Endor, and then there's this, and like obviously I guess you could consider the pod race a chase sequence. They're chasing the glory. They want that Gatorade title. But
Anakin was chasing a path away from slavery.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, so here's another, like looking at Proxima's lair, you can see the people who nab Kira later at the at the airport or whatever.
Space airport, yeah.
Space airport.
I think it's called a spaceport.
Sure. You can see them.
What is space, but not the extreme of air?
It's the thinnest version of air.
Lack thereof.
But because it's the blue lighting is so intense, you don't really like register them as clearly. These are the non.
But my only argument to this would be that like even if it was well lit, your attention is so well drawn by that one guy who has like the crazy Total Recall helmet that you're like,
it should have been all those guys.
Also, like the noise his gun is making, everything about that guy is cool. This is like an example of like one character showing up for just a little bit and doing so little, but also being so menacing. And then when he shows up in the space airport and like the stormtroopers come up to him being like, what are you doing in here? We need your identification. And he just like puts the cane on the guy's chest and moves him out of the way. And it's like, they do have more sway than you think. Like they're able to walk into this place and be like, fuck you, Lady Proxima paid your boss.
Yeah, the cops have been paid off. Like they run it.
It's cool, man. It's doing a lot of world building without necessarily any legwork. Just show a couple of cool guys chasing them and then having power over the Empire, which is supposedly the most imposing thing on Corellia. Not necessarily. Not when Lady Proxima has her sons coming for you. Like I'm gonna go with the Squidpod theory, which is those are her sons. She just pops them out.
I like that
I
they're
think she has
like
lots of them.
seemingly smaller. You know what I mean? It's like
Mhm. And then they have those dogs that also look like I mean, I guess they can go out in the daylight, but like they look like wormy dogs too, which are pretty cool.
Well, I like the dogs. That's a really intense scene in that chase where they line up the two cars but the dogs are there barking.
Yeah, the dogs
Yeah.
barking through the side.
Oh,
and,
it
yeah.
just gives it like
Yeah.
that extra sense of tension to it. It's great.
There's also
something-
they blast through like a C-3PO style unit too when they go through the
Oh yeah.
checkpoint.
and then they have
you
the-
need to. Oh, God.
Then they get the like the state trooper.
yeah.
Yeah, I love the state trooper. Actually, yeah, I've got a little Lego set of the state trooper right
Oh, there
here.
you go.
But,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
And
I have a
He's on
note
my
here that
screen
says
right now. That's crazy.
ACAB includes Imperial Traffic Troopers.
It does.
Yeah.
It for sure does. I'd put them at the top of the list. In fact,
And I also I love that bike. I don't know, everything about this. It feels very, I think maybe it's the pairing of the music and the practicality of all the effects. And I don't know, maybe the hairstyles and stuff as well. Like he does have a very 1970s style haircut throughout this movie, but it makes you feel like you're watching an old Star Wars. Like you feel like you're in an old Star Wars movie. You don't feel like you're in a Disney era Star Wars. It feels like it's right there where it should be.
But it's also got that like the little detailing, like the car they stole. You can tell it's like a muscle car, but like it's missing a piece. Like
well,
it's
it literally
missing a
has.
fender.
It has a version of fuzzy dice. His dice
Totally,
on the
for
chain, the
sure.
little like metal dice.
Space
I was
dice.
like, it's space dice. Yeah.
Which is also a thing that like he does have in the old movies. And so it's not nearly as big as, for some reason, Disney really latched onto that, because like the old movies did not really give a shit about the dice. at
Yeah,
all.
it was just something that was on it.
Yeah. Which is fine, I guess, but like they attached a lot of sentimentality to these dice that like not even like hardcore Star Wars fans would be like, oh my god, the dice. Like we didn't give a fuck about the dice. But in this movie, it's important. It's a symbol of, where he comes from and what he plans to be or whatever. But then, it's given back to him, and he's like, I guess I am the dice. The dice are me. And then they don't they bring them back in the sequels? Like Luke gives them to Leia at the end or some shit. I can't remember.
Yeah. And I guess like, okay, I mean, I think because of Solo, it's given like gravitas, but like I think if the sequel trilogy had done
but if you
that out
skipped
of
Solo,
nowhere,
like you'd be like, what the fuck is
you're
this?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
I also like that there's racing stripes on their speeder too. That
I do also like that. We didn't really talk about it in our episode 3 episode, but General Grievous's ship looks like a hot rod as well, right? Like George Lucas loves old classic cars and shit. So I do like that they kind of put that into this moment where it seems like he's doing a drag
and graffiti, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we know how George Lucas feels about this movie?
I think he liked it.
I think he did like it too. Yeah, I think that once they got rid of Lord and Miller, Lawrence Kasdan was happy, and George Lucas was probably happy by extension. But I also think that George Lucas, like when he watches them, he's like, it's fine.
Yeah.
But I captured what I wanted to do with this character, and
I would have done it differently, but
I want to see the George Lucas Solo movie where he's just doing one-liners the whole time.
Oh man,
I don't think that he would have done a Solo movie though. Like he would have just like kept the Skywalker saga going forever. He'd be like, well, then I've got another 4, 5, 6 after 12, 8, 9, 10, 18, 19. It would just kept going.
Yeah, it'd be Shmi, Skywalker
Shmi.
story.
He does episode 18, 19, and 20.
But Shmi is like the granddaughter, like Luke and Leia's grandchildren. So chase scene, very well done.
That tilted setup that we're gonna come back to. So like a little bit.
And
of
this is like a
foreshadowing.
classic thing in a movie where it's like, okay, but then it's the Lord Miller setup where like you think it's gonna succeed and then it just barely doesn't, which is it is funny, like visually where they're about, if it just went like maybe 6 more feet, they would have got it.
It's also a massive foreshadow for the climax.
Yeah. Which is a classic Falcon. Like even when you see the speeder do it, you're like, "Oh, that's the Falcon move." You know? What I mean?
Yeah.
Which is
But
then
it's also like classic George Lucas too, or Spielberg even, like Indiana Jones. This happens like where it's like, almost there, but then it's like the failure at the last second, and he's just got.
And then you just look at each other. Oh,
they're like, ooh.
And I've even like at this point like that, like watch this, and he does it. And this is where I'm like, oh, this guy is like, he is Han Solo before he has the confidence, but like he thinks everything's gonna work, but he doesn't deserve it yet. You know, he will deserve the confidence eventually, but right now he's cocky. Like he even tells
right now
Luke,
he's just Han.
Yeah. And even like Han later, when Luke gets a little bit too cocky, he says like, don't get cocky. Like, you know, you don't know yet. But,
right.
But because he knows from experience. And then we finally get into the spaceport.
Space airport.
And this is another one that's like, it's really sort of, it's like a stew of like interesting monsters, but also at the same time the true monsters, which are the Empire. But then you can also see that these people are like easily corruptible. They go up with a plan to bribe a gate person. I think it's interesting that they cast sort of like a rigid woman in this role, because it's like, I don't know. There's something about it, like a rigid British woman that like is so proper
serving the Empire.
It's so proper in your mind that you think that they would be
Kool-Aid.
Yeah, like they would be incorruptible, but like she 100% is on board to like she's
looking straight forward like the whole time, and when they pull out the coaxium, she like looks down at it like, okay, well, you got me.
Yeah.
I don't know who this actor is, but she does she pulls it off well, being like, holy fuck. I could buy so many portions with that.
Yeah. Lady Proxima will reward me handsomely.
She's like a toll booth operator, essentially. Like,
I know,
way above her pay grade.
She's a TSA agent.
Yeah, she's exactly. TSA. Yeah.
She's like,
what I thought was really interesting.
Are you bringing any Corellian fruits or vegetables, which are just like gross slugs with like a bunch of bolts stuck to them? Yeah.
What I thought was really interesting about this sequence too is when they get to the other side, when they go through. Han sees
when one of them goes through.
Whoa.
Yeah, when he sees a video for like the recruitment, and it's the most US propaganda playing the Imperial, like a nice sort of almost Fallout version.
Yeah, they played it in like a reverse major key. So like all the parts that are supposed to be sort of like heavy and weighty and scary are like now triumphant sounding. It's like it's a really interesting way to you're like, oh,
come see the galaxy.
Yeah, you'll love
learn a skill.
When he goes and tells, when he goes and signs
familiar, super
for
Earth.
the Imperial army.
That's when they said the name of the movie in the movie.
Now, he says his name Solo, and I know that's said a bunch of times in this, but I think it's really interesting that we get an origin story for his last name, which
I don't think it's interesting. I think this is one of the parts that I think this is one of the parts in the movie that everybody's like, okay.
Yeah, I hate that.
I liked it.
I think this was my only big eye roll in this movie.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I think for me, if he just said like, oh, Solo, eh? Like instead of saying like Han Solo, he should have just been like, oh, Solo, eh? Okay. I'll put you down as whatever. Like it doesn't need to be like so grandiose. But
I wish it
doesn't
had been
bother
Han,
me.
like had Han said it, like just kind of like Han
Solo.
last name Solo.
Looks down at a glass and says glass.
Yeah, it would have been like, I feel like it would have been better. It's the fact that it's the Imperial officer does it and looks so delighted.
So like does it like so flippantly.
You know, it'd be so funny though, but would also be a huge middle finger to Star Wars in general. Would be like, I'll put you down as Solo then, like I have for the last 5 fuckers, and like there's a bunch of Solos. Like there's so many Solos out there.
Solo.
Yeah,
all technically related.
Jimmy Solo.
Yeah, Brandon Solo. Yeah.
Solo.
My name's John Solo.
How's it going? It's me, Craig Solo.
Hi, I'm Tiati Solo.
It's me, Kiefer Solo.
Because they wouldn't necessarily all be. normal. A lot of them would have Star Wars names.
And then it would cut
Solo.
Boba Solo.
Yeah, Boba Solo. Yeah.
And then it would cut to like the planet after where there's like the battle happening. It's like Solo Squad. And they're like, yeah. There's like a bunch of them, which is like even more content.
Yeah, it almost turns into like a Game of Thrones naming convention.
Yeah, where it's like your bastards are named like rivers, waters. Yeah. Anyway, that would be funny, and I almost feel like that probably would have been a Lord.
Yeah.
Joke.
That's his bread and butter. He pretends like he's coming up with it for the first time every time.
Right.
Like a cool. Oh, look how clever I am. but
I also
it's
just
all with no last names, so it's like he literally does it every day at work.
But also the idea that there would be like a bunch of people paired together and they're all called Solo is like the irony is just like it's funny.
Like light up alphabetically.
yeah. Or they like Solo, like when someone Imperial officers, Solo. Everyone's like, sir.
But it does. It's sort of like I don't know whether it's just me, but it feels like the actor who's playing the Imperial officer is like smug, like he just named the iconic character himself.
Like he's never met somebody who didn't have a last name before on a planet with orphans and shit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
But it's like he almost very nearly like turns, winks at the camera, goes,
yeah.
Solo.
It is the way he's doing it. Yeah. Also, I'm like, this is one of those actors where you're like, is this a guy? Like, is this like a predominant stage actor in London, England, or something? Like, there's a few moments in this movie where I'm like, I think I'm supposed to know who, or like, there's probably somebody somewhere who's like, oh my god, that's Brandon Fleshlight, and he's one of the best stage performers in all of
Brandon Freshlight. No, it's Freshlight.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, what do you think I said?
No, I know that you said Fleshlight, but
I didn't say that. I said Freshlight. Jason.
You said Freshlight.
I would never say Fleshlight as a last name. Han Fleshlight.
He looks down.
I saw you in the bathroom earlier, so I'm gonna put you down as
it's Han Fleshlight.
Han Glory Hole.
Yeah. He had already given out all his funny names for that day, and he's like, fuck, I can't think of any other good ones, so you're gonna be Han Solo.
Han Job.
Oh, you're lucky the guy before you was Han Handjob.
Yeah, the thing that I said basically.
Han Job. So yeah, he gets broken up with Kira. It's quite emotional and pretty effective for me, at least. Like, I think that this guy, what's his name? Aaron
Han Solo.
Alden and Rich.
Yes.
I was wondering about this because as he goes through, Kira's grabbed by just two.
The butt baby of Lady Proxima or whatever.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. These are the ravers I was complaining about earlier.
The ravers.
Yeah. The ravers get her.
Like you see them, but because of the shield face guy, like you don't see them at all.
He's so cool. He draws the eye, dude.
Cool. Yeah. They are there. They are there throughout.
I mean, I gotta say, when I was a kid, like, watching the bridge scene of The Empire Strikes Back where all the bounty hunters are showed, they're all cool, but like the two that stick in your head are Bosk.
Yeah, Bosk
and then Boba shows up for the rest of the movie, so you're like, Boba. But then the more you watch it, the more you start.
You're like, oh, IG-88 and stuff. You know what I mean? It's like
happening to you, Squidpod, where you're watching it for like maybe the third or fourth time, and you're like, wow, look at how cool these background guys are.
Right.
Notice how cool they were before. Which is like Dengar, like we all remember Dengar, but do we?
No.
I remember when I was a kid, I was like the guy with the toilet paper wrapped around his head.
But I think we used to call him Diaper Man or something like that. I don't want to be Diaper Man.
Yeah.
One thing I want to talk.
Can't I be Zuckus instead? The Bug Man or whatever.
One thing I want to say I guess I haven't seen it since it was in theaters, because once I saw Emilia Clarke for the first time, I was like, I don't remember that she was in this. I'm like, I don't think I remember what happens in this movie. I'm like, I only remember.
That's kind of nice though, because at least you're almost like watching it again for the first time.
And when I was correct to think that, because there are several other actors in this movie that I forgot were in it.
Like Woody Harrelson. You're like,
Woody
wait, what?
Harrelson and Paul Bettany and
I completely forgot that
and Thandiwe Newton. Even.
30 Newton was in it.
Thundi?
Thandiwe?
Thundi Newton sounds like a Star Wars name.
Thandiwe.
You are going to go to Thundi Newton.
Well, we did Mission Impossible 2 recently, and I'm watching Westworld like actively.
Yeah.
And she's become a part of my life. And when she popped up again for this movie, I was like, oh shit, she's in this.
She was, but I think when I saw this, I didn't know who she was.
Yeah, and she's also in it for such
a
She's in it for such a short moment in the movie too. But this is one of the great parts or great things about this movie is they introduce all these characters that, I mean, maybe not for you guys, but they were quite memorable for me at the time, where I was like, man, I like that ragtag group right at the gate.
Rio, dude.
Rio is cool, voiced by
dude.
Jon Favreau, one of the, I guess people would consider saviors of Star Wars, but like, I don't know. I think that he's just like, he's a big Star Wars fan, and he loves being in Star Wars because he keeps getting to be characters all the time. He's in Clone Wars, he's in Mandalorian, and he plays that big ass Mandalorian.
I think he made a little bit of money for Disney, so I think he can probably
just a
cash
tiny
in
scrap.
a little.
What we learned through this whole movie, though, is Han Solo kind of takes little bits and pieces from everybody. Like he's got like, he ends up with the personality of Beckett, but like the dress style of Dryden a little bit. Like he takes little bits and pieces from everybody he meets along this journey, which I thought was interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
he's a human being. We understand how he ends up where he ends up in Star Wars because of this movie a little bit better, and I think it does a good job of that. So there are some heavy-handed moments like Han Solo and like Chewbacca. I'm not gonna say that. Yeah, like that. Those kind of things are like, they're not great, but they don't really bug me as much as they bug a lot of people. But like,
I've chosen to just like them personally.
Well, I mean, and that's fine, and that's what I guess you're the audience then, because like to me, I do go like ugh, but at the same time, I'm not like the movie is ruined for me now because of this. Like I don't care.
But in 2018, when I watched this, what I was telling you guys in my brief history, I let it ruin it for me for some reason. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I think
you said you wanted it to.
But it poisons the minds of the fans. And earlier, this person came through and said,
that's like pouring a poison into a vat of poison, though. For Star Wars
the assholes always come out is so apt when it comes to Star Wars specifically.
Hey, I'm only in 40% of the episodes.
So the point, like after they get through, and then it has that we'll get you flying in no time, and then you see him flying through the air.
It's so good. Smash cuts to all along the watchtower, basically, like war scene.
Well, I think that what Squid is saying.
The Battle of Okinawa.
Yeah. But the thing, I think you're right to say is that like we'll get you flying in no time, and then he's literally flying through the air from an explosion. Is like, that's not what I meant. Like you'd expect him to get up and be like, "That's not what I meant."
So here's another difference with one of the cutscenes, is that was supposed to cut to him in a TIE fighter crashing. Then he gets like court-martialed by like whatever the Air Force, and then they demote him to be in the Army, and he's like, well, and then I'm gonna be like back flying a TIE fighter again. And they're like, yeah, we'll have you flying in no time. And then it cuts to the planet Mobimbam or whatever it's called.
Mud World.
So that joke is supposed to play twice, but they cut one of them out, which I think it's fine because it's sort of
I didn't feel like it was missing anything.
No, not at all.
And I kind of like that it goes right into, because it also seems like he never quite got to do it. Even though we do find out later that he did, but he flunked out because I asked too many questions, or I spoke my mind, or whatever. He says basically like, because I'm too much of a hothead. I did my own research.
I love this planet sequence, like where they're like, it's like World War I trenches, and I could watch a whole Star Wars based in this kind of shit.
That's what I was thinking about too. The idea that this mud planet that they're fighting on is just one giant trench, and the mud is so tactile, is so
they get
good.
to the end and it's a huge wall. holy fuck, we're in one giant trench. It's like a huge wall of mud.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a world war. That's the note I wrote. It's the Battle of Okinawa.
Yeah, nice.
And it's the chaos of it, and I think that this is where like the darkness does work for me, like that sort of like under
here
the
it's
feeling.
fantastic.
Anonymity, you're just like another blob in the mud blob.
You're another blob in the mud blob.
You're just another blob in the mud blob.
Oh, down here, kid, you're just another blob in the mud blob.
In less than 12 parsecs.
And I love it how it's like they're dropping these walkers, and it just feels like
really so good.
Yeah, with the shaky camera and everything, like you're just like, holy crap! Like this felt so intense. This little sequence, I loved every.
I love it, and I love how fucking false bravado it makes the Empire look. Yeah. You know what I mean? They're literally just killing civilians on a mud planet, and the leader, the lieutenant dude, is just like he's fucking.
And then we'll destroy the hostiles.
Yeah, you know,
their planet. Yeah,
we're invading their planet, man. Like they live here.
We're the hostiles.
Like shut up, or I'll put you in the brig.
Yeah,
and they put him in the brig.
I do really also love like Beckett's introduction is so fucking cool. It's like one of those things where you're like, oh, this guy is a badass, and
when he's like up on top
he's
of the
just
ridge,
like,
but he's like spinning his guns around like shooting with two blasters.
Unnecessarily.
Yeah. He's flourishing. He's doing like a Fortnite emote.
But he's just shooting mud people. So he's like, oh, I can do as much cool shit as I want.
This is fucking easy.
I'm fighting these farmers.
But he's wearing stolen armor that he clearly like killed a guy and took it.
But I love that line. You want to live, Sparky? Very much so.
Yeah.
Why does he?
And then we go this way.
Farmers, then? What's the point?
Yeah. I do like that he stole the armor of a high-ranking officer so that everybody listens to him. It's very funny that. When he's trying to be like, we should go that way, and he's like, the app for victory is this way, and then the guy runs and just immediately gets blown up, and he's like, oh fuck. Again, feels very cartoony, very very like Lord and Millery. Like I'm like,
almost like a whole Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, exactly. And then we like hard cut instead of seeing anything else, which I really enjoy this as well. It's like they could milk this action sequence if they wanted to, but it just hard cuts to them in like a misty, gross World War I style trench, and he's just lost puppy following Beckett, being like, Commander Beckett or Admiral or what's your rank? I don't know. He's like, listen, kid, get the fuck out of here as quick as you can because this shit sucks and everyone's just gonna kill you.
And then he sees Rio.
Sees his arms come out his ass or whatever,
And then he's like, then he puts it all together, and I love that. It's like that instant, like he's just like, oh, this is why these guys don't add up.
Yeah, and it's not too heavy-handed as well, where it's like they show that we see him see it, and like we see the connection that he makes, and so we don't really need much beyond that. And then he immediately kind of approaches them to join with them or whatever. I mean, we get that one other sequence where he's in like the big circle or whatever, being like, where are the hostiles? But I feel like we didn't need so much of him being like, the Andorian, I saw your arms come out your ass. But it is funny. Like it is there to be funny, but it also like it shows that Han is like super observant and smart. Like as much as he's like sure-headed and cocky and dumb in a lot of situations throughout Star Wars, he is also not a dummy.
He's got that sewer eye.
I think like it's the nice thing where
sewer eye.
We call it stink eye.
Stink eye,
yeah. No, it's like he sees the pair of arms come down, and it's like that. It's a split second where you go like, okay, this whole time nothing was adding up. And like, I love that it's like no longer than that. It's just the right amount of time to show that he's a smart dude. He's on it.
And it's a cool when he first says like, you are, sir, and then like he looks down at his armor and you can see the medals on the guy's armor or the ranking code or whatever. I don't know really how it works, but it's full of holes. And then later he says, like, well, I see that you're wearing like a bunch of blaster-ridden armor, so either you healed real quick or you pick some armor off a dead guy. and that immediately like they all laugh like, oh, you're pretty fucking smart, but at the same time us as the audience are like, oh yeah, he is pretty smart, because I don't think I even kind of like noticed
No,
the
I wouldn't
holes
think that either.
as
You
well,
just
right?
think it's a war movie.
Yeah.
The interesting thing I thought about the helmets for the regular infantry is they kind of reminded me of Kylo Ren's helmet a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't know if
or
you picked up on that.
Or the commanders in the AT-AT and Empire
Yeah,
Strikes
that's
Back,
what it looked like.
where
to me,
that's
yeah.
sort of
AT-AT
like,
elements, yeah.
or Darth Vader even has that same style helmet as
Yeah,
it's meant to like give you like
cut.
Yeah, it's like meant to give you protection on your neck, I guess.
It's the
from
Farquaad almost.
The Farquaad, yeah.
But it also looks.
But it's a samurai. It's like
vintage.
a samurai helmet.
Yeah.
It's also like modeled after the Third Reich helmets, I think.
Yeah,
It's
it's definitely. Yeah.
Are you
Definitely
telling me
Darth
the
Vader's
Empire is
helmet.
modeled after the Third
No,
Reich?
yeah, you
Guys.
know what? I'm just figuring out that now.
But what about
Wait
all
a
the
minute.
hospitals
Wait
the
a minute.
Emperor built?
Are you telling me I shouldn't buy a Volkswagen?
By Corellian.
Bob Corellian, we've already talked about this.
Yeah.
That alien to Mandarin, what's his name? Anyway, it's Jon Favreau. It took me too long to realize.
Rio, yeah, we talked about him already.
Yeah.
Rio. His name's Rio.
Yeah, his name's not like Graham Fandango or whatever you said.
No, the I was talking about the alien
race,
type that he was. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
Rescinded.
I said
Sarcasm.
Andorian, which is not right because that's a Star Trek species.
I wrote it down somewhere.
He was
but
a
I don't
Spock.
think it matters.
Yeah, he's a Spock species. Yeah.
Oh, I wrote down Monkey Man. So I'm
Monkey Man. That's not. I don't think that's right either.
Whoa, is that pejorative? What is Rio from?
I feel like if you
Star
called Rio a monkey man, he would snap your neck with one of his several arms,
like a monkey
Wars? He's
would.
an
or his
Ardenian.
feet. Yeah, he's
Ardenian.
Ardenian. Okay.
Ardenian,
Or
yes.
maybe Ardenian. Oh no, it's two N's. Ardenian.
Also, seeing him in action at the pilot's controls though is like it's so cool because it's like because he's got multiple arms and his feet can also do stuff. It's
He's
like
like the mailman in Men in Black.
Yeah, he can do the job of like three people by himself because he's got so many digits.
And that's another one where it was a blend of CGI and practical. And that like there was
I didn't know that. That one felt very CGI to me entirely, so I didn't.
Yeah,
I'm
the
surprised to hear that.
whole acrobatic part where he kind of like flips up on the bars and then like flicks some things with his feet. That's an actor doing that. And
That's
then
all Favreau.
That's
all Jon Favreau.
Jon Favreau came in, he's like, let me try this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
swinging on the bars.
I think I can do
And they're
it.
like, okay, John, maybe let's go in another direction.
Like,
He's
no,
I
have
made
you
Iron
seen-
Man?
yeah, have you
You're
seen
here
Chef?
because of me?
Have you seen
Yeah.
Chef?
It's so funny you mentioned Chef because it's immediately where my head went. Where he's just a guy.
I've had to do because he's in so many things. I've had to do impressions of him before, and it's kind of hard, but I think I almost have it. Which I was just doing, so I'm not gonna repeat.
I heard it, yeah. And I was gonna ask, is that your Jon Favreau? But
It is, yeah. This is kind of how he talks like this, yeah. So we have them. He meets up. He reveals that he knows. They think it's entertaining, but they also are kind of like, "Fuck this guy." But the what's it called? The Andorian? Did I say it right that time? No,
Nope.
Ardenian.
He's kind of like this kid. Maybe we should bring him with us. And even Harrelson is kind of like, maybe later. But then he's like, or, I could go over here to they'll be really interested to know what you're up to here. And they immediately get him arrested, which is also funny, but also leads to one of the best meet cutes I've ever seen in my life. I never wanted to see this ever in my life. I never wanted to see Han meet Chewie, but I fucking love this scene.
I agree. It's like of all the ways it could happen, this is the best one.
Maybe
how does Chewbacca go from that ending sequence in Revenge of the Sith to in a cell underneath?
I can explain it. Oh,
yeah,
you can
go
explain
ahead.
it.
Go ahead. No.
Kashyyyk, after was enslaved by the Empire. The Empire came in, and they're big, strong, but they're also to a certain degree primitive, right? Like their technology is advanced enough that they can fight back, but not advanced enough that they can fight back against the Empire. and they lose. And there's also a bunch of extended lore stuff that I'm not sure if it still takes place inside of the world, but the Trandoshans, which is like Bosk, like the lizard people, they have sort of like this big beef where they hire a bunch of Trandoshans to go in and like basically enslave them.
I think that's canon. That's canon.
Is it canon? Okay.
Yeah. The Book of Boba Fett dealt with that a little bit.
Okay. And I think that in Clone Wars, it was, or one of the shows had a little bit of it as well.
Clone Wars too.
But it was like pre the enslavement part. But yeah, the Wookiees, because they're so physically strong and live for so long, they're like, this is the most valuable slave we could ever have. We get them as children, we raise them, make them strong. They can work for us for like 500 years.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? Yeah. This is a really good investment.
90 years old. Wow.
Yeah. And that's not, he's young still, you know, like, he's not even an old Wookiee. So yeah, it's
How
one of
long
those
do they
things.
live?
I think they live to be like 500, but I don't know, maybe 300.
I mean, I think
exceeding 400.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Chewbacca's in like his early 30s in this movie.
Basically, yeah. He's like,
It says in the wild they can live. They usually typically live 250 to 300 years, but in captivity they can live up to 400. No.
Oh God! So maybe they're better off enslaved.
Remember,
in captivity. Yeah.
I think
neuter your Wookiees, people.
Oh God.
But yeah,
they're indoors. You know, you just feed them the right kibble. Give them
I don't.
A lot of red meat, a lot of dead bats or whatever.
Yeah,
or just people who break the law, just throw them in there. Don't feed them for a couple days. But yeah,
the implication is that Chewie's been eating dudes. So
there is an implication that they have been feeding Chewbacca other prisoners, and they're like, we're keeping him alive by throwing other deserters into this hole. And then these two stormtroopers are sort of like betting on it, which is fun. Also, one of those stormtroopers is played by Steve Bloom, who does tons and tons of voices for all of the Star Wars shows, and so he plays Zeb in Rebels and stuff. Yeah, like, so I think he'll probably be in the Mando movie because I think Zeb's in that movie.
Yeah, he is.
Great voice actor, love him, and it was nice to see that he got to be in an actual movie. Even if it's just a stormtrooper being like, come on, kill him slower, or whatever, you know, like, but yeah, I like you said, Squid Pod, I cannot think of a better way that they could have done this. Cause like, there's so many cool ways you could do it, but this is sort of like a way to bring it down to this weird level where they're both at this like rock bottom point where it's like, how can a friendship start? They're both dripping in mud. They're both captured. They should be wanting to kill each other, but then they don't, and they get out.
I think Chewie looks so awesome, all mudded out. And
I wrote wet Wookiee must smell terrible.
Oh, it definitely smells terrible in that hole.
When he fell in the hole, the first thing you see is a droid with its arms ripped out, and I loved that.
Yeah.
I was like, that's like the perfect little hint. If you're, because if you're a little kid and you're seeing Solo, you're like, oh, what's the beast going to be? And then if you're an adult, you probably can surmise that it's going to be.
Well, you hear the Wookiee noise and you're like, okay.
Well, and it's like, but they show the droid with the arms ripped out as like hey, it's going to be Chewie, you know? And you're like, yeah.
And it's so good because it's the way it's filmed is like very threatening. Like
it's
a bit of a horror movie.
He's all matted, so he makes him seem more like swamp creature-y than.
But their fight gets like Han's like biting chunks out of him, and
and the way that Chewie throws him at one point is so gnarly. Like how did Han Solo just survive the first part of their fight?
He's a young man.
Yeah. He's still got a
couple of broken ribs. He's good.
He probably did have some broken ribs, but he's also still wearing all that like weird sort of armor, right? Like,
that's
got
true.
It all on.
That's true.
They didn't strip him of his armor. But yeah, him being dragged through the mud. I love a good mud fight. It's very interesting and cool and like gross, but also like fun. You feel like you can viscerally smell it and feel it like through your fingernails and shit. Like it's just like this weird, gross thing.
It is not a sanitary environment down there.
No.
Don't have
And
enough
like,
moon
I don't know
dog.
how you guys felt about it, but as soon as he starts being like, like, I'm like, okay, this is so goofy, but I also like that this
I
is how
sort
he
of
does
loved it. I sort of
Yeah.
loved it.
For sure.
And I like that, like, because he could have just kept being like, hey man, calm down. But then as soon as he went like, the Wookiee's like, what? You know how to
And he's like, I
speak
speak
Wookiee.
a little.
Yeah, I speak a little Wookiee.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then it's like the implication is that like every time he's ever interacted with the Wookiee has understood common. And it's like the Wookiee, like, yeah, I understand you, but I did not think that you could speak to me in my life.
Yeah.
I'll listen to you for a second. What do you have to say?
But then I guess like I always liked that Han always understood Chewbacca, like in the original series. So it's like this is nice. It's kind of
there was some a Wookiee on,
and it's a good indication that Han is friendly to his people.
Yeah,
like to Wookiee, like enough. It's one thing to understand them, but to be able to speak it a little bit is like.
But for the
like,
people at
I'm
home,
taking an interest in Wookiees.
I like that it's not always like. He does the Wookiee call and then he repeats back. Sometimes we're meant to just kind of understand what Chewbacca is saying based on facial expressions.
This is the only sequence we get like a couple of lines of Chewbacca being translated, and then that's it. The rest of the movie, it's just Han, but that's how it's always been in Star Wars, right? Like it is required it's required for this moment, but after it treats it just like all other Star Wars, which is we never get any more translation, and we don't need it because Chewbacca is like weirdly bilingual to the point that everybody can understand what's going on just by him
contextually,
or like you know when he puts his head against the other Wookiee at the end, you're like, oh my god, my heart is breaking. I know exactly what they're saying, and I don't need to know what they're saying. But it reminds me, their relationship in this movie reminds me of like it's sort of a unique situation, or I guess like it can be universal to a degree, but like when you move as a kid and like you find yourself in a classroom full of people who all know each other and you don't, and then you find the one other kid who also moved there that year, and you just sort of like you have an alliance and understanding that exists beyond that, which is like we're the outsiders here, and that carries through this, and their bond grows stronger and stronger throughout the movie because they're the outsiders in every situation, so they have only each other to really confide in. And then even when he meets Kira, it's like he's meeting this person who's changed so much, and like he can discover much more about Chewie for sure, but like he still has that connection with him that's even stronger than it is with Kira, I think, or even if he doesn't understand it yet, because they trust each other, because they have no other reason to distrust each other yet.
It's like I know it's like basic, but it's a little bit like a boy and his dog, right? Like it's very much like it's that
like
kind
a
of
boy
bond.
And his blob.
A boy and his blob, yeah, that's better.
His mud blob, So like I think this movie like made me think of it differently than that, which I've always kind of felt that way, right, about Han and Chewie, but this one made it feel more like, oh no, they're outsiders who found each other at a time when they both needed each other and they just stuck together. And
I agree with that. I think it's that thing when you meet somebody and you just hit it off.
And then there's also an irony of like, if you were to compare
I've had with all three of you,
if you were to compare it to the you know, a boy and his dog, Han is actually the dog.
Actually, that's kind of true. Yeah,
because he will die within 7 years or 15 years.
And Chewbacca's always kind of dogging him in that, like he like Han Solo will say some shit, and Chewbacca is the one almost looking at the camera like, "What the fuck is up with this man?
What's up with this guy?" Yeah.
Anyway, they escape together by formulating a plan to punch a pole, and it's great. And
it's
then
great.
For some, I assume they kill those two stormtroopers.
I would assume so.
Yeah,
but they're not. I think they fall in.
They fall down.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't hear any blaster fire or anything, so we can just assume maybe they just got knocked out. But
Chewie ate them.
Chewie was like, "I'm hungry. I haven't eaten.
Yeah, I haven't eaten 3 days. I couldn't eat you.
We've been starving.
I have a taste for it now. Imperial flesh, dude.
Fascism blood. It's delicious.
It's the tastiest.
ACAB includes dinner.
Let's hope so.
So yeah, yeah, once they fall in, let's just assume that Chewie breaks their necks because that makes
Yeah,
sure, they're dead. Yeah,
a couple arm sockets.
I think this whole sequence, to me, it feels like the majority of the army has gone on to because they were planning out a battle or whatever, right? And then they throw them in, and I'm like, oh, I guess the rest of the army has moved on to infiltrate whatever they're trying to do, because Beckett and the team easily steal that fighter with no explanation, and then these guys are screaming on a landing platform. And no one's there.
Literally chained together and making a commotion.
Which I do also love the fact that like he's like, follow me, and then they both run in different directions, and Han has no hope in hell to like stop Chewie. Chewie's just like yanking him with his ankle.
And it does seem really empty. So yeah, I assume like they're on the next push.
Which this just supports my theory that Han is the dog. You know, like if you're a human, you can easily yank a person. Like you can yank a dog in a chain.
Han Solo is a dog.
Maybe there was a part in the writers' room when they were talking about this relationship. It's like everybody always talks about a boy and his dog, but what if it's actually Han is the dog? Like he is the dog in this situation entirely.
I mean, you're not wrong about this, because like Chewie's still alive in the sequel trilogies. So
Chewie is always basically like reasonable. Like he has his temper, like he lashes out, but he's never like he's not like he's very competent. He's always extremely competent.
And I bet you that Chewie, in the same way that we do make the joke of like, is that in human years or dog years? He probably does that with humans. He's like, is that in Wookiee years or human years? Like,
I guess we're all. I guess it's kind of just if you think about exactly.
He could have 4 humans over the course of his life. In the same
just
way
like we would have dogs. Whoa.
Well,
however, on the other hand, that implies a dog empire.
A dog empire.
So all the dogs banded together and enslaved the humans.
Yeah.
It's bound to happen sooner or later.
I mean, we're not in space yet. It could happen.
That's true.
It's good to have races with long longevity so you can bridge stuff. Like that's why Grogu exists, right? Like they're gonna do something set 500 years from now.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be 80 years old.
Yeah,
I remember.
No, but that's why that's the reason to have that, right?
I think that Grogu and Mandalorian movie, it's gonna be like it's the post-credits scene is he's gonna say his first word.
Well, I don't think
like everybody's gonna be like,
I think that what Alex is saying is that they could easily make a time jump to like a whole new
and have something universe. To bridge it. Like
and then
Grogu
could be the age of Yoda.
Not at Yoda's age or whatever, but it's like
episode 18, 19, and 20.
Exactly.
But you could have something set without any of the baggage of the current continuity.
Yeah.
Right. And you can have something set so abstractly in the future that it's like you don't even have to have the politics of anything.
Grogu just talks normally. He's like, hey,
or whatever. But it's like, but you still have something that people are like, okay, it's not totally disconnected.
I mean, they could, yeah. I mean, to me, I think it's
Grogu will return
in terms. Anyway,
Grogu's day.
Let's move. Let's move to this
the shower scene, the sexy.
Yeah, that's good. Like I was just gonna say, how about Chewie and Solo just having a shower?
Yeah, together? This one's for the furries.
And then 2 seconds later, they're out on like the bridge outside.
So
that is not listen. My hair
just blow dried.
2 seconds. Okay. I'll tell you that much.
Well, that's why Han was already out there. Chewie had to spend like 20 minutes in the air. There's the water shower and then there's the air shower, which is
for sure
the
whole body
the air thing like a car wash.
Or like those old those giant helmets they'd put on people in like saloons in the 1950s or whatever. It's just like a whole one that goes over his whole body, like
it's like drawing cousin It, dude.
Yeah. And when you were saying earlier, like wet mud Wookiee must smell like shit. When I saw this dry, fluffy Wookiee, I was like, incredible. It smells so nice.
Yeah.
You know how much they would have had to comb him? You would have been so mad.
He's got a special Wookiee comb that's like giant, and he just like combs this whole.
It's the fluffiest you've ever seen Wookiee.
Yeah,
it's so fucking good.
It's almost like feathery.
There's like a team of like 6 people who work on the Wookiee costume.
And
so,
you like in this movie, you can understand why. You can understand
yeah.
because they're probably all like having to do equations and shit, being like, "How the fuck do we? If we put this much mud on it, how much is it going to weigh? Is it going to break this man's spine inside the costume if we put this
Chewie's hair on that on the balcony or whatever it was? It was like it looked like Zac Efron with like full body.
That's what he almost nicknamed him. He's gonna call him Efron.
Yeah, Efron. Chewbacca is also not difficult to say.
Not at all.
No, okay, so what I understand is that Lawrence Kasdan, when he wrote the script, he wrote out exactly what Chewie is saying. And so that line, when he growls it, he says, "My name is Chewbacca of Elderwood," or something.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So that's why he's like, well, I'm not going to say that every time. But it doesn't. That's the crummy thing.
To us, the people who are watching,
like you only
we think that he just
if...
said Chewbacca because Han says Chewbacca.
Yeah,
he doesn't say Chewbacca of the Elderwood of.
I'm not
Kashyyyk,
saying all that.
Destroyer of the dark side.
Like I wish he had said the whole thing because then we'd go
first of my name.
That's more.
Yeah, for sure.
That would have been funnier and less cringy, I think, if it was just like this whole title. You know, like when Game of Thrones, when they're like, "This is Daenerys Targaryen, first of her name, the Stormbringer, mother of dragons, breaker of chains, breaker of the
wheel."
the
one time
the blight of Kashyyyk
subtitles is for him to be like, "I'm not saying all of that. It's just I'll just call you Chewie."
Or he just should have said it. Like this is another one of this is like one of those nitpicks that it doesn't work, but it's fine. Fine.
Yeah, for me, it's like it is eye rolly, but at the same time, I don't think about it 2 seconds later when they're doing cool shit. Where I'm like, oh, you know what? I like the fireplace sequence when they're all around the fire talking, and they're sort of all talking individually about who they are and what they want, and this is another one where they do like the origin stuff where he breaks down this big cool looking sniper rifle and it turns out that that's Han's gun.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm like, is that like, but also I'm like, but it's kind of cool. Like I kind of like that. And it kind of makes sense why Han's blaster is so fucking powerful because it's actually a rifle that he uses as a handgun.
And so like in between that, I think we skipped over that they're just staking out the train to be like, okay,
where we're at. Yeah,
we're gonna do a train heist now.
This is the most exciting.
The best kind of heist
in any Star Wars movie when it comes to an action sequence, like a preamble to an action sequence. This is the most excited I've ever been. I love train shit. I've talked about it before. The only reason I gave From Russia with Love such a high regard in the James Bond universe is because of how much of it takes place on a train.
Interesting fact about that movie. It's our highest viewed movie episode.
Well, it's also one of the most popular James Bond movies, so I assume the comments are probably out of control, being like, "What the fuck? You don't like this one?" I'm like, "Listen, it's boring as hell. I like that it takes place on a train."
On YouTube like trains.
Yeah.
But interestingly enough, we don't really see a lot of inside the train. It's a train. It's a very like.
Well, also B was on that
style
episode too, which is also like
right. Well, B does numbers. Let's just be real about that for 1 second. But there's no real inside the train moment in this heist. It's a very like Red Dead Redemption, like taking heisting a train from the outside in, like let's take down the train.
It feels like awesome. Tankers less than like cabins,
and it also feels it's tankers because they're all filled with coaxium.
I don't think that they're all
or whatever it is. It's like
I think only
cable.
I think only one is filled with coaxium because the rest of the train blows up and it doesn't have that crazy explosion. So I think it's just the one that they're trying to get has the coaxium, and the rest is probably full of like weapons or whatever. Wheat.
Wheat.
Some sort of space rice. Yeah.
A bunch of Temu orders.
Oh my god. Man. That's funny. That's good.
But yeah, they show the tracks, they show the train, and they're casing it, and we get all the fun back and forth between Beckett and his crew. Love the crew. Everybody is interesting. Everybody's cool.
I made a note at this stage. It's not related specifically to this part, but it was a thought I had while watching this part, which was, do you think Woody Harrelson remembers he was in a Star Wars movie?
He probably goes like, "Oh yeah, I was in one of those."
Do you think he remembers he was in like 4
Hunger Games
movies?
Sometimes I like to think
you didn't even remember, and you were asking the question.
Sometimes I like to
Hunger Games.
I like to imagine that Woody Harrelson gets so high, and he's like, "Maybe I'll watch a Star Wars tonight." And he's like, "So there's a solo."
Oh my god, I'm in this.
And then he puts it on, and he sees himself. He's like, "Oh shit, that's me! I forgot."
Or he sees actors in movies, and he's like, I think I met that guy, or whatever. And then he shows up in the movie.
I feel like his name's Alden Third Reich or something.
Yeah.
So
Flashlight.
Flashlight.
Isn't that Flashlight?
Isn't his name the Flashlight? They all have their. Oh, I also wanted to say, there's the moment where Solo is like, the reason you're here is that I'm here, and this is also like plays so hard into like he has this ego, but like I don't know if he believes it or not, or if he's just putting it on. I think it's mostly a put on, but like he's convincing Chewie that like the only reason you're here is because I'm here, pal. But Chewie's like, okay, whatever you say. But we literally get a scene where Jon Favreau's character is like, Wookiee, pretty good. We should use some muscle in this job. It'd be pretty great to have a Wookiee.
A lot of humans on this ship.
Yeah, he just wants another alien. I like the fireplace scene. I do think it's kind of weird that they shove it down our throats of like a male and a female kissing each other. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, just
like, guys, what the fuck? Shove it down our throats. Why don't you?
Yeah, it was a pretty egregious makeout.
Yeah,
here's how we know that they're together.
By Star Wars standards, to be honest.
Yeah. Also, they're brother and sister, so that's fucking weird.
It's fine. It's fine. That's
like
normal.
one of the.
Oh, I didn't know they were brother and sister. That makes it okay then.
That's fine.
Star Wars, baby.
They're so like intimacy averse that it's like, Darth Vader's mom never even had sex with anybody.
No, and she didn't even think about it. She was like, "I would never."
Yeah,
it's too dusty around here.
Sand,
of course, and it gets everywhere.
I hate it.
But Star Wars has always been a pretty like. Star Wars has always been this sort of like asexual entity, right? Like any kind of intimacy is either fairy tale kisses, like just smooches. I think
incest.
Or incest kisses.
Literally, I love you. I know.
But I will say like the two hottest kisses I think in all of Star Wars are like Han Solo kissing Princess Leia in Empire Strikes Back and this kiss.
And even that is like a long smooch.
Yeah, and it's interrupted by a prissy gay man who's like, "Hello, I've figured out what's going on with the Falcon. It's in love with another Falcon."
But you don't see this part of their mouth moving to indicate a tongue getting jammed down the throat like this campfire.
No, but like Anakin and Padme always very safe closed mouth kisses.
Yeah, they handshake and then
movie They're like, "Shall we have children?" Yes.
Yeah, I feel do it in the traditional Skywalker fashion.
By the way, we've done intercourse in that previous scene.
With a whole
I've got some context
made by a lightsaber.
Oh, no. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Welcome back, Master Skywalker, to Camino. We have your utero children tubes ready when you are.
The prequels really sterilized everything. I mean, that's why his turn made no sense, because there was no relationship unless you watched the Clone Wars.
But I also think that like George Lucas in general is like, you just, sex happens and we don't talk about it.
Yeah.
It's fine. Which I also think there's nothing wrong with. But
it's fine. It's totally fine.
But I also think in the prequels he toned it down even more because he was like, I'm making these for my children. I don't want anything too horny in here.
Yeah, except for Natalie Portman.
Yeah. I could show some tits, but I don't want any no hard kissing.
Not too many.
No hard kissing. KISSING.
Anyway, it's very clear that these two are in love, Beckett and Val, and they trust each other and they have been together for a long time, and they tease about like learning
very Bonnie and Clyde.
They talk about and they talk about him learning like a instrument, something like the valacord or something. Yeah, I assume it's some sort of like keytar, like
yeah.
Some jizz wailing piece of shit.
Yeah. I need a jizz whaler on Tatooine.
I love jizz whaler.
You know that was in the original Lord Miller. Like, I'm gonna learn jizz when I get home, man.
Yeah.
I got a collection.
That's why they got rid of him. He's like, listen, you get rid of jizz, you get rid of me.
Yeah.
Lawrence Kasdan kept being like, you can't put jizz in every scene. All right. I know you want to. And they're like, fuck you, Lawrence. We're doing what we want.
Forget your Favreau impression. Your Lawrence Kasdan impression is
perfect.
Okay, thank you. Kathleen Kennedy comes in. He's like, Lord Miller, we have to get rid of the jizz sequences. You keep trying to add more, and they're like, we're putting all the jizz in this movie that we want. You told us we could.
Like goo in the background for all these jizz scenes. It's music, not actual jizz.
They made up several new jizz instruments, and I'm not okay with it.
One is a giant flute with
they're
balls.
incredibly wet.
Like one of them's called a jizz organ, and I don't like that one.
Jizz flute.
I don't think we can get any more out of this. Shirt. We can't milk any more out of this one. I don't think.
Oh yeah.
Can't milk any more of the jizz flute. I think you can always milk more.
There's always a little left.
There's always a bit more in the jizz drum.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ron Howard, there's always jizz in the banana stand.
Yeah,
so.
That's true.
Yeah.
So they have to go attack a train in the morning, and Han Solo gets his gun. We learn a little bit about everybody. We learn that Rio is a little bit of a pervert, which is fun. He's like, I also like that Rio has almost like one of those classic sort of like, I'm so alien that I don't understand the situation, or he's either just fucking with him, but I can't really tell which one is which. Because he's like, I've seen that look before, kid, and I think that you're looking for, what is it, revenge? And he's like, no, it's not. The other woman's like, no, I've seen that look. It's probably a girl. And he's like, ooh, a girl. Tell us about the girl.
Does she have sharp
teeth? She have sharp teeth? Yeah. Like teeth sharp?
Yeah.
I like that his horniness comes from how sharp a woman's teeth
exactly.
are.
Yeah.
It's like a Klingon thing almost. And then Han reveals the truth to them. It's sweet and nice, and we do. I don't think there's ever been a moment where we didn't understand that what Han's motives were, but we do get a little bit more insight.
He never shuts the fuck up about them, to be honest.
Yeah, but then we do get a little bit more about Chewie, which is it opens my heart up even more to Chewie, which is like, oh my god, Chewie is such a tragic man.
One thing that I do like about Han, like kind of restating the like how I'm trying to get back home to get Kira, is later we just realize how naive he is.
Yes.
Like when he sees her again, but
which is kind of like one of the best parts of this movie to me, because of how close-minded he becomes later in the Star Wars that we know and love, and but why he still is always going to do the right thing. Like he does always do the right thing in the Star Wars that we know and love, and there's never any reason why other than like Han's a good guy. But in this movie we understand why he's a good guy. We see why he's a good guy, and that's one of the reasons why I think this movie works so much for me, is like he is still Han Solo, and we are learning why he's Han Solo.
Yeah, he has the values of Han Solo if without the experience of Han Solo.
But he gets betrayed so many times by so many people that he actually trusted, and the one person that he does trust, Chewbacca, is the only thing that carries throughout his entirety of his career until he dies in The Force Awakens, which is like they were literally friends forever.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, Chewbacca lost his dog that day.
Yeah,
Han got hit by a car.
Chewbacca's dog died when he was 14 instead of 15.
Yeah.
No, Han went to live at a moose milker farm.
Yeah. He's hurting nerves right now. In a farm up north.
That's one of the best things about this movie as well, is that they add so many weird little disses and shit that that sound very Star Warsy, that I'm like, what? Remember when he calls him a scooch? He's like, you take this scooch, and I'm like, what is a scooch? Like it sounds weirdly racist, kind of.
I love it.
Like it sounds problematic.
Yeah.
when he calls him a moof milker. I'm like, what's a moof milker?
Moof milker.
That's my favorite.
Yeah.
There's the Family Guy when they do the Star Wars where Han gets called a moof milker. He's like, no, you can't say that. That's our word.
Our word.
I love that.
Moof milker. Dude.
So can we just talk about the train and how like friggin' wicked it is? Like,
oh, it's so good.
It feels so tactile. You can like, I feel like I'm almost there while I'm watching it. I love the fact that the score here is like full Western, like I was saying before with the Red Dead equivalency, and it feels a lot like they wanted to just make what equates to a Western style train takedown. But then when the Marauders show up and start attacking them, you have this like other whole element happening. And you're like, who the fuck are these guys now?
it feels very Mad Max when that
dude.
happens.
Yeah.
PvPv, it's Arc Raiders.
Yeah.
It's Rust.
I've said this, I think I said this to you, Jason, which is like, I think that this is maybe one of the best sequences in all of Star Wars.
All Star Wars.
Like in all the shows, all the movies from 1977 to now, it's one of the best things that exists in Star Wars. It's so fucking cool. It's very simple. There's nothing overly complicated about it. There's a lot of complicated things that are happening within the sequence, but like the idea of it is like so pure and clean, and you know what their goal is, you know what they have to do, and everything is like executed so perfectly film wise. And then it also makes you think about like, okay, Beckett is cool, right? Like he's a cool character, but look how fucking cool he is. Like what he's doing.
But also the stakes, it's like, it's so early in the movie and they kill all the cool people that they just fall in love with in 10 seconds.
Yeah. This is the end of many other movies. And we're at the end of like, I guess kind of the first act.
It's an excellent bait and switch, because you think that Rio and you think that Val, they're going to be there the whole movie with you. You think they're going to be there to the end, and they die like within this sequence. And
I would say even Rio is almost more surprising.
Yeah, because Val, you're kind of like, okay, she's off on her own,
and you can kill her to change Beckett's trajectory in the movie. But Rio is kind of just like, okay, Rio's the fun, cool guy who's going to be like, he's going to be cracking wise this whole time. Get ready for Rio's antics. You know, he's going to start grabbing stuff. It's going to be like funny.
There is like a part of me that kind of wishes that they didn't die, because I think
I would have loved more.
The movie would be more interesting with them.
But you kind of have to do that with this and Rogue One, where you got to kill off all these characters.
I don't know if you have to, but
Rio can just go be a Goro monkey.
I guess Kira never comes
Goro monkey,
right? Yeah.
Or if he's severely injured the whole time and can't do anything. But
I think
you forget that we have to introduce Kira and Lando, which are both pretty good characters as well. So like the fact that they remove these two is important. But I also think that like it's also super effective. I was genuinely sad. Every single time I watch this movie, I get upset that Val dies and I get upset that Rio dies, because they're both cool and interesting, and you're like, I want to know more about you guys, but they both die, and they both die in cool, separate, different ways within the same scene. One just gets shot to death and is like slowly dying, and the other one blows herself up to save everybody. Yeah.
But before that happens, it's like you kind of know, okay, Han and Chewie have plot armor. They're gonna survive.
Sure, yeah.
And like it just gives it stakes of a sort, you know, like where it wouldn't necessarily, like, this would feel like nothing otherwise.
Yeah, that's a valid, and but the plot armor of Chewie and Han does highlight something that I think this movie does well, which is very difficult to do a lot of the times, which is make you care about the middle of a story that you already know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
Which is important.
You do care about, you're like, okay, the club shadows are here, and let's like, I know they're not in episode 4, but it's like, but you still do attach yourself to them.
Yeah.
And when they die, you care, and that is good.
I'll say
The
every time
sequence
I watch,
feels very Star Wars as well too, because of those droids that fly in
the probe droids, or not?
the
Yeah,
probe
I mean,
droids,
they
I
are
think they're
probe
called
droids, right?
Viper droids. in
Yeah,
this
they're called
movie.
Viper droids,
You
but
mean
they
you
look
know they're called
suspiciously
that?
like Imperial
Yeah.
probe droids.
I
And
didn't.
then,
I didn't
and
mean
then the I only know because I have toys. The range troopers that come out of the train
Yeah.
to stop them. Just that idea that they've got these magnetic boots.
Yeah,
And like,
which are cool.
but our guys don't. And
Yeah.
they're just like hanging on.
But it also makes it so
wild
much
ride.
cooler because, like, okay, so I want to bring this up a little bit because I think about this a lot in Star Wars, which is like the Force exists. People get midichlorians. Everybody has a midichlorian count. Some people have very, very little. Some people have a lot. And some people have so much that the Jedi come and take you. This is a period of time where midichlorians are no longer being, tracked and people aren't being brought in as Jedi. But you see the shit that Beckett is doing in this fight, and you're like, this man must have some sort of midichlorian count. You see what he's doing here? It's great. He's rolling across a rotating train, pulling up things and blocking, and like I'm like, this
when
guy
Han
has
is
a little
holding
bit
on to the side
midichlorians
of the train, and there's that
we all know that
section
Han has
coming.
midichlorians.
And he
there's no dispute
when he
there.
falls down and he just grabs below and just survives. Like, the whole Force idea through Star Wars is an incredible thing to think about when you apply it to seemingly normal people, because we didn't know that Leia had any sort of Force powers. Like, it's even after you find out that that Darth Vader is Luke's father, you're not even really thinking like, well, if that's his sister, then and I remember as a kid being
Are you just going to talk about characters that are confirmed Jedi? Let's talk about Beckett, who we don't know anything about. I
understand what you're saying, and I understand where you're coming from. I'm just trying to like help you set the tableau. I'm helping.
In Jason's defense, there's the scene with Obi-Wan and Yoda on Dagobah after Luke leaves, and then they say there's another Skywalker, and it's kind of it's implied that it's Leia who's going to like.
So like what I mean to say is like Han has midichlorians. He doesn't believe in the Jedi, but he must have. He has luck on his side. He always says he has luck on his side.
He has the inherent
power
of them without
basically anybody who's
training.
like anybody who's a hero in Star Wars must have some sort of like Force adaptability to be able to do the things that they do. Like even Lando, when he's like able to cheat at Sabak very well, like he probably has a little bit of like midichlorians on his side to be like, I pulled this Psylob or whatever. What do they keep calling it? Schlylob or whatever. Yeah.
I find like Lando and Han are like of the same sort of coin. It's like their Force power is luck, right? Or
when I talk about
theories. The only reason I'm popping that in there is because of the idea that we can all sort of relate the Force and midichlorians to all of these characters, which I think is a really interesting idea to follow through with, especially when you go to Lando Lando Calrissian. And when you go, like, I never in my life,
man cannot be that charismatic without the Force on his side,
right? I never in my life.
That's why he wears a cape, so he can just wave his hand all the time. He's like going around.
These are not the
you will give me what I want.
Yeah.
I never thought for a minute when I was watching that original trilogy that Han Solo would be a Jedi. But Han Solo, if he had gotten got by the Jedi as a kid and put through the training, I fully agree with that. And my point is I love it. I love
But the thing is that there's also children that the Jedi wouldn't take, right? They'd be like, I mean, he's got midichlorians, but not enough. So it's fine. It's like imagine you're on the cusp, like that's where you end up. You end up like Beckett being able to roll out of the way of like 10 blaster shots, hang off a train, and then like shoot a guy from like a million miles away.
Imagine Qui-Gon Jinn never finds Anakin. I'm sure that's an episode of Darth Theorist, but
it is. Yeah,
Anakin just exists on that.
He basically becomes a
he just becomes like a crazy tinkerer.
Can you imagine if there's like the closed door Jedi Council meetings where they're like, "Where's he from? Tatooine.
yeah,
Oh
Yeah.
no,
Gross.
where's how about this one?
Corellia?
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 Oh,
double
ooh.
gross.
What's his
Yeah.
last name?
Kiadi Mooney's like,
Down.
He doesn't have a
oh, it
last name?
smells there. When I go there, all 5 of my brains get a headache.
Yeah.
No.
He has no people.
They don't even have a resort you can go
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
Can we find some children from Alderaan?
Move along.
No,
Move
that got blown up.
Plo Koon's like,
At
What
least
about one of
Naboo.
those beach planets? I'd like to go to one of those beach planets for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Plo Koon is
Yeah.
on the space.
I think we need a couple more guys
List.
from Naboo. It's lovely this time of year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Emphas Nest shows up during this heist, and it's all the stormtroopers on the ship get killed by Beckett and his crew, and they're attaching all these cables because they only need one of the carriages. And Emphas Nest shows up, and it's fucking cool because they show up on, I guess they're like speeder bikes, but I didn't know speeder bikes could travel that high out of the ground. I thought
called swoop bikes, and they're
swoop bikes can go higher. I know what a swoop
Yeah,
bike
yeah,
is.
yeah.
I thought it was the same as a speeder bike, though. I didn't know you could.
No, I think they're you can get lofty with them.
That's cool.
If you're cool enough, you can do it.
If you're cool, if you have midichlorians,
That's all that matters. If you're
Yeah.
cool enough, you can do it.
Yeah.
If you need to fly beside a train, then what you're on can do it.
that's true. This is sort of like George Lucas's rules of anything, being like,
Yeah,
no, fire can exist in space if I wanted to. Yeah.
It's like the cliff in Jurassic Park, right? You're like, why was there a cliff there a second ago? And then Spielberg's just like, shut the fuck up! I'm dangling this thing off the train,
Yeah,
off the
it's
cliff.
happening.
Spielberg
now.
is like clever girl, and
Yeah, exactly.
We're like, thank you, Spielberg. Thank you. Another.
You know what? But this scene, this whole train heist, it reinforces something that I really strongly feel about Star Wars. Is the best thing about Star Wars is the wizards, and all the best Star Wars stuff has no wizards.
Agreed.
Okay, fair. There's no Jedi really in this movie.
No,
Like,
and it's just like
it's a Western.
and that's like every
Yeah.
single time they make a conscious decision to be like, okay, these people have nobody in this movie has even heard of the Force.
Yeah.
Every single time that happens, you're like, this rules.
I assume Dryden Vos has because his boss
Yeah,
was
but I
just
mean,
before
but
it,
it's just like, yeah, and I know like Darth Maul's in it, obviously, but it's like, but it's just like the movie doesn't acknowledge it.
No, it's
not important.
honestly, that's one of the reasons I like this movie the most. I think is because it's not so weighted down by like, you know everything, and you're like, yeah, we know the Force is goodness and badness, and like, but
Yeah.
this movie is more like, no, but what does it mean to love somebody and to let them go and to understand that you're being manipulated? It's
And
like,
just to be a
completely out there.
person in the galaxy. Just be a person in the galaxy,
And then,
not
then
have
also
to
on
be
top
some-
of that, a magnifying glass on like the outlaw. Like this is the Outlaws movie.
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This
Like,
is
what if
also-
everybody was bad and everybody's an anti-hero?
Yeah.
And this, this is also sort of like that Dickensian sort of, I don't know, class thing, right? Where you're like, you're a piece of shit, and you grow up feeling like you're just as good as your next hustle, kind of.
Yeah.
And so like Han's just kind of like going from hustle to hustle to hustle, and meanwhile there's this whole like background of people who are also on a just a much higher level of a hustle.
Yeah.
And until he meets Emphas Nest, who are actually like building a resistance to this,
Make a positive change, a selfless positive
Right.
change.
Yeah.
it doesn't even occur
He's never
to
even
them.
seen anyone like it. Even like at the space airport, they have like they give the vial to the person because they're like, oh,
Yeah.
this is a sure thing.
Well, everything that he
Everything
does
is
is
like everybody
yeah.
is in their own self-interest, right?
But
Right.
even for himself, like he can't even really be concerned about other people's interests. He can
No.
only be concerned about his own because, like, what are you going to do next to survive? Like, his life is just
For sure.
survival.
And
when
he's surrounded by people who this is their life. This is their the
Yeah,
culture
I mean,
they
like
live, right?
the almost like the entire theory of the movie is like he realizes that he can survive no matter what, and when he's given the opportunity to be able to become somebody like Dryden Vos and never have to worry again, he would rather give that away to somebody who's going to use it right and just take a little bit to be able to continue forward and do the same thing that he's been doing and live how he has been living, because he knows that he can, where he's like, these people need it more than I do. Han Solo is a really cool character. And I feel like we're at the end of the movie now. No, we're not.
We're still on the train heist.
So,
but no, it was interesting. Yeah, what I liked, like what you said was about how there are people who are at a much higher level, and I think that is very well indicated in here, where it's like the first chunk of the movie, all the Corellia stuff, they have their one vial.
It's like a bubble.
And they're like, this is our ticket. It's like a lottery ticket to them, and they're like, we're out of here, we're gonna start a new life, we're gonna buy a van and we're gonna live in it and we're gonna have 10 babies or whatever and all that shit. And then it's like they open the train and it's fucking full of it.
And now we're stealing an entire train car full of coaxium. So
it's like, it goes from like a bank stick up in like a tiny western town to like literally like
Fort Knox.
Yeah, exactly.
Full heist on a
to the point that it's like he pulls it off and there's glow, like a
and it's like an imperial level yield of stuff where it's like. Yeah. You're like, oh, right. The Empire controls everything. Where they're fighting over, like, the whole Blue City is like fighting over this, like a little
tiny bit.
Shit.
Yeah.
Now,
even
sorry, and just real quick, tonally, when Enfys Nest shows up, I kind of blurted it out before, but it does kind of change the tone to almost being like Mad Max Road Warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think maybe that's like fresh in mind kind of thing for me, where it's like, we don't really get chases anymore in the same way that we used to, right? Like the car chases used to be like a selling point for movies, right? Like this is a car chase movie. That would be a whole genre of film almost. Whereas this has one in it. A train heist is like unheard of now. You never get a train heist in this capacity. And that's what Mad Max Fury Road is really, right? Like it is just a train heist basically, except it's an oil tanker through the entirety of the movie. But they're doing stuff that is so acrobatically entertaining and interesting, and people hopping back and forth from like bikes and stuff. And there's even a point where Beckett like just is like, he keeps trying to shoot them and he's missing, and then like he hits one finally, like, and then as soon as he hits it once, he hits it like 3 more times, like, no, you're not getting away, I'm gonna kill you. And he kills that person. You're like, that's fucking cool. Everything about it seems like deliberately interesting. There's never sort of like wasted action in the background. Everything is perfectly placed throughout this, which is why I think that this sequence is one of the best in all of Star Wars. Not to mention the fact that they continue, the train is rotating as well, which is fucking cool, and they have to rotate around it. Chewie's having to unlock the couplings between, which is a classic train thing. Like, why do you have that? I don't know, because it makes it more interesting. They could just go to the one they need to get rid of and get rid of it, but like he has to
keep rising and rising.
Yeah, and it's fucking cool.
And then Val's pinned down by Viper droids at the
and her gun at that point, I don't know if you guys noticed the noise her gun is making is like, I've never heard that Star Wars gun noise before, and it's very, very satisfying. It's like this weird muted like
I like having her there as kind of like a time pressure where it's like, okay, like it's a very clear indication of like
she's
you have to get all this shit has to be sorted out by the time they get to here,
because then I have to blow it up.
And you're watching a Star Wars movie and it's pretty early in the movie, so you're like, okay, they're gonna do it.
And it's also, I can't remember what the exact thing is, but like they accidentally hit one of the little wires or something. Like there's like a bunch of these things on the
dude
rail.
is cutting them.
Yeah.
I guess
No. Sorry. No. There's all these like wires that are on the rail that if they hit one, it alerts the droid. It's like so like one of the, I think it's Chewbacca like hits one and it's like, and then it like alerts the robots to come out. It's so that like they know like the ship goes through every time, and if there's something on it, those Viper, like maybe like a weird slug monster or something falls on, they just come in like
Wampas.
Yeah.
Or womp rats.
Womp rats. Yeah.
And then Chewie pulls it at the last second.
Yeah.
and then it's a tug of war in the sky. That
How much do you love Chewie with goggles on? So good.
Oh, it's
Chewie
the
with
best.
goggles on is incredible.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
Chewie
yeah,
with
he has goggles
is
on
something.
off, doesn't he?
Does
I
he?
mean, I feel
He
like,
does. Yeah, Alex.
Okay.
He does, yeah.
Yeah,
But in this movie, it also is great. He looks incredible.
Do not quote the ancient scripts of me.
Right. We're gonna get there eventually, but
I was
it's
there
gonna
when
be
they-
a completely different experience. I
Emphas
think.
Nest is the first time you see them. They're fucking cool. It's
Yeah.
very clear that it's like a woman that is the main character to me and always was. Like as soon as she shows up, I'm like, that's a woman for sure.
I don't
And,
think
like,
it was clear to me, to be honest.
I think it's
I
because
can't
how
remember-
heavily how heavily the voice was modified and how petite that they were. I'm like, that's going to be either a very small man or a woman, and I'm like, it's probably a woman.
when I
And it was.
first saw it, I thought that it was like gonna be like a famous, either a character or like a famous actor that was being
Yeah.
cameoed.
When she pulls her helmet off at the end, I was like, is that Maya Rudolph from
I mean, that
when
would
she
be
was
a
in
good
high
cast.
school? Yeah. No, it's I kind of like it though that it's just a teenager kind of. It's like this is
Yeah,
like
yeah.
another
Yeah.
Luke or another Han or whatever. Like this is a person at the beginning of their journey, like whoever she is. I don't know. But
And real quick before we move past the train heist, when they lose the tug of war and the train car crashes into the mountain,
yeah,
that explosion
Oh,
is one of the coolest things.
it's like it's I
like
don't
a
know if it's there, but it's
bubble.
approaching the Sonic like
Oh,
episode
yeah,
2.
Yeah.
so
I looked it up how they did it.
I was gonna say like it's pretty amazing how they you can tell it,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's so cool.
They were basically dropping firecrackers into an aquarium full of water and that was the explosion they got, and then it just kind of like sucks in on itself afterwards.
Yeah. It's so cool.
Yeah, they wanted it to look weird, right? They're like, well, how do we, because we can't just have a regular explosion, and they wanted it to be specifically an implosion because they're like, if it explodes then it would fuck up everything else around, so like what if we make it implode? And they tried
Something about an implosion makes it just it makes you feel it more, where you're like, damn, that stuff was probably hard to get.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like
Yeah.
it doesn't make any, there's no
They
reason that it makes you feel that, but you're like, it's like,
It was-
oh, that was something special.
It's like a whole
That's
they're like,
comedy.
oh, there used to be a planet here, but it imploded on itself. Like, why? It's like, I don't know, it had a lot of coaxium on it.
Yeah.
The coaxium world. Coaxium on, coaxium off, as they say.
Yeah.
That is what they say.
Yeah, that was the only thing I wanted
Beckett
to talk
is
about
mad.
as well, is that practical effect. But yeah, Beckett is very mad. Also, the fight between Emphas Nest and him is really cool. She has got this really interesting weapon, which is like, it almost reminds me of like a staff with like a chainsaw. at the
Yeah, it's
end
a
or something.
chainsaw glade.
Yeah. She's like, and she's hitting the, but she also has these like gauntlets that flare out into, like, it reminds me of like a bird, like you're fighting a bird or something that knows how to defend with its feathers. It's really cool.
Yeah, I love that whole sequence between the two of them. It's great.
I think
like the
the only
idea of
reason
a
I think that
bird
like Star
fighting
Wars
with its
didn't,
feathers.
I think the only reason that the Star Wars didn't use Emphas Nest again is because like they did reveal who she was, and if they didn't reveal what her face looked like under the helmet at the end of this movie, Emphas Nest would be like a character that people would be like, we need more Emphas Nest. Like, who is Emphas Nest? But yeah, we then cut to Beckett and Han and Chewie, and they're over the two graves of the two characters. And Han is basically like about to apologize, and he gets hammered in the face by Beckett.
This is wild to me because, like,
but this is also when we realize what
understand-
happens in the movie.
I understand
Fuck
where
around.
Beckett's coming from, but I also am sort of like, I don't think any of this is Han's fault. He was just trying to, like, you know,
It wasn't Han's fault.
Get
He's not
through
punching him in the face because it's his fault.
Right.
He's punching him in the face because everything around him is collapsing, and he has nowhere else to put that emotion other than Han's face, because he turns around and he sees Han about to say something, and he's like, if you say anything, it's going to piss me off, so I might as well just punch you in the face to stop you from saying anything right now.
But I do also understand that punch in the face. That scene at the grave, and it's a smash cut from the explosion to them standing on that like grass, I guess snowy knoll, with the punch to the face. I do understand it, but at the same time, the whole time I'm going like Han is this hothead, and he like Beckett is only there to sort of inform how Han Solo sort of becomes Han Solo. It's a really excellent showing of a mentor knocking out his protege to push forward the story that Han Solo ends up becoming basically Beckett. It's a very good moment.
Yeah, I think that for me, like it's like a compartmentalized like version of like him. Is he upset about the fact that Val died? Yes, for sure. But I think that he's more scared that what happened, what it means that because Han, the only reason that the job failed is because Han let go of the clamps, right? But he did it to save
that's
them.
how he feels. Like that's the problem, is that Han was in a situation where if he didn't do that, that it wouldn't have gone any differently. Like there was no scenario where he succeeds, but Beckett perceives this
and
that detachment
Val
as giving up and like sacrificing Val for nothing because
Val made the executive decision to like pull the bomb and save everybody. So like really,
no. So like she blew the bridge to make the mission succeed.
The score happened, yeah.
But then Han abandoned it because he knew that if he didn't, then they would all die.
Yeah.
So it's a complex situation.
There's no Beckett's eyes. She sacrificed herself for the mission, and then Han abandoned the mission, regardless of what he was capable of doing or not.
But then also he kind of sees it was a damned if you do, damned if you don't, and he gives Han an out.
Yeah. Beckett definitely knows that he is. The thing is, Beckett is very smart, and he's also in a lot of pain.
Yeah.
So the pain is lashing out, and then the logic of Beckett is like, okay, well, I mean, obviously we were fucked, but it's like, I'm just.
But I needed to punch somebody. You are the person here.
But he does quickly, like basically reverse it. And he never.
And
really
also on top of all of it, though, like I'm watching this movie, watching Woody Harrelson act, and I am seeing like Woody Harrelson as this character, and Woody Harrelson, the man, would punch out a man for his.
I also think it's like
woman dying.
It's one of those things though, where like you say, he does give Han the out, right? Like he's like,
yeah,
you should go. I don't want you to come here with me. This is not going to be something that you want to do. And
it's like, I do not wish this life on
anybody.
Yeah,
because he's been in it for, he's old. He's pretty old at this point. He's older than Han Solo is when we meet him in A New Hope.
In Wookiee years.
In Wookiee years, he's like 3, 4, 5 years old. I don't know. It's pretty old for a Wookiee.
He's just a little guy in Wookiee years.
But he also continuously tries to teach him, right? Like every corner he is trying to teach him. And then even by the mid tier of the film, like you're watching him still trying to the point that I think he teaches him the last lesson, and then his character just becomes sort of like a comic relief up until the point that the betrayal happens, where I'm like, wait, what happened to Woody Harrelson? He's just being like, cool, all right, let's do it. Like he's just being like, okay, I'm here for the flow of the game or whatever. But yeah, this is almost the scariest moment of the movie, where he's like, Memphis Nest is nothing. We have to now go against Dryden Vos, and this is where everything kind of drops.
And
right?
you don't even understand this, Han. You're such a kid at this point.
But it's also where the movie becomes extremely cool. Where the movie was good, and now it's cool. Where I'm like, oh, this is a cool movie. Wait a minute, there's like a floating yacht of weird rich perverts just like waiting for. They were just waiting on this planet for the job to finish. Like that's
like Epstein Island on wings.
Yeah.
My next note is literally Head in the Jar Singer is my favorite Star Wars. I want to find this song. Somebody send the song to me.
I made a note at this same point, and I said, "Can you perform on a stage in Star Wars if you're not fucked?"
There's not a normal person ever. Yeah.
No.
And
Think of every
what does she
single
have?
time.
Like the woman has like a weird medallion in front of her face. I assume it's a microphone, but then he also has one, and I'm like, my brain was like, and next up, folks, it's woman and frog. Like that's all I could think in my head.
It's like Krang without the rest of them.
Yeah, if Krang it was a floating head in a jar, that would be sick. And I'm sure it probably happens in the Eastman and Laird comics. But speaking of two directors, what are the names of the two directors that originally directed this?
Lord and Miller, yeah. Phil
Lord and Miller,
Chris.
Lord and Miller. Clearly, a moment that was left in this movie was clearly where Beckett says, "Don't look anybody in the eye," and Han Solo looks down, and it holds on that scene for so long in a very funny way. I laughed out loud both times that I watched it. I thought it was great. And also, we have a Chekhov's glowy knife situation, because then it cuts over to Dryden with he kills a guy, and then he puts the knife on a plate.
Yeah.
One of his servants is holding. You know what I mean? And those glowy knives are brought back later, and those aren't like a Star Wars thing. Those are like in this movie thing.
Yeah. But
they're like light knives.
In this same scene, it's just an aside, but it's probably one of the most horrific things, if you think about it, is the woman holding drinks where half her head is missing and there's like a fucking Mac Mini in replacement. And like
this is what I'm saying about like all of the aliens in this movie are individually insane. And I know that Steven was talking about how like it's varied, but I think it's the antithesis to what you were saying, Joel Squidpod, that in Star Trek there's like 5 or 7 races. It's very like it's very fantasy. Where there's like the gnomes.
Each race is an archetype.
There's the
humanity.
orcs. There's the fucking, you know what I mean? The humans. There's the elves. And in Star Wars, you don't have the same level of archetype that you do in something like a Lord of the Rings. It's there aren't the 6 archetypes. There's fucking 4,000 archetypes, and in every movie, you bring
and they're just
back,
like, what kind of disgusting do you want this guy to be?
Exactly. Yeah. Or what kind of like incredibly
Weird
handsome
quirk.
for a tiny bat guy.
I mean, in this, like the disgusting for me was those like the servants that had like half their head.
That's what we were talking about.
Oh, was it?
Oh,
yeah.
I was just saying how horrific that is. Yeah. And that just the fact that they're like, she's working for him just in a scene, just as an extra, says way more about Dryden Vos and how evil he is. If he's like, I'm willing to lobotomize you and put a Mac Mini on your head.
Yeah.
So that you just give me drinks.
We call that a Mac flat. He's like, I'm gonna give you the Mac flat. And then he's like, take this up to my quarters. I might need it laid to. But also like, I mean, I'm sure you guys already. I was only peeing for 45 seconds, but I assume you covered it all. All the weirdos. A lot of ground. Yeah.
So they're just coming out of the Kessel Run now.
Okay.
My Home Alone of it all is Bat Boy.
Squidpod, what do you have going on?
There is a moment in this where, and I know it's near the end, but when Chewbacca eats those 2 like cocktails or whatever, and he's dribbling everywhere, it gives you that feeling of like, oh, my heart. You know when like somebody's eating embarrassingly and you're like, stop. That's
no, he takes a sip of the drink and it's all over his beard. I can relate to that.
Yeah.
I know you can.
There are dozens of us.
There are dozens of us.
Listen, I don't have any orange pop in my beard yet.
Are you saying you're a Wookiee? Is that this? Done.
Whoa. We're gonna have to come up with a nickname for you, Jason.
I'm not gonna say that every time.
My friends used to call me Chewbacca. So
whoa,
that's appropriate.
Yeah.
So
That sounds like an East Coast thing to me.
But
It's probably an East Coast.
Yeah,
thing.
I don't think we're allowed to say that this far west anymore.
No, can't.
But I mean, you're pretty.
Not these days.
You're still pretty East Coast. I know you like to think you don't have an accent, but
yeah, you sound like a regular pirate, not a space pirate.
I don't like any of that.
When Jason types, it's in Maritimes New Roman.
So many R's. Oh man, I'm gonna fucking have a problem with that later.
You're like, you keep switching the font. You're like, it still looks like it's in Maritime.
Fucking Maritimes New Roman. What a genius thing to say to me. I'm gonna come for you in your sleep. Don't worry.
That's the shirt.
Available in the available in the store. Yeah, exactly.
All right, we're back. We're at the cocktail party still.
Okay, so Beckett says like, don't talk to anybody, and then Han's like, I won't. Why would I, old man, you asshole? And then Chewie's just like, and he's like, I know, whatever. And
I won't talk to anyone. And he turns around and is literally the entire objective of his life is there.
Oh, and there's a couple of Imperial officers there too. So
yeah, you can, and they all have like hookers on their arms and shit.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, these guys
You're
are
like,
bought,
okay, this is how he keeps his influence.
Oh, and there's the little bat guy in the suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about him earlier. He has an oversized drink. I mean, I guess it's just a regular sized drink, but he's like,
He's
probably
not
wasted.
bat-sized. Yeah.
It's not bat sized.
I also mentioned him so many times.
Also, that bat not baptized.
Not baptized.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but anyway,
he's got full foreskin. I think is what you mean by that.
Oh
yeah, I think you meant circumcised.
Oh yeah.
He's not baptized.
Nobody correct Jason. Nobody correct.
But he is circumcised. If he wasn't, he would look like a slug or whatever. He'd be like,
this is weird.
Yeah, it's all very weird. Okay, so he goes to a window to try and avoid speaking to anyone, and then he gets a hand on the shoulder and he goes, Chewie, leave me alone. And then it turns out that it's Kira, and she has a very disingenuous smile on her face, and she has that smile on her face for the rest of the movie. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but like, I've watched this movie a couple times, and in the early parts of this movie, she seems in love with him.
Yeah,
and almost
so warm and
and almost every moment up until maybe the cape room, she has a fake face on. Like she doesn't look like she's in love with
what
him
I want to say about this too.
She also looks like low-key afraid.
Joel mentioned plot armor for our main boys. But the fact, so there's a series of things that happen that are also like movie shit. The fact that she's at this party, the fact that she knows Beckett, and then the fact that she leads them to talk to Lando, all feels very like it's a little contrived for me, and that's how I felt during this. And I know that I've been singing praises about these like more contrived moments. This is where it doesn't fall apart for me, but it does feel a little too like perfect to fit.
Okay,
and it starts with this moment where she's just at this gala, and then it goes to like, oh, Beckett, oh, Dryden knows Beckett, and it all becomes they're all intertwined with each other because of this. Because what it seems like is like Han Solo we forgot to mention that smash cut from him at the Imperial officer being like, your name's Solo and now you're going to join the infantry. There's a 3-year gap. That 3 years is a long time. Everybody gets thrown into different places in their lives, and then in the next month or few weeks, Solo ends up at a gala with the main bad guy, and then Kira, who knows Beckett.
Yeah, it makes the galaxy feel smaller, I think is what you're trying to say.
But on the other hand, they're in crime. There's gonna be a guy at the top. They're both doing the same hustle. Like it's kind of like how like I work as a graphic designer. it's only a matter of time before I run into another designer I know at like the same job.
Right.
There's also a moment.
So this is Space Toronto, is what you're saying.
Space Toronto.
There's also
this is Nirvana the band, the movie, the show.
Yeah. There's also a moment early in the movie where she says like it's either this or Crimson Dawn. She does say that at the beginning of the movie. It's either this or Crimson Dawn. And which makes me think that Crimson Dawn has a lot of influence on the planet that they
it's like the easy way out, but it's immoral.
And
you
then
know
when
they're
Han
reuniting.
leaves,
Yeah.
When Han leaves,
like,
she goes for
she has to go
Crimson Dawn, which is
It's kind of like you spend your whole life like your Bloods, and then like the Crips are hiring, and you're like, I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna just join the Crips,
or even you're.
It's either like Bloods or Crips. What am I gonna do?
Yeah, or like you're like a kid living in a shitty neighborhood, and you don't want to join a gang. Yeah. And so you're like doing petty crime and shit to try to just keep yourself fed. But it's like
if
once
you also,
your partner is gone, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to just join a gang.
Yeah, because it's just easier.
Yeah.
You also notice that,
but I'm in it for life.
When Beckett says like, that job was for the Crimson Dawn. Like you can see Han's face like sink, but there's also like this like weird
I wanted
that he
to
has
ask,
for being like, oh, but that's also like baby Kira can get me back. Maybe I can go there through them to that. So like that's another reason for him to join up.
I wanted to ask too, like in the Star Wars mythos, how deep does the Crimson Dawn go?
Huge, galactic.
Yeah. So there at this point in time, there's like the Pikes, Crimson Dawn. There's two other syndicates.
The Hutts.
The Hutts. Yeah. And then somebody else that I can't remember. And then there's also like Crimson Dawn at this point is being led by Darth Maul and Death Watch from Mandalore.
The Mandalorians, and
it's a big deal, yeah.
It's a huge deal. They're the biggest gang.
Are they part of like the animated series stuff? Like are they Bad Batch?
Yeah,
the Pikes are huge too. Like the Pikes are the ones that they go to Kessel they're run by the Pikes, right? Like the guy who's like that guy. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah. They have the hexagon faces, the Pikes.
Yeah.
They look cool. That guy in live, because you've seen that in Clone Wars before, and you're like, oh, they look cool. And then you see it in live action, you're like, that looks so fucking cool in live action. I did not expect it to be that.
Yeah, it's something that
boxy.
You wouldn't think would be easy to translate from a cartoon.
Yeah, because in the cartoon they're like fishmen, and their like face are kind of weird and stuff.
Yeah.
So without knowing the like lore element that you guys know, is this sort of more on par with watching Ahsoka without having previous knowledge? Because I watched Ahsoka.
No,
I had a lot of moments where I was like, I know kind
of
know what they're talking about.
I didn't know Crimson Dawn as well.
You don't need to know in this. Like I feel like it's just.
I see. Yeah.
I think
I wouldn't have been able to as detailed outline Crimson Dawn as the other two.
I feel like your amount of knowledge of Crimson Dawn, Jason, is like just about the same amount of Crimson Dawn knowledge that Han Solo has in the Han Solo movie. So like, you're good.
Han Solo.
Essentially, you know who the mob is. This is the mob.
Yeah.
Right. So that's all you need to know.
You've heard about them. You know that they operate in space.
You know they're
Like,
dangerous.
what do we do?
You know you're scared of them.
After doing this month of Star Wars, like I had seen the original or the prequel trilogy, and I had seen this movie, but this month and my love for Star Wars as it is has really inspired me to want to go back and just watch the cartoon series and really just wrap my head around more of the stuff that I don't know.
Jason, do you want to do a side podcast? I've been trying to get this off the ground for years. It's called
I'm Not In, and also we can put it under the banner, hey, did you see this one? And Steven will be there every single fucking week.
I'll be like, this week
and so will Alex, and this is actually a backdoor pilot.
It's a backdoor pilot.
We'll talk later. We'll talk later.
Yeah, we'll have a sidebar.
Backdoor X-Wing pilot.
Yeah.
Wait, is there a podcast called Backdoor Pilot? Maybe we should just make it called Backdoor Pilot. All right.
I have
And
a
it's
better
Star
name, but
Wars
I'm
reference.
but
And then we can all be called Dak.
Yeah.
Dak is a backdoor pilot, isn't he?
Backdoor
Dak.
X-Wing.
He's a backdoor pilot.
Yeah.
If you know
Dude,
what I'm
Luke
saying.
didn't give a
If
fuck
you know what I'm
when
saying.
Dak died. He didn't give a fuck.
No.
Well, that's because Luke.
I
was
lost
the
my
top,
gunner,
right?
whatever his name was.
I don't know.
He only cared that he couldn't fucking attach the.
He's like, crap, are you there? And he's like, my name's Dak. Please.
I lost my what's his name? I lost my gunner. Couldn't remember.
We've only been through 2 missions, 2 major missions together, Luke.
Yeah,
That's
so many
lot.
syllables. Who can remember them all? I'm gonna nickname for you. He says to Dak.
Hey, Scab.
Yeah.
It's Dak.
I don't know, his
he
name's
introduced,
like
"Hey, my
shit
name's-
or piss
my
or
name's,
something. Yeah.
My name is Daxon Solo Calrissian.
I have a
"Yeah,
friend
I'm
who
gonna
has
just call
Solo
you
in their
Dak."
name too, actually. All right. So are you ready to face the Empire? May the force be with you.
Let's go,
Let's
Dak
go.
Solo.
Yeah.
You know what Kira and Han's reunion reminded me of? It was like they were dating at the end of grade 8, and then Han and Kira like were separated for summer, and then they went into
That's
high
what
school.
I mean about the.
And Han's like, "Hey, my girlfriend's here," and he doesn't realize yet that she's not his girlfriend anymore.
That's what the fake face is for me. Right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, and she's
It's
like, "Oh,
like,
hey,"
she's giving him a big smile, and like you can tell that she's like, "Oh fuck, I really do care about this guy," and I kind of left him hanging, but also he left me hanging. But she doesn't. There's one thing that I really
she's
like
not
about
upset that he got away. She's
that-
happy.
yeah.
She is happy that he got away.
That's
but
one thing that I
she's
really
moved
like.
on.
The one thing that I think about Kira in this.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say the one thing that I like about Kira in this movie is that she isn't like played in this sort of like artificially crafted or dumb sort of like female role that exists in Star Wars usually, right? Like she is already established as a character beyond the screen of what we're watching, and right now we're just seeing her be like, "Hey Han, how's it going?" No, yes. And if you're watching carefully, you can be like, "Yeah, she already has something going on." And then it is smeared on a little heavily once Dryden shows up, but like you know that like there's something else going on there.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean
So when like I'm just kind of watching it here, and she's playing it like she's scanning the room. It's like she's got some fear about her the whole time they're talking, even though she's like, "I'm so glad to see you," etc., etc. She's just still looking around the whole time.
Well, yeah, and I mean the fear isn't lost on us because as it's cutting between what we're seeing and what's happening in the room is Dryden Vos murdering a man with a knife.
Yeah.
Like, bring this knife to my knife room because I'm gonna bring another knife person up there later. Where you're like, okay, well, yeah, this guy's evil.
That is an excellent point. I do feel the same way about Kira in this. She's one of the most she has the most agency of a lot of Star Wars women. I honestly don't think there's a Star Wars woman I like more agency wise, maybe than Ahsoka, maybe than
I mean, in
Leia,
these
once she's more formed, you know, like I think that Kira should come back in some way because of how important to me she is.
Well,
I'll
agree that like
you.
in this introduction,
she was clearly.
I think it's like super strong, and I don't think the rest of the movie plays off the strength of her introduction here, because it's like we leave her in this like very vulnerable position, and then we see her in this very strong position, and I think that there are like some good moments throughout, but we don't really get to know her at all in this movie.
I love the nuance of her position. Like I love. It's like she's literally like branded. She's clearly so subservient.
Mm-hmm.
But you can tell that she has demonstrated competence and quickly
and strength and coolness.
She is definitely like she's definitely trapped, but you can tell that she has basically made the best of it in a situation of like she's a close confidant. She is like she clearly has a bit more rope than
she's literally
she has the
lieutenant.
top half of her head.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
she didn't get the top half of her head cut off.
Very important. Very important.
But you know what I mean? It's like clearly she is so slick.
But also in this pecking order, she is the next in line to Dryden. and when Dryden dies, Darth Maul himself says like Kira, like he knows.
She's on a first name basis with Darth Maul.
It's not like she's like, oh yes, you're the servant of the guy that I was talking to. It's like, no, Kira, we must talk on Dathomir.
It's like, okay, weird sort of like balance of like survival versus ambition. Like she's ambitious, but she's also a survivor. So like you kind of feel that when like through Han's eyes, she's just like the girl of his dreams. She's everything.
But she's also the girl of his nightmares because she's like a fucking crime boss, basically. And like, not to deter you, Jason, from like what you like about her, but like I think the main point of her that is the most interesting is that you don't know enough about her in this movie. Like you want to know more.
I think that's the epitome of a crush. I think that is the.
Oh, Jason just wants to kiss Kira. Okay.
No. And I don't want to be weird. I don't want it to be gross or whatever. But I think even from Han Solo's point of view,
he is like puppy dog.
I think that is the antithesis. That is the very meaning. The very.
Well, he just wants to marry her, right?
I mean, he wants his teenage girlfriend back, but now they're both. They've changed so much,
and she's just so calculated at this moment in time, right?
Yeah. Right.
And
I don't want to.
I'm just a teenage dirt bang.
I don't want to derail this show because this is an amazing conversation. However, I would like to point out that it is now 11 p.m. and we are not halfway through this movie, so we haven't
met Lando yet.
We need to figure out a way that we can move on
a little bit quicker. Speed it up. They get into Dryden's conversation, and we finally learn a little bit more about Dryden, which is cool because he's a cool scar-faced man.
Another moment where I was like, "Fuck!" I don't remember anyone that was. I'm like, Paul Bettany is in this movie.
But how excited were you to be like?
I was very excited. I was like, "Oh yeah!" I'm like,
in his weird like trophy room full of like cool, like jewels and knives and armor.
It's so
there's a Mandalorian.
He has a Knight's Tale because otherwise, everything that I can think of him in, he's so weird.
Yeah.
Like scary. He's like a scary guy.
I think that Jon Favreau like really likes him. Like he thinks he's like a powerful actor, which he is a powerful.
He's an extremely powerful actor, but he's like also like so like I don't know. I feel like if I found out that he killed people in the night, I would be like, okay.
I would like
only during the night.
I would have liked the idea if he was a Mandalorian. Like if he was just like one of the Death Watch, like instead of whatever creating a new alien that has Scarface, like just make him a regular dude who's.
I still like the idea that when he gets mad, his fucking scars go all crazy.
I like that too, Jason. I think that's like one of the things that like every time I watch this movie, I'm like, what is going on with him? His scars are turning darker when he gets mad, and then when he dies, his skin goes like super pale.
Right.
Yeah. What the heck is he?
Like, is he like focusing his skin into different pigments?
The thing though is
and like dying is like letting go. Is he like a fucking cuttlefish or something?
Yeah. Like
maybe he's a cuttlefish alien.
Like maybe he's just got a little pigment things that fire all the time.
But like an octopus goes pale when it dies.
Yeah.
He's like a mood ring, but like a person.
Yeah.
But like not as extreme.
I love that too.
But it is subtle. It's not like it's
so subtle that I thought I was crazy the first time I watched the movie, and I still sometimes think I'm crazy when I'm watching it. And I'm noticing this, right, to the point that I don't want to bring it up to anybody, being like,
because you're like, maybe he's not changing color. Like maybe if I say that character is changing colors, I'll look.
People will think I'm insane. Yeah.
I feel like a throwaway line would have fixed a lot of that confusion for people, but.
Or just make it more extreme, like just make him turn green or something, like fully green.
Or make his diamonds turn like red. Like
I got into a fight with a gecko from the Fallout universe, and now I'm irradiated. Don't worry about it.
Or like when he gets really mad, like all the scars on his face, like they open, like they're normal and they're just lines.
That's what I'm saying.
Open into these like these.
That's such a open things. That's a way cooler thing that we see in this movie. That because we all assume watching it that his face has been slashed. That's all.
Yeah, we all thought he got clawed by a wampa or a clawman or whatever. Yeah,
a clawman. It's classic Star Wars.
Well, I mean, as we meet Lando, we see a clawman. I'll tell you about him later.
Okay, so speaking of which, we're now off to.
Yeah, I think we can speed through the coaxium talk. Like they basically he threatens to kill them, and then he's like, "Well, what if we can get you raw coaxium?" And then they're like, "Well, Kessel, we can get it from Kessel, but we have to do this, and that." And then he's like, "I won't kill you this time, but next time I will." And Beckett's like, "Got it." And they leave.
Yeah.
And then
what if they met Lando Calrissian?
Yeah, they have to go find a fast ship, so they end up in the darkest bar in the universe.
It's so dark.
It's called Dark Bar, directed by John Carpenter.
Yeah, but the cool thing about this bar they go into, it reminds me of any movie where there are people fighting in a cage. But in this one, it's
because there's people fighting in a cage in it. Oh,
it's droids.
It's like if Michael Vick did Robot Wars.
That's
right. Or BattleBots.
There's so many
BattleBots. Thank you, Alex.
There's so many movies with people fighting in cages that you could pin to this
the
one.
Wolverine.
That's what I'm gonna say. I was about to say. It reminds me of that one the most for some reason.
In Deadpool 2, where
I think it's because the way
Abomination fighting in a cage in a secret scene.
Oh yeah.
Okay, but the reason I agree with Alex here is because I think that like the fact they film it from these tight, weird angles, doesn't it make the cage feel really, really small? Like
it does, yeah.
And you're like the Wolverine in that one, it felt really, really small too. I'm like, how big is this cage? Like maybe
you guys want to see some cool man-on-man cage fighting? There's this little show called Banshee, and it's a piece of shit, but it's where it's where Homelander came from. It was a show before The Boys, and it's about this town that is run by Mormons, and they just have an underground fighting ring, and it's the most crime-heavy, violent sex show I've ever seen in my life. I think it was on like FX.
It's the most crime-heavy sex show I've ever seen in my entire life.
And I've never seen cage fighting like I've seen in that. They had to go to Louisiana to get better cage fighting on that show. At any rate, I really love the fact that Han Solo sits down at the sabacc table and he says, "Have you ever played it before?" And after mispronouncing sabacc, and says, "I played a little," and I'm like, what a weird tell about your ability to play sabacc.
But did you notice once or twice, right? Did you notice the other mispronunciation? That's the best part.
What was it?
He's like, "So this is sabacc, isn't it?" He's like, "It's called sabacc," and then he's like, "All right, I played a couple times," and he's like, "So, Han," and he's like, "It's Han."
It's actually Han.
I love that.
Yeah. Which should be one of your dislikes of the movie.
I don't mind it. This is a
but he doesn't
that I'm okay with.
But he doesn't
because Billy D. Williams just read the script one time and said the name wrong, and they didn't correct him.
Yeah.
But he also just never says it right ever throughout the whole because he didn't say it right the first time.
They just never bring it up to him.
But now it feels, because of the relationship that
it feels
set
like
up here, it feels like out of spite,
like an in-joke.
Yeah.
And then like as when they're old and buddies, it's like you're still calling your old pal by the name you used to take the piss out of them with. Yeah.
Well, I had a girlfriend. I had a girlfriend when I was 19 or 18. Her name was Hannah, as we would normally say it. But if you know her, she preferred to be called Hannah. And I called her Hannah, and I would hear people around call her Hannah, and I wouldn't correct them because Hannah technically is the correct way to call somebody by that name. But I feel like this is the same thing. Steve, don't give me that face.
I mean, it's a great story. I'm glad you're telling it to us.
Han Solo, dude.
Yeah,
it was
Han
before you even knew it. Yeah,
I was gonna be like, it's like in Community where like everybody's like Abed, and then Pierce is always like Abed. Where it's like clearly there's like a bunch of people saying it right, and then one person just can't get it right.
Like Iraq versus Iraq.
But I don't think Lando Calrissian is racist as a character and real life.
No, but it's just like that's how maybe everybody on his planet says Han, right? So it's like it's just baked into his mind, like that's what it's called, Han. Everyone's called Han here.
And then we see, and Infant's Nest is in the bar. For some reason, I completely missed that.
Yeah, Warwick Davis is the little like.
Oh, it's okay.
It's like, is Warwick Davis in this movie as far back as this point? Because I only notice when he takes his mask off, and I'm like, oh
yeah, he's the one who's So like, there's it keeps showing like a person who has like a helmet, like a crazy visor helmet, and like you can tell that they have short limbs or whatever because they keep like moving around and they have little limbs. And then later he like says something like, "All right, they're leaving, but we put the blip blop on their ship."
Yeah.
And you know what? Because I was writing notes, I probably looked down at that point. And then
he's watching I think this is actually detrimental for like child brains, but also like child brains that watch this over and over again it'll be that this is what Star Wars is. Because like I was watching it, I was like, oh, this person's going to be interesting, like a weird, interesting interruption. And then it doesn't happen. And then they like almost too much later to the point that your brain forgets that person was there.
Well, and I actually had a note written down as like, how did they know that they were here? And then, there's the set.
Warwick Davis was in there watching the whole Sabacc fight. Yeah. And he's watching the whole time. I love the Sabacc part. It's so great. I love the bar, everything about it. It seems like they're in like a weird Viking, like a longhouse or whatever. Like when they take a ship or
There's
whatever.
also a very, I'll bring this up because I try to bring this up in every episode. There's a very Final Fantasy thing in this where he loses this Sabacc match because Lando cheats.
Lando Calrissian,
but in a very JRPG way, because they're all interconnected, they gain a party member out of losing the Millennium Falcon. And when they're walking away, it's like, yo, can I get my fucking speeder? And he's like, no, it's in the shop. Also, do you want to come do the Kessel Run? And Lando's like, I hate you, but that seems interesting because I'm interesting, which I love.
Well, and I also like that the whole thing with Beckett's like 25%, okay, and then they get to the Falcon and it's impounded. So it's like it's sort of implied to me that Lando has seen through the con since the beginning and is like, I got to get my ship out of Hawk, and these are the guys who are going to do it.
I wouldn't put
also
it past them.
Quick shout out to
it's one of the I like that he like they keep haggling downwards, and then he also is like and then he turns to Kira and he goes like 25 is great, like that's exactly what I was going to haggle down towards. And you know, like we meet the droid. Do you guys like the droid? I feel like
I love L3.
I really like.
Before we get to L3, though, quick shout out to Ron Howard's brothers in this.
Clint Howard. Yeah, that's right.
Clint Howard's in this.
He's the BattleBot master.
Yeah.
This is one of those Sam Raimi moments where like Clint Howard will always appear in a Ron Howard production, no matter what it is.
Very true.
Just like Clint Gunn.
How come none of the
James
robots
Gunn's brother.
in the arena used a wedge to flip any of the other robots over?
I don't know. Or like a hammer that like
yeah.
Or a chainsaw on the front with the flipper on the back.
Or they just
flipper,
spin.
man. What was it? Bite Force, right? Bite Force.
I hate AI, but I can't wait for BattleBots to come back where all the droids are little like
where they actually feel pain.
Yeah, they have their like little AI like children on the side that like watch
they have
them.
veins running.
There's like a little like boy robot who's like he's got little zippers on his
watching his dad get cut in half.
Yeah,
but to talk about
or the one with the torch for no reason that sets the other ones on fire.
To talk about L3, my favorite thing about L3 is
intimidation.
First of all, it's Phoebe Waller-Bridge.
Yeah, we love her.
She's amazing. But this droid is like programmed to want equal rights for everybody to a fault almost.
Yeah.
And one of the
I think
first
that the
lines
character
he goes
is-
like, "You
he's
need
also-
anything? Equal rights."
I do think this is also,
So this is one of those things where you talk about like the poison in your brain about this movie. L3 was poisoned as being like the woke bot at the time.
Woke wasn't even a thing in 20.
Yeah, it was like a
no, but it was
feminism bot. It would be
Is
like a
L3 the
feminism
first
bot.
time that
but it was
woke
also like a
brought up?
commentary on
SJW was a thing at the time.
For sure.
Right.
Yeah.
and I do think that like it was meant to be a commentary on being overly woke, right? Like that's the whole idea
Exactly.
of the character, right?
Which
Like,
is insane because she's kind of like how Donald Trump is like an insane Nazi to George Bush Jr. being like not that bad by comparison. But I miss SJ Dubs.
Yeah.
I think like when you first meet her though, like you're also like you're immediately like, what is this droid doing? It's too much. This is too much. And like everything that everybody says to her is an affront. So you're like, oh, she's sort of like a militaristic version of like the idea of wokeness. But then by the end, you're like, no, she's right. She's absolutely right. Everything that she believes in is true. Yeah.
And she dies as like a martyr, which was excellent.
From her introduction to about the point where they break into the impound lot. That is like the length of time that she's annoying, and then
and then she's
that,
just funny after that.
You're like, oh
Well,
I'm with you.
She's humanized for me at that conversation where she's talking to Kira, and she's like, obviously Han Solo loves you, and she's like, what? How do you know that? And it's like, because Lando loves me. And she's like, well, how do you know that? And Kira's like,
so you think that people
you
can
say
only be
Lando?
humanized when they want to fuck each other? You
No,
weird pervert.
we could be together if it was
For me-
necessary. And then Kira says, would that even work? And as
And
the
she goes,
"Scene
"It
ends,"
works."
she goes,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
works. It could
It
work.
works. No, for me, the humanization of her was when she like sits down in the seat and is all cranky about her hip or whatever. She's like, you're gonna have to do that thing later. And it's implied that like Lando
They've done it
regularly
before,
has to do it.
He has to like put his finger into like
Like give her a
weird,
massage or
like,
whatever.
lube,
Like,
or he has like a
let's be
lube
honest.
thing. He's like,
give her a
"Yeah,
tune-up.
I
but
don't
it's
like-
a massage analogy.
I don't like to be gross on this show, and we typically stray away from grossness. But I have
You want to fuck the robot?
No, I do not want to fuck the robot. L3 has a vagina made of like wires, like you know how like wires can sort of.
Oh no!
So use your imagination for that.
But
I'm gonna let you use your imagination.
The point is Lando and her are getting freaky.
Yeah,
You know, maybe not all the time.
I don't think her and Lando are freaky because I think but she's had sex with a human man.
Well, you know, last month
She knows that it works.
last
At
week-
least
She knows that it works.
You know, last week I was talking about obviously Anakin has like a dildo feature for his mutant claw.
I mean, you were talking about that, yeah.
Yeah.
clearly
we were
L3
all thinking it.
has been forced,
Right, guys?
Yes.
with her, explicit agreement to give Lando a hand job at very least. Maybe she doesn't have a wire vagina.
Oh, Jason
That's
likes
a-
to believe that these subservient robot women love giving hand jobs. What a pervert!
I love
No.
it. They're
Don't fuck
programmed.
them, but if
Yeah,
they're gonna give a
like-
hand job,
yeah.
it's probably fine.
It's just
So you think the
protocol,
robot
right?
likes doing that? What the
Yeah.
fuck is
It's
wrong?
just
She
with you?
protocol,
loves
right,
him
Jason?
back. She says it.
It's just software.
That's
Oh,
actually
no.
worse than what I'm saying.
That was Jason's nickname in high school.
Plank job.
Software. Because I couldn't get it up. Oh no.
Oh no!
Anyway,
Lando recording his memories is great. That's my next note. Let's move on.
Oh,
from
well,
all
that's
that.
so many moments
If
later.
you guys ever
I
do the
know.
original
I'm
trilogy, you're gonna have to learn about how R2D2 has a fucking glory hole or something. From
Yeah. Also, like this droid does
You can
make
jizz
me think-
oil.
This droid does make me think about like how gay C-3PO would be if he never got his mind wiped. Like he's gay at base, but like imagine he never got his mind wiped.
Every time he gets wiped, he starts over as a heterosexual droid, and then he starts to realize that he likes boy droids.
Yeah.
And by the end of it, they're like, "We got to wipe him again." He keeps fucking all the R4 units.
Yeah. By the eighth time he wasn't wiped, he's like, "Wipe me, daddy."
Are the droid wipers just like conversion camps?
I think so.
Oh wow. That's why R4 had a bad
droid just to get rid of its human qualities? Like, is that?
Yeah, Anakin wiped 3PO so many times to try and stop.
Is it like
him
a
from
form
being
of
gay.
like
And
rampage?
it just keeps coming out though. They're like, "Oh my god, he's gay every time. We can't wipe it. It's clear it doesn't work."
Okay. Well,
That's
put
why
a fabulous gold plating on him. That'll straighten him out.
Give him one red leg.
One red leg.
Yeah.
Just so he's fabulous.
One silver leg, one red arm. See what happens, you know.
Yeah.
He only felt comfortable when he was just full wires.
I do think that my favorite part in the
He
Force
had a wire
Awakens
vagina.
is when he shows up and he's like, "I assume you're thinking about my red arm." Everyone's like, "I mean, not really, but yeah, what's up with that?" He's like, "They tried to wipe me again, Master Solo, but I fucked them right in the eye."
I used my giant C3PO penis.
Oh,
it's actually a human penis.
Penis.
The P stands for penis.
And the 3 stands for
C3P.
3 of them.
ENIS.
Yeah. All right, we're
This
not
has gone off the rail. This is
Yeah,
like a fucking imperial train, dude.
Okay, we've busted out the Millennium Falcon out of Hawk. We're now on Kessel. We've done the Kessel Run, the normal.
The Kessel
way.
Walk.
Yeah, it's the normal way. It's the.
This is also where I do get into the point where I'm like, okay, now they're dealing with Star Wars stuff that I know, and like I'm like, okay, yeah. And now they're explaining it, like, well, yeah, Kessel's on the inside of this big ass nebula or whatever. You can't go anywhere through it. You can only go through this weird lamp lit tunnel or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, but how does the tunnel work? And they're like, don't worry about that. Just worry about the fact that we
Just
can
buy
go
the
through it."
toys.
Yeah. They really don't decide to explain how any of it works, except that if you go outside the tunnel, you'll get eaten by ice and rocks and monsters
and a gravity well.
And a gravity well, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the monsters are bad, but there's
They
also,
keep talking about the maw. Yeah. They're like the maw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, they land on Kessel, and then they basically sell Han and Chewie into slavery, essentially.
Yeah, they do like the classic check their teeth and stuff. It's all pretty good. But
Yeah, it's pretty overt.
Yeah.
Also,
Kira's
we get a shot into Kira's like badassery because she just treats everybody like shit once she has to like get into character, which Steven was talking about this earlier, and I couldn't really wrap my head around how she could be a bad mojo. But this is the sequence where I was like, oh yeah, she is an asshole, and can the ability to be an asshole, because right here she's like, you shut your mouth.
Yeah.
All Sasquatch. Everybody get into the slave pit.
Yeah, she's like, okay, these 2 droids, both are hardworking and will serve you well.
And Beckett is wearing Lando's disguise outfit.
From the Jedi.
Which,
the weird tooth.
When I remember when I first saw that, I was like, oh, but then I was also kind of like, oh, I guess that makes sense. Like maybe he just has that as a thing that he puts on. It's just like a disguise he has. Yeah, he's probably got like a bunch of other disguises too. Yeah.
But I love the pikes. The pikes are so cool in this.
So do I. I like the fact that they like admit pretty quickly, like, yeah, the reason we can do this, exploit these people, is because we've got a lot of droids here and we have them all under control, very heavily under control. And the droid is like fucking hell, what the hell? What do you mean? And then they she kicks him in the nuts or whatever, and then gives him the dice back, and is like, "Yeah, you guys go this way, we'll go this way." And then, but it's like,
so I guess it's like the dice thing is she's been hanging on to it all this time, and
I think this is her trying to be like, I will not fuck you over here in this situation. I will come back for these because you gave them to me, they're mine, and I'll come back for them. I think that's the idea behind the dice, is that like you give them to somebody as a symbol of trust, and if you take them, then you have to give them back to the other person as a symbol of trust.
And it's also a symbol of like, listen, I can't be who you want me to be, but I'm still the person that I was.
Yeah,
But
like I recognize.
and then you take
I
them
am
back.
still
also,
me,
I've
even if we are not us.
Yeah, I've never stopped thinking about you.
Yeah.
Is
I'm
the
still the
premise.
girl that you
Yeah.
knew. I'm not necessarily your girl.
I'm
But
sorry
also, you can give these to another person
if
if you need them. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. These are really important. I
Oh man,
promise.
are the
I
dice way
promise. You're
more
gonna keep-
romantic
yeah.
and cool than I thought? Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I guess
think
they
so.
are now.
Listen,
Yeah.
I think the dice, like right from the get-go, they show them like they're Chekhov's dice in a way, because they're very important throughout this whole film. Like they're shown right at the beginning, and they're used at this as this sort of like language of love. This is why after the movie ends, I'm wondering when Han meets Leia in the original trilogy,
Did he
is
give
he
her
thinking of Kira this whole time? Like, is he thinking of?
Oh, he gave her the dice, all right.
Oh, what is that? What do you mean by that, Alex?
Sex.
Oh,
Sega.
what do you mean by that, Alex? Could
Talking
you?
about banging.
What do you mean by that, Squidpod and Joel? What do you mean?
Intercourse.
No, yeah.
Oh, like a spaceship thing, like
Anal
how, like,
sex.
oh my
doing,
god.
Okay, so sorry,
I
I'm going to put it in
understood that
terms
part.
you understand. You know when there's a robot that's not sexual?
No.
Yeah,
Let me take this one on.
Yeah.
You know the
Okay.
Sarlacc pit?
Oh,
Wait, I'll take this one. You know when Boba Fett says like, "Dad, we're getting raped over here. Let's go."
Oh no.
Wait.
You know in Empire when they go inside of that asteroid, but then there's the worm?
You had me
It's
at
like that,
ass.
but the other way around.
Yeah. The
So,
worm's
like,
going
in-
into the
Wait, you know when
Yeah.
Return of the Jedi, when Jabba the Hutt goes,
So it's
Yeah.
kind of like in Empire Strikes Back, where they get thrown in that garbage hole.
that's
Yeah.
the Sarlacc. bit.
That's not an Empire Strikes Back.
Well, which movie is it? Because I still mean the garbage hole where they get.
That's
Yeah,
the
that's-
first. That's
that's
a New
the first
Hope.
one.
Yeah.
You know, in A New Hope, where nobody has any hope and everybody lives.
That's true. You know what? Jason's
like
right. The main point of A New Hope is when they get out of that garbage hole and they're like, now we have a new hope that we didn't get squished as
Yeah.
garbage.
I will reveal to you that I took a complete shot in the dark at a movie that had the garbage moment, but I know that garbage moment is significant.
Yeah.
It was a New Hope. Just
Yeah.
Okay.
It was
Yeah.
definitely a new hope.
But there was garbage and a hole.
And
Yeah.
there
You
was
get it.
also a new hope because when they got out, they weren't dead. So they're like, we have
Yeah.
a new hope to survive this one, fellas.
Yeah.
Do you think
I thought
that-
I thought it was maybe a reference to them destroying the giant symbol of the Empire, which is the Death Star.
Do you think
You're right, I
Darth
thought it was
Vader
more
ever
garbage.
thinks about how he fought Ahsoka on like an astral plane, like during
I think
the
so.
original trilogy?
Yeah, I think so.
So when there's a moment in Rebels, which is the animated series, where Ahsoka discovers who Darth Vader is, and she freaks out. It's awesome.
It is pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
Shit. So that episode is necessary. I should have watched that before Ahsoka. Listen, Lando Calrissian likes to live blog all of his
This is my favorite
things
part.
that he's
This is
doing
my
in
favorite
the-
part in the whole movie is when he's like, the
His
Lando
podcast
Calrissian
and our
Chronicles.
podcast
It's
actually
the best
cross
part.
over because
Okay.
of this moment.
Let's speed run this because we're never going to get to the Lando Calrissian
You're right.
podcast.
You're right.
Unless
No,
we-
we're here. This is where we're at in my movie.
We're at they're at the Pikes, and they are basically Chewie's ripping arms off.
Yeah.
All right. That's the suit that could fit me. What the heck? Yeah.
Yeah.
But then Kira takes them upstairs and she's like, I'm going to give you the best deal you could ever have. you wait out here. And Woody Harrelson's like, okay. And then she kicks the shit out of everybody in the room. And then he blasts the fuck out of everybody in the room. And then they just
it does like the Star Wars Krav Maga.
It's good. This whole sequence is good. Like, it's goofy and dumb, but it's also like, who gives a shit, right? Like, why the fuck would they have to go through something super duper like intense? I think better that they like bonk
Star
people
Wars
on the head and like move on.
They do like the when an elevator door opens and it's just it's just she's standing there, and
I think it's the
equivalent, but it is the equivalent of like that elevator opening moment is like this whole planet is that like that's what they just like. All right, everybody.
Star Wars moment to have our heroes save a bunch of slaves, and we see how they all react to that, and I think that's important. But then we immediately go into the Kessel Run. So, like,
I mean, if you want to break it down to like who reacts to what, Han reacts appropriately to what's happening there. Chewie reacts appropriately to what's happening there. Kira does not.
No.
Lando does to a degree, but it's only because L3 gets fucked up. And Beckett is, from this moment on until he becomes a bad guy again, is just a goofball. Like for the rest of the movie. It's very strange. I like it. I'm not going to say I don't like it, but he only is goofy from him landing on this planet until he betrays them. He's basically like a goofy guy. Like
do they make him goofier to make his turn less telegraphed?
I think that's what was going on, but I think it's also they didn't have anyone else to be goofy. So they're like
later in the movie when he says, "I told you not to trust anybody," I was genuinely like, "Oh yeah, you did say that." Wait a second. So I think all of this stuff that Steven's saying right now, like of him being like a weirdo through all of this and just being kind of like too nice, is apt.
I also think it's a holdover from Lloyd and Miller.
Okay. I think so too.
Or Lord and Miller.
Like there's so many good, funny Woody Harrelson moments from this moment to the end of the movie that are like they're too funny. Where you're like, what? Why is his character so funny?
It's
and then
like
all of a sudden
it's like they were filming, like they were rolling when they were kind of just standing around, and he was just saying dumb shit.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I have to mention, what is wrong with the Wookiees on Kessel?
They got weird faces, right?
They look like Sasquatch.
So
yeah, like more than Chewbacca's got a dog's face, but these most other Chewbaccas in all of Star Wars
are they supposed to be like emaciated or something?
I think different faces than Chewbacca. I think.
I mean, you only see
weird and unexplained.
You only see one. You only really see one, right?
Got a weird face.
Okay, but
there's two. There's two different ones.
I know. Okay, like wait. Everyone, calm down. You only see one's face up. You see a bunch of other ones running around, but you only see the one up close.
Yeah.
And I think that is a lady Wookiee. She has less hair on her face.
Theories.
Oh, so the lady Wookiees look like Sasquatch.
So it's like they don't have a like a woman.
I'm freeze framing on this. Okay, here we go.
Have you guys
zooming
seen
in on her tits?
This area, yeah.
Have you guys seen the movie Sasquatch Sunset?
No, but
of course not.
It's incredible.
I saw the trailer for it and I forgot about it.
It's incredible. And
I saw Harry and the Hendersons.
It lends to Steven's theory, and also Harry of Harry and the Hendersons. Beautiful man. Looks like a delightful kashake with 3 Ks or 4 Ys. What that word is weird. Ys. 3 Ys. Look it up.
I do think that though the one thing that is you have to look at
looking it up
is the nose, because Wookiees do have dog noses. I don't know.
It was in the fucking. It was in the.
All right.
It's a lot of Ys.
Okay, hold on. I guess she's a lady.
That's what I'm saying. It's a lady Wookiee.
Does she have red lipstick on?
Does she have a dog's vagina?
And she's wearing high heels. She's like,
yeah, like
she has
a bow in her hands.
Like,
yeah, she's got a
face is like
a tutu on,
balder than.
Yeah.
So the face has less hair, right? Because it's a woman. Like, women in.
I associated that with like mistreatment of a slave.
in a fucking spice mine. I thought
Which
it was
is
supposed to
I
be
just
like,
thought it was a lady.
these are the
Wookiee, and
conditions that they.
I was like, oh my god, it's a lady Wookiee. That was my first inclination. Was like,
because you
that's a
see,
lady.
like Chewie is obviously like in the prime of his life. Like
I think
Apex
Chewie
Wookiee.
is like the most beautiful, heroic.
Yeah, but he's
Because
he's kind of like the Henry Cavill of Wookiees, and then this is like okay, if you found like an old, used up, emaciated
The Stephen
slave in a
Waters of
spice
Wookiees,
mine-
like,
spice mine.
No,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
beautiful. Shut up.
Yeah.
It's the Betty White of Wookiees.
Okay,
the
maybe.
Betty White, was she 90-year-old Wookiee? Like,
Yeah.
I don't listen. I think it was just supposed to be like, I think it was supposed to be a
Or
woman
is it
Wookiee.
like, let's make this
Yeah.
Wookiee obviously not Chewbacca,
so
that people aren't confused?
I was confused. So
Well, the thing that
Mission
made me
not
think that it was the thing that made me think it was a woman Wookiee was because she had less hair on her face.
Oh
'Cause
my
I was
god,
like,
I did
maybe
something
that
terrible, guys.
every
Googled-
time I try to explain this, Jason interrupts.
Yeah,
But yes.
I'm going to interrupt once again because I Googled ugliest woman celebrity and IMDb gave me a list.
And the link was purple already?
Nope. The ugliest woman celebrity, according to IMDb, is Sarah Jessica Parker.
Yeah, I mean, people have always.
Number
mean
2 is
about her.
Tori Spelling, and number 3 is Tilda Swinton. So I
What-
don't want
What is this a list from 2009?
This is a list
isn't
from a nightmare.
ugly. She's just weird. She looks.
Anyway,
she
okay.
looks
So
like-
anyway,
These are all beautiful actors. What are you
I think
talking
that
about?
I think that's what
IMDb?
it is. I think that was supposed to be a lady Wookiee, and I think that they have less hair on their face because they're like a lady Wookiee. So like you know how like we have less hair or women have less hair on
Yeah.
their bodies compared to men. That's what it is in the Wookiee world.
Okay.
Cameron Diaz is number 8.
Accept it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Cameron
Jason,
Diaz?
stop looking at that list and come
Yeah,
back to this.
you're being
Steven?
indoctrinated.
I don't agree with it. I don't like it, but I accept it.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted. What do you guys feel about Han Solo? You know, like this whole part is like, you know, we can talk about it, but we could also just move on from it.
Yeah.
Like I don't really have a
I
lot
have
to
question-
say.
I
It's
have
great.
questions.
It's a great moment. It's a great
Hold on.
action sequence. I love the droids being freed. I think it's really cool and funny and muppety when they're all like,
Oh.
"Meh, meh, meh," and they're like freeing
And
each
I-
other.
Yeah, I like the proliferation of it. It's like you free
Yeah.
one, and then it says bop, 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 bop.
It spreads. Yeah.
I thought it was funny when they're like, so many people are just coming out of that cave right now. I thought that was funny.
Well, because the droids, as they get free, they're like freedom, and they're like, we're free. We should free these slaves, and then all the slaves are like, like knocking the shit out of these pikes, and the pikes, their whole thing was like, the reason that we can do this is because we use so many slaves. Like it's crazy how many slaves we have here. We have like 5 people controlling this whole infrastructure, and like a bunch of people with guns, but you know,
Well,
mostly it's
kinda
just us.
It's kind of like what the US is going through right now. Like they have millions of people and like 6 people.
Could you imagine if like
holding them back?
if Kira like stabbed Kash Patel with his own keys?
That's what I'm saying. Like
What happens in this movie?
I like this.
so many opportunities to do a revolution, and I don't know why there's been one hero. Luigi Mangione is the only person to do anything ever in the last 20 years. How come nobody?
Because they're not getting organized. That's why.
But
Yeah, everyone's
besides all of
scared.
that, he
Jason,
didn't
I don't know if
organize
you know
with
what-
anybody.
I don't know if you're aware of fear, the concept of fear. Like a lot of
Yeah.
people have
Are you
that.
familiar with the fate of him so far? Anyway,
Yeah, he's fine.
He's a folk
doing well
hero, I
in
know.
prison.
Okay,
He's-
we're talking about
Okay.
Solo, a Star Wars story.
Segway is a boy, by the way. I looked it up. I looked up the other Wookiee. It's a dude.
Oh, it's a young boy.
Years of toil inside the spice mines have taken a devastating toll on Segwa's body. His fur coat is dotted with balding patches, an outward sign of malnourishment and the untreated illnesses.
That's almost
that he's
cooler.
endured.
I thought it was a woman, but if it's a young boy, that's even cooler. But I
No,
mean, how the fuck
I
am
don't
I
like
supposed
it.
to know, right?
He helps.
You don't
out.
like
He's
that it was a
hero.
young boy?
No, I don't like that it just doesn't look like a regular Wookiee. They should just
Well,
make it look
but
like
he's a
regular Wookiee.
hero.
I thought that it
Joel.
looked. I think I knew it was a Wookiee. I was never confused about what it was.
I mean, I was, but I'm like, it looks like a friggin' Sasquatch.
They all look like
you know?
Sam Squanches to me. because I'm racist against fishing.
But if you were imagine you only met men who had full beards, right?
No, I liked your theory. It's
and then you met Steve.
Yeah, and then now I'm like, no, I don't know.
But a young man can also not grow hair in the same way that a man can grow hair.
True. I suppose.
So maybe he will grow those hairs when he becomes
nourished.
A full Wookiee man.
It's literally
once it becomes nourished.
It's literally what I said was that they've been it's like an underground like spice slave
Dutch like slave party.
Do you think they have like a well balanced? Do you think they got those like they don't have like Endor bats or whatever to feed this guy?
Well, hold on a second. I have seen child Wookiees.
Yeah,
child Wookiees have full hair.
What, from the Christmas special?
From the Christmas special and Clone Wars.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So this
guy's malnourished. Right. That's all it is. It's just
maybe it's just or maybe they burned it off for fun. The imps are just like, let's burn his face hair off.
Or he was stuck in one of those VR headsets watching dancing Wookiee babies.
We need to stop.
Kessel
I get
Run.
it. You didn't like that it looked like a
Kessel
Sasquatch.
Run.
Let's move on.
Moving on.
Get out of here. We're gonna get out of here. Talk about it.
It's time for the
forever.
Kessel's Run.
Okay. L3 dies.
Horrible.
It's
saddest moment in the movie.
It is sad. I think that
it's played so realistically sad. Like,
Donald Glover is one of those actors where you're like, why the fuck isn't he in more stuff? Because like he's a very good actor. I've been rewatching Community, and I'm like, he is one of the best actors who ever lived.
Have you seen Mr. and Mrs. Smith?
No.
The television show, the Apple TV remake of the movie.
He's very good
incredible.
He's very good in Atlanta as well.
Atlanta also.
Isn't that created by him?
Incredible.
Yeah.
Him and his brother wrote Atlanta, and they're also planning to write Lando whenever it happens.
Yeah.
I wonder if he got like.
He's a talented guy in general.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I wonder if people if he got nervous from like everybody being like,
also
this guy is so talented.
Fun fact: the guy who made the Mandalorian theme song, Ludwig van
Göransson,
also worked with him on his Childish Gambino album.
The Childish Gambino album we were talking about, the most recent one that was just an album, it was it was supposed to also be a movie that never got released, and people theorize that it was never supposed to actually be that movie, but it was telegraphed that it was going to be a movie. But the thing is the album is a movie. So
okay.
Did you know that he didn't realize until much later into adulthood that his name is Dong Lover?
I did. And did you not notice that for much of his career, people thought his dad was Danny Glover?
Yeah,
not because racism, but because
I think
some of it was racism.
Yeah.
No.
I mean,
Danny Glover
if he was white, people wouldn't have thought that his dad was Donald Glover.
I guess, but
or Danny Glover.
Yeah.
I think Danny Glover could be Donald Glover.
Danny Glover was white and his name was Donald Glover. People still probably
they wouldn't be like, that's weird. Why is he that way? why doesn't he look like his
Wait
dad?
a minute, does he have some sort of affliction?
Do you guys want to talk about the Kessel Run?
Let's do that. Hey, cool.
Yeah.
So they escape, and L3's dying.
I am on a podcast, booba.
And
yes, still
Lando's got to save L3,
right?
And
there's so many questions about the Kessel Run.
Yeah. So he's gonna like patch L3 into the Falcon, or not yet? I forget.
Well, he says basically that like
we can skip over this. They see the Imperials coming. They have to go into the thing, and then they're like, "We need the best brain of all the brains that ever existed of robot, telemetry or whatever. Put her in to the computer." And then they decide to do it, and it's romantic. It's cool. It's interesting. I like it. I think it's pretty good. It also makes this sort of unified idea of like. She is
the soul of the ship.
Yeah, she can
in
be
like a
cheated on.
classic, almost like
being
naval
passed
way.
between Han and Lando is sort of like a weird, more
That's
interesting.
what she always wanted.
So does that mean canonically the heart of the ship in the later iterations is L3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's fucking actually really cool.
Yeah, and Han's just
Because the
punching
Millennium
the shit out of
Falcon,
her all the time. Bah! Every time something fucks up, it's just boom.
the Millennium Falcon is a legendary spaceship.
Yeah.
In all of science fiction.
Yes.
You know, like it's not.
It's
like when they show it for the
top
first
5.
time in this
It's
movie.
like top 3 maybe.
When they show it for the first time in this movie, I audibly gasped all 3 times.
It's so cool. It's so unique and but also so not sleek.
It's just a freighter.
It's like it feels so like utilitarian. It feels like it's like it feels repurposed from something more kind of industrial or like you know, legitimate.
But what's cool about it in this one is like it's kind of like when you see those LA Latino chopper cars where they've taken like just stock 80s cars and then like put flourishes and just beautified them. That's what I feel like the Falcon is in this movie.
It's so clean. You know what it made me think of is you ever watch a movie that you taped on TV from a long time ago and you see a car commercial for like a 94 Camry and they're like making it look all sexy, but
that's what the speeders from the beginning
memory of them is like
it's
like a dying car.
Yeah, all of the vehicles in this movie, let's just agree that sort of have that like you're watching an old car commercial.
I think everything that you guys have just said there is like it's like the perfect recognition of like when he comes in there and he's like, my dad used to make these, and like he's dragging his hand across it, and he loves the ship, and you realize the ship should be his, and Lando's like, well, you know, like why don't you sit down and have a sip of whatever the fuck we're drinking, and like he wants this ship. Like it is.
I think Han loves the Millennium Falcon more than Lando.
Lando likes it because he likes what it.
He like won it.
Yeah, or the status that it gives him, but Han wants the ship because
it's his connection to his planet.
Yeah.
But then he proceeds to trash it in this Kessel Run.
Oh yeah. Also, like even in between this movie and like 10 years later, it's like, did everybody just smoke cigarettes the whole time with everybody?
But when they find it again in the sequel trilogy too, it feels very like it's lived in. And they've been
but it's so clean in this. This is like Lando is like he probably has a cleaning crew that comes in every week or something just to scrub everything down, you know.
Where Han and Chewie are just like a couple of dirt bags, just like there's probably like packaging all over the floor from like chip packages.
They're like they're like someone who inherited their dad's mansion.
So I've got questions about the Kessel Run because it's such an important moment in Star Wars.
Right.
They start off pretty normal. Then they're chased. Then they realize that they have to take a shortcut. The shortcut utilizes like basically a black hole. It's kind of like a black hole.
It doesn't utilize it. No, they get tripped up by the black hole.
But they go like instead of going straight from point A to point B, he was like, we're gonna go left or right or whatever. Then they sort of
it's more direct than
it's almost like they are going from point A to point B.
But they sort of utilize this opening in space to curve, and then there's this alien that shows up. And this alien that shows up, I'm so curious. It's the same way I was curious about Proxima. Does this thing, the space whale, similar to the space whales in I think Ahsoka, or was it? Yeah. Does this thing show up ever again in Star Wars anywhere?
No.
None of these. That was Cthulhu, so they just wanted to be
because
like,
this is
we'll take care of Cthulhu.
That's what I was calling it in my notes. I was calling it Cthulhu. That's like essentially.
It looks like Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, it's just the idea is that it's not enough to just have a gravity well at the center. You need a monster too, right? Like,
so they also use this gravity well and like basically a depth charge to like push into
I
it,
thought
but
they
also
injected some of the unrefined coax into their fuel line. I think it was
they
like
did.
Yeah, so it's essentially like nitro boosting.
I wrote Beckett injects the space NOS.
Space NOS.
There you go.
And then
That's
I
my
said,
alien name.
And then I said, do the kids still know what NOS is? Remember NOS? Back in the Fast and Furious days?
Whoa, it's Bobby Black, Stephen Black Flywater.
Whoa, it sure is.
From Instigator 00.
Nice.
Okay, so Steve is going to put up a diagram to show us exactly how this works.
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is right here. This is Kessel, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is where they come in.
Where's the maw? Oh, I guess you're
The
drawing.
maw is right here. This is
Okay.
the maw.
Okay.
Cool.
Right.
And they got to get over here, right? You see?
Uh-huh.
I do. Yep.
So they come in through here. This is Kessel. K E.
Okay, yeah, we get that.
Soul. And they go in.
Right.
Bing, they get there and they're like coming out. Whoa! And then there's a dun, 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 cheese, 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 cheese. We're gonna stop you. And they're like, where do we go? This way, this way, this way. How about we go here? Instead of going all the way this way,
okay,
they went through.
Chat said something. There is another Cthulhu and another.
Before that, can I just say, can we just do more of these on the show? Because this was incredible.
The diagram, yeah.
Did it make sense? Yeah.
It makes perfect sense. So
I loved it.
Yes, one of these show up again. It's a Summa Verminoth, which also appears in the Vader comics, blocking the nebula that leads to Exegol.
Which is
so these
where
hang near nebulas and slash holes, which is interesting. That's true.
Yeah. Exegol is where Palpatine is rebuilding the First Order in the final movie.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter though. That movie is whack.
It matters to me because I just got a third layer of this movie. That you just explained everything to me, and then I also had my question answered by Travis Mitchell. So
was that actually helpful, Jason? I was just like, I thought that was
no, it totally was.
And also that diagram is why this movie got made.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
They thought about it.
Imagine you had to go all the way out and around.
No, because it's literally the only reason this movie exists is because
wanted
parsecs,
to see the Kessel Run. Yeah.
Parsecs are a measurement of distance.
True.
And so he said that he made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs, but that's like saying I drove from this city to this city in less than 12 miles. And it's like that doesn't make any sense because the only thing that matters is how far.
But also he didn't.
Not if you do it by crow's feet.
There's a massive reveal when they land down on that next planet. He says to a guy, I made the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs, and Chewbacca goes and he says, I'm rounding down.
Yeah.
So
12 and a half probably.
No, it's 13 parsecs.
The shorter distance is the.
Well, that's just pirate like. That's like him being a pirate, right? Being like, like it's more impressive if we even, if
I
it
thought that was
13.
I thought that was a huge reveal.
Yeah.
You thought it was a huge reveal that he was a liar?
That he keeps saying, he says 12 parsecs for 3 movies in the 70s.
But that's
and 80s.
10 years later. He probably every year he like shaved off half a parsec. He's like, 12.5,
But Chewbacca knows.
So basically people used to get really mad about that and argue. That was a big argument. That was a big Star Wars the full.
How can he do it?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Like parsecs is actually a measure of distance or whatever.
But who would have thought that the actual explanation is actually pretty cool?
That they came up with
an
nebula. They came up with an extremely digestible explanation for that.
Mm-hmm.
When George Lucas picked a fun word to use
50 years ago.
Do you know what it's equivalent to? You know that thing from a bunch of time travel movies where they fold the paper and push the pencil through?
Yeah,
it's a lot like that.
It's exactly like that.
Except instead of doing that, they like made a whole fucking movie to explain it.
But yeah, it's basically like if it's like the dead marshes in Mordor, you know, where it's like you got to go all the way around them. It's like, but you'd be like, nah, I walked straight.
I could just go through.
Yeah, I went through the swamp.
And they grabbed my ears. They grabbed my ding dong at one point.
Travis Mitchell says, coincidentally, in the Jedi Academy novels, there's a hidden Imperial fleet and research facility hidden in this maw of Kessel. So
cool.
They like to hide stuff in the maws.
Yeah,
you know how they do. But this is also where we get the payoff from the tilting the speeder to get out of the collapsing whatever it is.
We also get like so many good moments from Beckett. Like he is so desperate to seem useful in this.
When he's shooting and he gets hit, is like one of my things is
immediately when the TIE fighters come out, he's like, all right, I'll get on the guns, and he goes on the guns and he's like, and then he's like being like on like a mimbles dinkle donkle, and they're like, what are you saying? He's like, yes, they're here, and then he accidentally like gets his thing broke out, and he's like, my fucking thumbs hurt, and like everything that he does is goofy. Like there's not a single thing that he does that's cool the entire time until
it's
he's
very
like,
Woody Harrelson.
Yeah, but it's also
I just want to focus in on Woody Harrelson was in this movie, like as himself.
Well, I think this is the moment that you focus on him because he is off from everyone else, right? Like he's being a goofy guy, but he's not. That's the movie throwing you off, right? Like you're supposed to be thrown off by him, right? And it's doing its job.
You fall for it because it's Woody.
Well, and also you're sort of switching positions because like Han's usually comic relief, but now he's got to be serious because he's flying the Falcon. We find out Chewie can fly. We find out Chewie's real old and he knows some stuff, and so this is the first time like they're having their like little buddy moment flying a ship.
And like you can't really utilize Lando here because he's supposed to be bereft from the conversation because he's in grieving. And then Kira is supposed to be serious, but like what do you do there? You put him there, and like there's everyone else is just in the cockpit being like, hurry up, Beckett, and he's like, oh, like running around the whole ship. Like there could be other people helping him, but no, it's not gonna happen. And I do think that is supposed to gesture-ify him so that you're
less suspecting of the
exactly.
Continuing to not suspect him. Yeah.
And then that brings us to the final act.
It's so funny when they land on this next planet and it just like we got to get there quick and it just like clunks down. I have a bit of moving ahead a little bit, but I have theories. And I'm ready for you guys to either tell me I'm wrong or tell me you should have fucking realized that's stupid.
Well, I got both in the chamber, so why don't you go ahead?
Yeah.
I think Ephes Nest is the daughter of Beckett and Val.
Oh, interesting theory.
Because she's.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that's a racist theory. Is that an option?
Why is that a racist theory? I've got more that lends to this.
Okay.
She's been chasing Beckett this whole time. She's audibly offended when she's called a marauder, and then it's not a reveal when she pulls her helmet off. Beckett's like, oh fuck. Yeah, we had a daughter that, disappeared somewhere. Me and Val had a kid, and then she got taken away by Imperials or something. And I know you can't have an illegitimate daughter if you're a woman, but you can have an illegitimate daughter if you're a father. And my theory is that she was given away at some point, and it's revealed here, but we're supposed to realize it as the audience because she's half black, half white, and she knows. I think that there was a story that was deleted to explain this better. But I when she took the helmet off, I was like, oh, is that Beckett's daughter? Why isn't he reacting? But if Val was there, she would be like, oh,
I'm gonna go ahead and say he's not reacting because it's not his daughter. Like
that's fair.
I will.
It never occurred to me that could be the case.
Okay,
I will say that, and I like the idea of it. I think that it's interesting. I don't believe it because I can't imagine a Star Wars property that doesn't overtly exploit that.
Yeah,
right. But I think this is a rare situation where they just do it in a nod to the audience.
A rare situation where they just do it
in a nod to the. I think it might just be headcanon to go that far. And you're right. Like that kind of
my issue here is
normally
that I don't like
look down the.
You're like a white and black person made this person, so that means that this has to be the daughter. Like that's.
But why is this white and black?
There's two reasons why, and the first is that Beckett refers to Enfys Nest as a him at a certain point, like previously, and then the second point is that when she's talking about who Enfys Nest is or whatever their little group is, she is saying that her mother was killed by Crimson Dawn. So the fact that she's dogging Beckett is more a matter of like she's dogging Crimson
That's
Dawn.
also technically true.
Right? Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess so.
Yeah.
So. But I feel like they're more like freelancers who work for Crimson Dawn.
I get that, but the reason why it's so
I think that Jason, can I help you out a little bit here? I think that the reason that you feel like it needs to be more important in the sense that like what you like in Star Wars is that when a helmet reveal opens, it needs to be important, right? Like it needs to not just be like, I'm the person in charge here. I need to be connected to one of these other characters because that's what Star Wars does. And I get that, but that's not what this movie is trying to do.
No, this is classic Star Wars, which is like, see, a woman can be cool too. Like that the reveal is only that it's a woman.
But none of this is where I.
And not only a woman, but like a girl, like a young teenage girl.
Yeah.
None of this is where I'm coming from.
No, yeah.
When she takes her helmet off and then Beckett doesn't react, I thought it was supposed to be like we're supposed to theory craft it up.
No,
and which never happens in any movie ever. I know
Jason, imagine you were a multiracial 19-year-old girl and you saw that. You'd be like, holy shit, that's me. You wouldn't be like, what am I supposed to feel here? Am I supposed to think that this is the
no
crafted daughter of seven people at the same time?
I'm not trying to like be like political, and I'm not trying to be like be like provocative.
I'm not talking about politicals. I'm talking about
I know, but I legitimately thought that the fact that they do it in this reveal way and then he doesn't react, we're supposed to theory craft as the audience that it is his daughter and he just legitimately doesn't know. And the missing link is if Val was there, Val would be like, oh yeah, I got pregnant and gave up a kid when we were first dating or something like that.
You would like that to be the resolution? If she was there to be like, not ours, you would like her to say that?
I feel like if that were the case, there would be something said around that campfire scene to kind of set that up.
That's a good point too.
And I also feel like
it's he should be let. Maybe here's the thing is like maybe he should be let down when he sees her a little bit more visually to be like, holy fuck!
Oh, I was getting beat by like a
child,
a 19-year-old girl.
Yeah.
I also feel like what Enfys Nest is saying, and it's kind of like implied by who's there, because one of the characters is like a guy who shows up in Andor and Rogue One. This is the beginning of the rebellion, right? Like this is the very start of it.
And they literally say that like this.
We are starting a rebellion.
I know. And immediately after this, we find out the meaning of the symbol. We find out that they cut the tongues out of these people. But I really just wanted to talk to you guys about how I reacted to that the 2 times I watched it this week. And I do recognize that there's no other reason to think that. But
other than it maybe like to Beckett, it doesn't matter who's under the mask.
And that's
and
true.
Maybe this is maybe going to be a rough thing to come to terms with, Jason, but like maybe you are Beckett.
Wow. Mind.
All right.
Imagine Matthew McConaughey played Beckett. Well. So,
listen, I know that I'm wrong, and I will say that, but I really just
it's okay to be wrong, though, Jason. Like I like how your brain is at least thinking about this shit. You know?
Yeah, no, it's a fun theory.
Watching it both times, I was like, "What? Like, why?"
I'm watching it now as you're saying this, so I'm.
It's a fun theory, but it is not
would
right.
They have an actor
I understand Jason's brain because the helmet reveal is such an intense reveal that you expect it to be han more than it is.
You're supposed to recognize.
Yeah.
See,
the importance of
in the scene. Actually, Han has a huge reaction, and I think the point is that it's a kid. Like,
that's what it's supposed to be. It's a young
Han's white
woman.
and she's half white, so maybe it's Han's kid, and that's why he reacts so much.
He's like, "Oh man, I definitely impregnated a bunch of people when I was 11."
Yeah.
And then she walks away. She goes and grabs a drink. She gives them the backstory, and then and Beckett's kind of look is just sort of like almost like he's just stunned, like what is going on, like that's the look I'm reading.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it if it was their kid. That'd be kind of cool if they were like, remember Dad?
Yeah,
but like that would feel very Star Warsy. But like, are we trying to make a new
Star Wars rewatched it
or something?
When she took her helmet off, I was expecting Beckett to say something along the lines of, "Oh, you finally caught up with me," or something.
Yeah.
But when he doesn't say that, I was like, "Oh, are we supposed to just infer that like it is his daughter because of like
I mean, no, because none of us did except you.
You could only reach that conclusion if you already went through the whole movie remembering or knowing that it was a girl,
or if there was something set up beforehand. Like
I had this on the first rewatch that I had the first time.
But did you not remember that it was a girl?
No, I didn't. I watched it in 2018. It's been 8 years, right?
I guess that's a long. 2018 doesn't feel like it was that long ago, but it was. I guess
it really was. The first time I watched it, I went, "Oh my goodness!" And then he didn't react, and I went, "Wait a second!" And then I theory crafted, and then when I watched it the second time, I was looking at it trying to find, and that's when I was like, "But that's the thing." Movies, television, and beyond don't take into account that people are going to eventually theory craft. They create their thing, they make their thing, and they don't really what I'm thinking of when I think about this theory is people wanting an episode 9 of the series finale of Stranger Things that never came. People thought, but the thing is like, first and foremost, have an episode 9 of that final season, there would be a record of it, right? There would be like, you could go on IMDb and see that there was an episode 9. So that's when I started to think like, are we supposed to, at home, just internalize the fact it could be because of the fact that she is a mixed race person? Steven immediately was like, "You're racist for thinking that," which
you are.
Fair play.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, why would you have Beckett and
get with
Val,
the Maritimes,
right? White and black, and then on top of that, have a marauder chasing him to the ends of the earth to only reveal that she is mixed race, for him to be like, "I don't know you." The reveal means
because a mixed race person can exist without two people having sex ever, like
right. But why did she? But you said it before, like when she it was.
So what should she have been, black, or should she have been white, or should she have been Asian? Like, what do you mean?
See, I
should have been Asian.
Clearly, she should have been Asian.
I sort of read it is that she's not chasing him. It's just that they're finding the same score over and over again.
I think it's as simple as this is like a Boba Fett level cool guy who is ahead of him in every turn and is notorious. And even when they're doing the setup for the train heist, they're like, what if they show up? You know what I mean? They're like, don't worry.
Once again,
like,
I'm not pushing this theory.
I understand.
The truth. I'm telling you why.
But I'm just saying, I think it's they set up this character to be like a cool, like Fett level badass jack of all trades, and then it's like, but it's actually just a rebellious young
little girl.
And that's the big twist.
But that's also kind of cool. Like I like the fact
it's cooler. I like
so
that.
the actual reality is that she sounded like a man the whole movie, and then it was revealed that she was a young woman.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is the Leia thawing Han?
I thought about it too hard, guys.
You did. All you got to remember is that Disney wants everyone to be related to each other. So if two people were, they would fucking tell you a zillion times.
Yeah, they'll hammer it.
Yeah.
Right. They wouldn't like.
They can't leave meat on the bone.
Implication that's too smart. They have to like.
And those were the things that went through my head. But I'm glad that I brought it.
I'm gonna need a nickname for you. Is a line from this movie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call you Han Zippy because of my two daughters.
So I just saw your chat talk about like how the rebellion like she goes to say, "Oh, we need the drink." The other one
above that,
but that's almost the same. How she's an innocent teenage girl and she says, "I need a drink." Showing that the rebellion means lawlessness and forced adulthood.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny because when you look at Ahsoka in the dream sequence that she has, it's a flashback to her essentially being a child soldier.
Yeah.
So it is sort of like this understanding that like there is no innocence in the world.
There's no childhood in Star Wars. It feels like
because there can't be, because if there's an oppressive force, then you're in it no matter what.
Yeah.
How about this theory?
Well,
I had a similar theory in Fast and Furious 7. I feel like Kurt Russell was supposed to be Paul Walker's dad, but when they had to rewrite the movie after Walker's death, it was changed. Well,
that's a good theory.
Yeah, I also think that that's true because I've always thought that the story of the Fast and the Furious could easily connect to The Thing and also Big Trouble in Little China, maybe.
And also that Santa movie that Kurt Russell was in, I think.
Yeah, the Santa Claus Part 3 or whatever, where he kills Tim Allen.
Fast and Furious wasn't in Little China; it was in Tokyo.
Oh.
So now we're at the point where
Padme was 14 when she led an army to take back her
Yeah.
Sorry, Joel, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's it's all good. I'm just saying Emphasis now is saying also says very clearly that the Empire and the syndicates are working together.
Yeah. And this is where Han is pulled into his he's pulled back to Corellia in his mind, you know, and like this is where you start to realize like Han is not the Han. Like we want Han to be like, fuck off, we're gonna go take off and take all the money or whatever, but he's not gonna do that.
No,
you know who does do that though? Fucking Lando Calrissian. What the hell?
Like, peace, see ya.
Yeah. Oh my god, it made me so sad that Lando did that, but at the same time,
but he's also furious, and he's just like, you know what? I'm done. Forget this.
That's my ship. What did you do to my ship? He doesn't know the storied history of these people that are turning the coaxium into refined coaxium.
Yeah.
This is another thing where you're like, what is this planet? They just is this all they do is like,
why don't they bring a refinery there?
Well, first and foremost, the unrefined coaxium just explodes eventually if you can get it somewhere quick enough, and they just so happen to have a place they can get to.
Well, and they say it's like
it wasn't just so happen. They had to get that they plotted the whole course to get to this planet.
But they said it's outside of Imperial jurisdiction, blah, blah, blah.
Right. Yeah.
Which is like, if you're going to start a rebellion, that's the kind of place where you set up.
What do you, Jason? This is the reason L3 died, and like everybody, like everyone died to get here, man. You can't just say stuff like that.
I can,
I can, but I shouldn't.
But this is my favorite part of the movie because I counted. We have multiple double crosses.
This is the best double crossing that I've ever seen in any movie.
It's actually a 6 triple cross.
Yeah, it keeps going to the point where you're like, is this like a spinning tennis ball with spikes on it? You're like, hold on, what the heck's going on here?
So first of all, we see like Han and Beckett having a conversation, and then Kira says, "Oh, he's going to try and help you."
Can we all do it? Can we all pretend like we're part of it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Jason, who do you want to play?
I'm going to play. Where are we at? I'm going to play Beckett.
Wait, should we do this? Might make it really.
Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Okay,
I'm saying that there's enough of us here that we could all play a person in this end of this movie that we could all have a knife and be like, well, I'm this person, and then we could all just like do the whole.
I don't know if I have the brain capacity to remember everything that happens in the right order.
Okay, we're gonna try. I've got a screen with the movie on, so I'll see if I can walk us through it.
I'm Chewbacca.
Okay, you're Chewbacca. Okay, so Chewbacca carries the coaxium with Luke and Kira up to Dryden Vos up to his place.
Right.
Now Vos says something to the effect of like,
before that they do a thing where Beckett is like, just make a lie-up, I'm gonna leave, you go in there. Beckett leaves. Beckett's gone from the movie.
He's like, I'm done.
Yeah.
And then
this is also like the thing that if you've ever seen a movie before, you're like, God damn, he's definitely coming back.
Bubba Blackfly Water's autistic brain to know the ins and outs of every single movie in existence. You're not going to be fooled by this twist.
Were you fooled by it, Jason? Come on, you weren't fooled.
No, I wasn't fooled because this is
never mind. Jason was fooled. He was fooled.
I would say the first time I watched it, I wouldn't say I was just in it. So
I will say this is what I felt the first time I watched it. I don't want to be fooled by this. I hate that I think that he's going to come back. And if he comes back, I'm going to be really upset. And then he came back and I was really upset. And I was like, fuck. But
the best part of the sextuple fucking twist, or the sextuple, is that Solo goes in there and he's like, we did it. We got the thing. We got the poison. Let's do the trade. And Dryden's like, yeah, you got the poison, and you got the trade. Where's Beckett? And he's like, Beckett's dead. He died. And he's like, yeah,
died to death.
He got so shot. He
did die, didn't he? And then the dominoes start to fall.
So double cross number 1 is Beckett's dead, and then Dryden says, okay, well, let me see the coaxium. And he's like, how did you do it? This looks exactly like the real thing. And Hana's like, what are you talking about?
It is the real thing.
It is the real thing. And then he goes, no, because Beckett told me it wasn't. Beckett comes in the room.
No, wait.
No.
You guys skipped a betrayal.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Kira told me that you were going to betray me, and this is exactly...
No. He says, no, not Kira. Kira didn't tell me, which I will deal with later.
Yes.
Right.
But that's still a betrayal.
That's a betrayal of her to him.
Yeah. Betrayal to her to him. And then so Han, he's looking at the coaxium, which is actually the real coaxium.
Yeah. And that's why Han is also like, don't throw it. Don't throw it. Yeah. Please don't throw that.
And I just want to say here that the first time I watched this on my rewatch, I missed the scene where it blows up that whole mountain. And I was like, Han,
you didn't realize how explosive it was?
Yes. I was like, Han, just take one and toss it to like pocket dust.
Toss him one.
yeah, no, don't do that. It'll blow up the whole island. Anyway, sorry, Joel, go ahead.
And then so Beckett comes in and he says, "This is my associate who's been telling me everything." They're like, "Oh no, it's Beckett." And then Beckett is like, I forget what he says, but something about sorry, kid.
Told you never to trust anybody or whatever.
Yeah. Right. And
Haven't
then
you been listening to me? I've been teaching you this the whole time. Like you can't.
Yeah, and then how does this is a little fuzzy. He pulls his gun out, and then Han grabs his gun.
No. Okay. So.
Okay. Yeah. Please go ahead.
He says, "Check that gun," or sorry, he said, "Check that lid."
Yeah.
And then they check the lid and they pull the gun out, and then he's like, "Well, everyone is here now, but there are some other things that we have to talk about." And then like the buttons go off, and like they hear about everybody else because they think the coaxium is somewhere else.
Yeah.
Right, and then it cuts to all of Vos's men surrounding Empress.
Yeah,
true. Yeah. Yep.
And then you think, oh shit, like they got the drop on Empress Nest, and then their hands are up.
It is really like an Ocean's 11.
Yeah, very much.
So this is like the third. At this point, it's a third triple cross being set up here.
I think this is the third cross. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the third cross. Dryden is like really pissed at Kira. He's like eventually saying, "I'm disappointed. You're essentially dead after."
His veins are.
The main thing that happens here is that they're like, "It's empty," and they're like, "What do you mean it's empty?" And he's like, "Well, it's empty here." And then he realizes like, "Oh shit, is this the real coaxium?" And it's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah, it is the real coaxium." And then he just, and then Woody Harrelson like kills two guards and they die.
Right.
And he's like, "I just need to think for a second." Yeah. I just need
this fan is losing their mind while we stumble all over this.
Okay, well, let him tell us what's happening.
Well, let me read it. This rewrite would complicate things, but imagine the standoff between Han and Beckett happens before they can confront Dryden. Han shoots Beckett outside. Oh, this is theory.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this would be cool.
And then the deal happens, then reveal he's alive. Han and Beckett have their heart-to-heart. Let us and everyone else think that Beckett is dead. Then he comes back and just throws a wrench in everything. Then you can have him live.
Yeah. That'd have been cool.
I think that Beckett has to die at the end of this. I think that's like the
there's
like
no way.
Han Solo doesn't exist in the way that we know him if Beckett doesn't die at the end of this story.
And it's also Han gets to shoot first.
Yeah.
Well, so anyway, we cut to Dryden's people like opening up the coax container. It's empty.
Yeah.
Then it's revealed that everybody is like old people.
Yeah, they take off the like Memphis Nest, and she's like,
"What's up, motherfucker?"
Yeah. You're like, oh god.
Don't forget, I think this is the fifth double cross where Beckett also turns face again for like a second,
right?
With Han to get
because he's
all
like,
of the coaxium.
"Oh, I've got the coaxium. Come on,
And
Chewie."
it's like Chewie, you come. Yep.
He calls him big stuff.
Yeah. And then they leave. Meanwhile, Empress Nest is like killing all of Dryden's people.
But
this is one of my this is my favorite part of the movie, which is Han and Dryden Vos leap to two different sides of the room,
and they 1v1 gun versus two knives.
I have to say, like in a movie, like especially when you're used to like Marvel movies or like even like Star Wars movies of this era, where it's just like lightsaber battle or whatever. This is just like a fight in somebody's office, and it's great because of that. It's so pared down. It's perfect.
No wizards.
Especially knives versus guns. And
right?
Han does not pick up a knife even once.
No, he knocks the gun out of his hand almost immediately.
And then Kira kicks his ass, and you're like, "Oh shit, Kira, not Kira. I thought we were friends." And then And then she's looking at him. She sees him. She's remembering, and then she makes that choice.
There's another double cross where Kira pops out. She takes out Han, puts the sword to his throat, and then turns around and kills.
So we're now at how many double crosses? This is 5.
Maybe we're at the 13th double cross. She blocks the knife coming from Dryden, and it's like,
and then
going
she
down the sword.
She just turns around and gets him,
kills him, and then he turns all kinds.
Oh no, they fight a little bit. Sorry, and I wrote a note that
they
Kira
don't
versus Dryden is awesome. She gets it done.
Yeah,
they don't fight a little bit. She spins and stabs him with his own knife. That's stuck into it.
They fight for like 20 seconds because it's not so cut and dry.
Remember when she stabs him in the heart with his own dagger stuck in her sword?
Just saw it, yeah.
And then she implies to Han that like we're gonna loot the yacht and then we'll go buy our ship and live happily ever after.
It is great when she looks over at the diamonds like, diamonds. Diamonds. We could take those diamonds and
we're gonna take all this.
Space diamonds.
There would be something kind of somber that the mentor who screwed over Han Solo gets to live and play that valid chord like he dreamed. But
that would be like poetic if like somehow he could make it out of this movie alive.
There's a thing that I don't know if you guys will ever know it, but like, Mark Hamill, the guy who played Luke Skywalker.
I've heard of him.
I'm aware of his work.
He's a good Star Wars guy. We know of him in Star Wars, and like one of the biggest things that he always says is like, I never knew what Han had to dump before he came to pick us up or whatever. Like people asking me like, I don't know, jewels, diamonds. Rubies or some shit, and like he would always say that, and then in this like where they have it like a table full of jewels, diamonds, and rubies,
rubies and shit.
What is happening in the room?
It made it feel like that's what they were picking up, like everything that Mark Hamill said was that he dumped.
She also pulls the ring off Dryden's body.
That's right.
Symbol.
And then that's how she can talk to Darth Maul and be like, yo.
The decoder ring.
Yeah, the secret ring.
My favorite part of this movie happens, so she talks to Darth Maul, but
I can do a good Darth Maul impression. You guys want me to do one?
Yes, but I'm going to use the bathroom while you're doing it.
Okay.
But I want to hear it.
Oh my God. I have to take a piss. A shit and a piss inside and outside. How am I supposed to do this?
It's actually a robot's body.
I thought that was good. I thought it was good at impression.
You're very good at impressions. I'm very bad at impressions, is what I've learned in my life. But I've got a good regular.
I've also learned that when I try to do impression, Jason will yell his impression over mine sometimes.
No, not every time.
Just most of the time.
Just sometimes.
I feel like some of your impressions have like 10% Vincent Price just baked in.
Mine or Steven's?
Steve's,
right? Yeah. I hear it. Listen, I have a question for you, Steven, and also Alex, about Darth Maul.
Yeah.
So he falls off.
He's bisected.
He gets bisected.
Twice.
He falls off, and in one of the cartoon series, the top half of his body is obviously resurrected. And
what does the lower half do?
How? Just very quickly. How is he found?
It's a really, really top tier episode of Clone Wars. But he's essentially found on a junk planet where he's been abandoned, and he's used the Force to cobble together like working legs, and he's gone insane.
But because he was cauterized by the lightsaber, he was basically fine.
Also,
he was no penis. But
when we say he used the Force to put together some working legs, it's like a spider body of the Force. It's like.
Like I watched that episode on mushrooms, and it was fucking terrifying.
Transcendent.
It was very good. But anyway,
I just want to ask you guys, and I want to tell you guys, my favorite part of this movie is the standoff with Beckett and Han at the end, because Beckett he subverts so many expectations. He starts to do his villain speech, and Han utilizes his ability to have learned everything from this whole movie to just fucking shoot first, which I think is obviously a direct reference to Greedo.
Yeah.
I mean, I think me and Alex were.
You don't have to laugh at me.
Yeah, we know what this means.
But I really thought it's just that moment is so important to me in this movie.
Is it more important than Han shooting first?
No. I think this moment is more important than Han allegedly.
I think you're right though, Jason. A little bit right, because this makes us think that, like, why would he ever not shoot first, right?
Exactly.
Like, that's the point of this scene. How do you guys feel? Anybody else have anything different?
No, I am in 100% agreement with Jason on
Very Western.
Yeah.
Super Western. But the thing about Westerns is for instance,
do you guys think there's a Greedo movie where he's like,
I'm going to have to go fight somebody one day. One day I might have to be shoot second. What do I do?
And it just ends at that
That's
very
right.
early scene in A New Hope.
ding, 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 ding.
That you know what? Whenever they re-release the next version of Star Wars, just put it back. Just put it back. Just fix it. Han shot first. We all agree.
Yeah.
Well, allegedly next year they're putting the original cuts back.
Yeah.
In theaters, so
Are they? Are we?
They're the original cuts, but I think I'm not entirely certain, but I heard
the 19
visuals are cleaned up a bit.
Wait, are they going to be the like full? What the fuck? This is crazy. We don't know. Do we know?
Yeah. I don't know if we know, but
I have it on Laserdisc.
Very quick.
The Laserdisc one is probably like as close as it's gonna get to like being the original these days.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, Han shoots back at Enfys Nest, takes the coaxium.
Wait, do we want to talk about how he goes up and he's like, "I'm sorry that I killed you," and he's like, fuck. God damn! I know I shouldn't have been too funny at the end of this movie. This is exactly what they would do to me in a fucking.
I have an update. On February 19th, 2027, we'll celebrate the 50th anniversary of Star Wars with a re-release of the 1977 original, back for a limited time in theaters everywhere. Part of Lucasfilm's year-long 50th anniversary celebration, a newly restored version of the classic Star Wars 77 theatrical release, later named A New Hope, will play in theaters for a limited time.
That's cool.
So maybe like no CGI?
I mean,
it sounds like it's going to be just raw dog in the 77
just
version.
raw dog the fucking IMAX screen for me, daddy.
I mean, that'll be good to see how like gross the old special effects were.
But I want
they're good.
Yeah,
they're good.
Yeah,
They're good.
But
I've come around full circle as a 40-year-old man that I want to see like
I want to see puppets.
It's going to be
nasty.
It's going to be a 50-year-old movie. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
Wild. I want to CGI Jim Henson to walk on screen as a hologram and start just fucking
Jim Henson
at the end of Jedi.
Jim Henson.
It's Yoda, Anakin, and Jim Henson.
Jim Henson
starts making a puppet of Yoda,
and then
Luke Skywalker,
and then real Frank Oz sits down. He's like, "I'm still alive." How's it going?
Here. Or whatever.
I'm still alive.
So I just want to point out that the guy with the tubes in his neck, in his mouth, who's part of Enfys Nest, later shows up in Andor and Rogue One.
Oh shit! Okay.
So it's like implied that that's where the rebellion goes, but like he's part of Saw Gerrera's group, so which means like they're more like terrorists than rebellion. I don't know.
I mean, you can't start a rebellion without a couple of terrorist groups. So that's all I'm gonna say.
Guys, no one says this, but the Yoda puppet in Phantom Menace looks exactly like John Malkovich. Now you won't unsee it.
Oh no!
I mean, I said it looks like
a
looks like a puppet, like a melted puppet, right?
Malkovich,
Yeah, you did say that.
Malkovich.
Being John Malkovich, I am. Okay, Steve, take us to the end of the movie. Tell us about the final cards match and the outro.
Oh yeah, okay. So, do we finished the whole thing? Yeah,
we did. We all double crossed each other. Han shot first
several times over.
Well, I mean, the end of the movie is Han he understands what he needs to do, which is he stole the.
Did we say after Kira talks to Darth Maul, then she leaves, right? Like she's
yeah, but she also looks down at them and is like, yeah, like you guys, I need to go. And have you ever played the new couple of the new Star Wars games? Like she's in it, like that character is in it, and she's
she's in Outlaws, right?
Yeah, and she's good.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. So in this game, we're going to play sabacc between the four of us right now. Everybody put your sabaccs up.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody got your sabaccs up.
Yep.
I've got a 3 of Wookiees.
Okay.
I've got a minus.
I got a
4.
full Beskar or whatever.
Full Beskar armor. So the end of the game rocks out with people in like they're inside of like a cave that's just has like a bunch of water coming out. Like it seems like it doesn't make sense. Like you're at like a Mexican retreat or something, right?
Can I just say he's right about Dexter Jetster? He does.
Oh, we're gonna find out.
Matthew Berry.
Right.
Anyway, sorry.
And Lando is like, and so we're all going to put down, and then he's like, oh my god, and like it's Han Solo and Chewbacca. They come through the distance.
Mm-hmm.
And what is he? Oh yeah, that's what Dexter. He's like, all right, wait, Han Solo's here. Did Dexter Jetster not
more of a diner owner?
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. What am I supposed to do? You guys want to play sabacc right now? I can.
No,
I have the cards.
No,
I want you to finish this movie so we can all go to bed. It was going to be longer. It's going to be longer than 5 hours. We went over. It's going to be amazing. So we just got to finish the movie. We'll talk about our favorite.
Okay, so they play sabacc together, and then a bunch of eyeball people are like, burn, their eyeballs point to each other, and then they're like, well, this guy's cheating, and this guy's cheating, and this guy's cheating, but it turns out they're both cheating the whole time, Lando and Han Solo. But by the end of it, there's like all these piles of credits on the tables, and they all push it all in. And they're like, oh, well, who won this time? And then it's like, well, this guy won. And it was Lando. And he's like, I win, Han Solo. And then Han Solo says, like, not without this tiny little card in my pocket. And then Han wins somehow, I guess.
Had the better hand, and Lando
when he hugged
stole
him
the card earlier.
Yeah, when he hugged him at the beginning.
Yeah, he stole the card. Yeah,
steals the card so
Lando can't cheat at the pivotal moment.
So that he won without winning. Yeah.
But then Han wins fair and square because
and he says fair and square at the end. Yeah. He does say fair and square. I won, and then he wins the ship, right? He wins
Yeah, the Falcon.
Millennium Falcon. Yeah, that's where he wins Millennium Falcon. You know the ship Millennium Falcon?
John
guys?
Falcon, yeah.
Yeah, John Falcon lost. He got kicked out. He got kicked into the dumpster.
Yeah.
But Millennium Falcon has now been taken by.
And then now it's a Star War.
Oh.
And now
Oh. 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 Ah.
Okay, we're getting canceled. So the movie ends with
I don't like that you guys made me do that and nobody laughed the entire time.
I laughed every single time.
Made you do it is a stretch.
I left on the inside.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, so should we go into our final thoughts and our Home Alone at all?
Maybe.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, am I supposed to do that?
Yeah, you're the.
Well, then, excuse me, princess. Sorry, I can't find it.
Are you kidding me?
Oh no! No! 3D! 3D!
If you had to pick one,
Well, what do you think the Home
when
Alone of it
is
all?
the Home Alone of it all?
Can someone please tell me when the Home Alone?
I
of it
really
all?
gotta
When's the
know.
Home Alone of
When
it all?
is the Home Alone
When
of it all?
is the Home Alone of it all?
Now that's the Home Alone of it all.
It's so funny you played that first because I was planning on playing that after because they're not connected. Joel, Squidpod, give me your Home Alone of it all. I think I've described this to you before, but it's basically the idea that in the movie Home Alone, the moment in the movie we're all there to see is when Kevin McAllister slaps down the blueprint and he basically creates a horrible nightmare. That, every movie sort of has that like section that the movie starts, it sets up, and then there's the Home Alone.
It's a little bit.
In addition to that, we need your final thoughts and your rating. Sorry.
Okay. The Home Alone of it all, for me, is when they're on Mabim Bam or Mim Bam. What's it called?
Mud Planet. Yeah.
I love that whole sequence. Like from him flying to the air to the fight with Chewbacca. That to me is the Home Alone of it all. But there's so many good moments in this movie. So many good moments. My final thoughts. This was like a great start to finish, fun, intense adventure. I don't understand how people don't like this movie. Like of the Disney Star Wars, it's my favorite. So I'm gonna give it a 9 out of 10.
Holy shit!
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's cheer for this man. Joel, you're welcome back anytime that you'd like to come back here. We're gonna give you some dates real soon. You'll be beholden. We get to pick.
It sounds like you were offering him an option of dates.
No. Well,
we'll give you a beholden version of what you need to do.
When would you like
you
to be
can tell us
beholden?
when you
would
want
you
us
like
to
to be
come back.
beholden on Thursday the 4th or Thursday the 11th or Thursday the 25th?
Alex, I would never give you dates in advance. You have to be ready to go at any time. But could you please
Have you seen Gremlins 2? Can you we're live in 4 minutes.
Yeah. I could probably do that.
I've seen it. Have you?
Alex, tell us about it.
Oh, my Home Alone of it all is when Chewie's crawling out of the muck, when he's coming through the cave.
Yeah.
I think like it's usually I don't like having it that early. Like I think, but it's like, but that's because the Han Solo story is also the Chewbacca story. And I don't think it's truly about him until he has his Silent Bob. You know what I mean? So I love this movie. This movie rules. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of cool Star Wars shit. There's not a lot of the lame Star Wars shit. Like everything, it's like
That's such a good thing to say, Alex. There's not a lot of the lame Star Wars shit.
Yeah,
like, this actually has like most of the
for
good
sure.
shit, not a lot of
And my rating is it's 11 parsecs out of 12.
Nice.
Yeah.
Steven.
Oh, me.
You know the way. This is the way.
Yeah, I think this is maybe my favorite Star Wars movie that has been made ever in terms of like the Star Wars movies that we have to think about, right? Which is Episode 1, Episode 2, Episode 3, Episode
And
4,
so on.
5, 6, 7, whatever. But like this one, you don't have to think about it that much. You never really have to think about Solo, the Han Solo movie.
It's just
when's the last time you thought about the Han Solo movie?
All week.
But I mean,
well, that's true.
But I mean, in terms of like a person who loves Star Wars and really
2018
likes to believe that they think about it, nobody thinks about the Han Solo movie.
It's not the go-to for most people.
It's not the most go-to for anybody who thinks that they love Star Wars. But the thing about this movie is that if you love Star Wars,
it's the best one,
and you'll think it's maybe the best one. Yeah, you're right.
This podcast is going to change it all.
I love this.
We're changing the narrative here.
Yeah,
I think that
we're controlling our narrative.
The Han Solo movie is better than most of the prequels in like a lot of ways. It gives me the same sort of vibe that I have from the
original trilogy. It's very
sorry, I was looking at like a chart and I'm like, no, I have to move this around here and that over there. No, yeah. I like this movie better than Episode 2 for sure.
I was gonna say that.
I think that I would watch this movie over Episode 2 every time, except
Every single time.
I do really like that, no wait, Alex, you said like the that noise is a good thing, so I have to maybe move that up. Sorry, I'm looking at that chart right now. What do you want? You want me to tell you exactly what I
give us your final thoughts and your rating, brother?
All right, so my final thoughts of this movie is that it's a very good movie. It actually tells me a little bit more about Han Solo than I thought that I knew, but in a way that I didn't think that I needed to know. And I kind of like want more stuff like that when it comes to Star Wars, but you can't really like throw everything from this out, right? Like you have to look at it and be like, yeah, that's pretty good. But you can also look at this, and be like, have you ever found a friend, like a good friend that could find you in the mists of a what do you call it? Like a nebula that would suck you in?
It's called the Maw.
Oh, the Maw. Right. Okay, the Maw. Okay.
Grandma Tarkin, I think.
Grandma Tarkin. All right. So anyway, the Grandma Tarkin got me in there. I like it a lot. I'm just saying this movie is good.
Yeah.
I don't know what I
rate it.
Oh, I'll give it a 100% consumption by Ma.
Excellent.
There we go.
God.
Coherent as ever.
It's very simple, guys. My home alone of it all for this film is the Kessel Run, obviously.
Yeah.
My final thoughts are this movie rules. I have never been less bored by a Star Wars movie than probably this one. I don't dislike Star Wars. Star Wars is my favorite sci-fi. But rewatching the prequel trilogy, there's some hard pills to swallow. But I can't wait till we revive this month, because next we're going to do Rogue One and the original trilogy. And I feel like it's going to be 7 hours every week.
If you have me on any of those, it's going to be a
we actually might bring you on in the way that Noel comes on for Feminist Masterpiece Theater, and you're just the resident person for that month. But I digress. This movie fucking rules so hard because, first of all, I wanted to hate it and disliked it. But then as a grown adult with a formed brain, with a child on the way, this is like the first Star Wars I want to show my child. Just like, it's completely different than any other Star Wars, but it still encompasses the idea of Star Wars. It's so fucking good. My Home Alone of it all, part 2, my rating is a Home Alone of it all. My rating is the Home Alone of it all is when Han Solo loses his ship home, so gets a ride with Dexter Jettster's Polka Troop. My Home Alone of it all is when they're flying over the mountains and Han gives Chewie his name. The music always makes me cheer up. My rating for this movie is, who can forget Solo with Mario Van Peebles? My Home Alone of it all.
What? Oh.
Is Red Letter Media. Holy call out. One of my favorite channels.
Same.
Probably gave Solo the most positive review of any Star Wars movie. My rating.
There's nothing wrong with being positive, but a Solo review.
Right?
Yeah.
My rating for this movie is a 4 out of 5. Higher. Actually, I think I gave Revenge of the Sith a 4, but it's a 4.1 in that case. My rating for this movie is 13 parsecs.
Whoa.
Nice.
Rounded down.
Yeah, I rounded down. Don't worry, we can all get out of here very soon. This is officially the longest episode we've ever done, but we have to.
Was it actually? No, we didn't go to 6 hours, did we?
No, but we're over 5.
Oh my god, guys, What have we done?
Actually, we might not be.
Jason, shut up! Just give us the next thing. We need
Plugs.
to get out of here.
Plugs.
All right. I'm looking for the plugs. I can't find the plugs. Where are the plugs? Where the goddamn plugs?
All right, let me just plug this in right here and.
Squidpod, what you got going on?
Today I'm gonna plug Nirvana, the band, the show, the movie.
Hell yeah.
I had nothing to do with it at all, other than I watched it 3 times. It's amazing.
Hell yeah.
And that's my plugs.
Hell yeah. I love that. Thank you for plugging that. Alex, what do you got to plug?
I got nothing, brother. Watch my other episodes. Same thing I plug every time is watch my other episodes. So eventually I will take over this podcast.
I can give you an official count if you'd like.
I would like.
What's your name? This is your
cameo.
14th episode.
Ooh.
The only person that has more episodes than you is Noel K with 18 episodes. But they've had their numbers.
Whoa. Travis.
Boba. Oh my God.
Travis, dude. He's throwing it around.
Did you just buy a
Thanks, Travis.
subscription? Oh
Travis, Michael, we love you. We love you.
Oh my God. Do you know what that means? we have stretch goals where it means we have to like play video games with him and also make him secret videos. So we'll talk tomorrow, Travis. DM me. Boba.
Who, me?
Yeah, what do you got to plug?
Oh, well, I have all the things that we love to, obviously this show. We love this show, don't we all, guys? It's so good.
It's up there, yeah.
It's so fucking good.
Yeah. But, yeah, I am the voice of Darth Theorist, the Three-Eyed Theorist, and the Half-Blood Theorist. You should check all those out. We do it every day, every week, every second of every day. And other than that, I mean, we've got Randy's coming out soon. We should talk about that, but we should also talk about, Stanland and all that stuff. I don't know. Sonar. I'm a sonar man, I guess now. I'm a sonar man.
You are a sonar man.
I am, yeah. What? Just go. Just move it out. Okay. Well, it's me. Yeah, I'm a sonar man. I'm a sonar man.
Hello there.
Sorry.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, it's your turn. I didn't know.
Okay. Listen, my name is Jason R. Phillips. I'm one of the co-hosts of this podcast. Once again, I'd like to just give a shout out to Travis Mitchell. Thank you so much for subscribing. I'm going to actually, literally tomorrow, I'm going to come up with something for you to make it worth your while, because I think that's the top tier. So you'll get something. I might just send you a shirt. You can find this show each and every week right here on YouTube, Facebook, and YouTube and Twitch. I'm just shaken up by this. It's crazy. But you can get our merchandise. You can buy Corporal Tunnel, Howie Mandela Effect, Grimoire of Familiar Killers, Eldritch Millennial, Kill Aid, Twinker Bell, and our newly released Chef's Fingers. These are all shirts that were illustrated by Stephen Boba Blackfly Waters. We usually release new ones on milestones. And speaking of milestones, we crossed not just 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. We recently, get this, we recently crossed 1,200 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you for everybody that comes out and listens to us every single week. You can also find me here in Toronto as the announcer for the professional wrestling company, Super Kicked. We have a show coming up on March 20th. It's going to be great. It's always good. Our last show sold out. I was able to announce in front of 400 people. I'm not trying to brag, but performing is one of the things that I love to do. And everybody that comes through and watches us is so important to us. And we did do a crossover this month with Darth Theorist. And it really, it boosts us. Everybody wants to see Steve talk about Star Wars, so it was really cool to have this crossover this month, and this month was amazing. It's our
it actually was really nice to have people that I've known for my whole life. Like Alex, I've known you for 25 years, maybe. It's crazy. And Jason, I've known you for maybe 12 years.
12 years, yeah.
And Mark was on. Remember Mark? For episode 2, I've known him since I was a little kid. It was such a good month of stuff.
Yeah.
And we can look at people that will look at us and be like,
look at these old fuckers not even understanding what Star Wars is.
But we're like, no, we do know what Star Wars is. We like Star Wars. We are Star Wars. Yeah, look at Alex's tattoo.
I learned so much about Star Wars to the point that I am like indoctrinated where I want to go, and I never went through the cartoons, but now I want to go and get that backstory to prepare for this time next year when we do this again.
I'll warn you though, Jason. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but if you watch more than 85% of all Star Wars content, you will hate women.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Well, I don't think I
already
I
hate
could never-
women, so it's
I
gonna
don't
be
know if that's true.
Okay.
No, that's just a fan base. That's just a fan base attack. That's all.
At any rate.
Yeah.
Thank you, Travis Mitchell. I'm going to work on.
Jason
what you
also
did.
has a beautiful wife that he loves. He does not.
Who
hate
is pregnant, by the way.
Oh yeah,
I'm going to
God
be
damn it! We
honest.
forgot about that. We got to say that.
But at any rate, I just was thanking the fans and thanking everybody. Did you hear me say, Steven?
I did. Yeah. No.
Okay.
Jason, I love you so much. You're one of my best friends in the whole fucking wide world.
Same
Alex,
to you, my
you as
friend.
well. Like I've known you for a million years, but like I only say it to you every once and often. I love you. I love you a lot.
Love you.
And I will say, just so Squidpod doesn't feel left out, but also
I'm cool. I'm cool.
Well, you don't want me to tell you that I love you.
Okay.
Joel and I, every time we've ever encountered each other, we've gone too far getting to know each other.
Oh
The
God.
last we went to see.
And hey, you guys don't need to talk about the last time you sucked each other's ding dongs.
69. We went to see Nirvana the band, the movie, and we went to Boston Pizza after, and it was a group of us all talking, but me and Joel just couldn't stop talking, and we learned we're the same.
Yeah, I stated it like we're from the same dimension.
Yes, and that's why this episode.
Wait, when
is
was
very-
this? Was this recently?
Yeah, remember when we asked you if you wanted to go see Nirvana the band?
I didn't know
the
there was
movie?
going to be a meetup afterwards. I thought that I would come to the meetup. I don't want to go see the movie.
It was it's one of the best movies of all time, and that's why I'm glad that you promoted that. Please go watch Nirvana the band, the movie, the web
Alex,
series.
you want to
the
go
TV
meet up
show.
next week and not invite these two dildos?
Don't do that. I want to invite Alex to everything I ever do. Okay, well,
okay,
I'm glad you have that because it's so real. But with that, there's one last thing we have to do, and because we have two guests, it's going to be awkward as it always is. But I'm going to count backwards from 3, and you're both going to say the name of the show. Hold on, I gotta find it. I gotta fucking what is the name of the okay, in 3, 2, 1.
Hey,
did you
see this one?
Sorry, I fucked up. Survivor's back. Go watch Super Mater Brothers every Wednesday. Did you guys like it when I stopped the song to tell?
I'm gonna say I
great.
didn't. I hated.
I
that.
didn't.
It's Survivor 50. I had to mention it. Survivor 50 is on right now. We're doing a weekly show
Aussie,
over
dude.
at Super Mater Brothers.
Well, I mean, we're not gonna.
I was enjoying it because I was like, I was literally thinking, I'm like, this is. I think out of all the stuff with the little TV, this is my favorite. Wait
a minute. This is how Star Wars should end. Every single Star Wars should end with somebody being like, survive, go to the survivors.
beam up some Star Trek content with Live Long and Podcast. A roundtable movie discussion with Hey, did you see this one? And take a peek into the darkness with Heard Noise, Must Investigate with Michael Chan. Watch us duke it out on trivial debates. And let's chat about TV with the Super Mater Brothers. It's all here on the United Federation of Podcasts.
Hi, I'm the watermelon pickle peanut butter man. Y'all need to be putting peanut butter on that pickle. Because you ain't putting peanut butter on that pickle, you ain't eating a good pickle. Goodbye. Hope I make you laugh. Say the aunt love you. Say the aunt signing off. Now y'all go and put some peanut butter on that pickle. Goodbye.